So, kicking off the DVD here, Chapter 1, Fundamentals, is a game I played against an anonymous Grandmaster online. I was playing the white pieces, and this game is a good example of a king hunt that occurs straight from the opening as a result of some opening mistakes that black made. So let's get right to it. I played e4, e5, knight f3, and d6, so the Philidor defense. Played the main move, d4. And now the main moves would be e takes d4 or knight f6. My opponent opted for the move knight to d7, which has something of a dubious reputation. One of the issues with knight to d7, as I've highlighted here on the board, is that white often gets a sacrificial idea with the bishop to take on f7 and then bring this knight around to e6. And since the knight on d7 is blocking in this bishop on c8, black can have a lot of difficulties trying to defend against this. I know we're only on move 3, but this is just something to point out as to why this move is considered dubious. It's also slightly passive, right? Black is as I mentioned a second ago, preventing his bishop on c8 from coming out. So anyway, I played the main move, bishop to c4 here. And now this is where black's first real mistake occurred, the move h6. And it's amazing we're already here on move 4, and white has technically a winning position if he plays the best continuation here. Later on, we'll look at the best move for black here, which is the move c6. I think it's better to do it in the order of the game first, because then we can go back and see why the continuation that works in the game does not work against c6, and then it's much easier to see why c6 is the best move. So going back here, h6, and I took on e5. And now there's already a trap here for black, a small trap. If he recaptures with a knight, this fails to the typical tactic. Bishop takes f7 check now, and black will have to play king e7 to avoid losing the queen. So going back here, he played d takes e5. And now there's a very surprising shot here for white. The bishop takes f7 check. King takes f7, and knight takes e5. So I have two pawns for the piece already, and the king is in quite a precarious position here for black. And thanks to my pin here on the d file with my queen on the black knight, my knight cannot be captured without black losing his queen. So therefore, black's only options involve moving the king. So he has quite a few moves here with the king, and let's go through them one by one. So the worst move, king to e8, just loses very quickly the move queen h5 check. And so we'll have a few checks, and finally the mate. So going back here, could also choose the move king to e6. But this also leads to a forced mate after queen to d5 check. King to f6 loses after queen f7 check. Takes. We introduce a new piece into the attack, and we drive the black king further into the heart of the white position, so it should be easier to attack there. King takes e4, knight d2 check, king d4, and finally queen to c4 is made. Then we could also, after the move queen to d5 check, black could play the move king to e7. And then it's a similar thing to before. We just force the king out further and further. Check here, and then it's all over. So those lines show why in the game, after knight takes e5 check, black opted to play the best move king to f6, which actually gives somewhat of a test to white here, because it's not clear at first whether white can allow the black king to take the knight on e5. As ridiculous as the king's position looks out there, white would be down two pieces for some pawns, and we don't have any other pieces developed, so it's not automatic at all that this attack would work theoretically. Um, but thankfully, chess is a concrete game, so with some calculation, we can figure out that the white knight is actually immune from capture should white play the best move, the most natural move, which is the move knight to c3 check. And this is totally consistent with the fundamentals of attacking, right? That we don't waste any time retreating. We continue to develop and bring as many pieces into the attack as possible and continue to generate as many threats as possible. So the fact that this move works is not entirely surprising from a principle standpoint. I mean, it should work from a principle standpoint. So let's see exactly why it works. Well, in the game he played the move c6 to stop my ideas of knight to d5 at some point. But we have to look at what happens if black takes the knight instead. So king takes e5, queen to d5 check, king f6. So we have a little bit of this dance again with the white pieces, forcing the black king further and further back. Okay, of course, there's only one reasonable move here because king to e8 loses immediately to the checkmate. So instead, king to d6 has to be played. We bring another piece into the attack with gain of time, and now it's also nice that I can castle on the queen side and bring my queen side rook into the game if I need to. King to c6, another check with the queen, so just drawing the king further and further out. Black has only one good move, otherwise it gets mated very quickly, bishop to d6, and now white has to find the strong move knight to b4 check, which forces the king to an even worse position. So we have a couple of lines here. If black plays king to c5, then we use the same idea as before, where we draw the king further and further into the white position after bishop to e3, king takes b4, queen to d5. So the idea of queen to d5 is that now we've sealed off the sixth rank, so all those potential escape squares are taken away from black. So now the idea would just be to play a3, king to a4, and then b3 would be mate. There's other mates too, but that's a pretty simple way to get it done. So that explains why black would play the move knight to c5 to try to be able to use these squares on the fifth rank again for the king. A4, very strong move, taking away the b5 escape square and now actually threatening the move bishop to d2 mate. So king to a5. A5 was the only available escape square for the king. Queen to d2 check. King to a6. It's important to see here that king to b6 doesn't work because I have a mate in 2 starting with queen to b4 check, and wherever the king moves now, I'll go queen to b5 mate. So instead, after queen to d2 check, king to a6, and now queen to e2 check gets the job done because I'm using this queen to b5 threat on the next move no matter what with mate. Okay, so let's go back here, all the way back. Useful to go through these moves again just to see how we got there. King to d6, check. And we just looked at the move king to c5 check. So here, what happens if black plays the best move, which is king to b6? Well, now we take on d6. Taking back isn't going to help black. It's going to be the same story as before. The queen takes on d6, and then it will be made shortly by some checks, which lure the black king into the white position and cut off escape squares. So we'll take a quick look at that. C takes d6, queen takes d6, king a5, and then knight to d5. So like I said, we've cut off a lot of the escape squares, and now I'm just ready to play the move pawn to b4, for example, and begin a mating net like that. So black plays the move b6 with the idea of cutting the white queen off on the sixth rank so that he has some escape squares, and now he has this escape route from a6 to b7. White can play the move and should play the move c4 to cut off the b5 square for the king, and now the threat is queen to a3 mate. So the king needs to move. goes to a6, and now white just plays queen to c6. And there's just too many threats here. I have the threat to the rook in the corner, and then I also have a couple of threats here with the knight, whereby I'm going to draw the king out to a5, either with knight to c7 check or knight to b4 check, and then no matter what, I have queen to b5 mate after that. So there's just too many threats, and black's not going to be able to stop everything. So after the move bishop takes d6, there's also the option of, instead of recapturing, going knight to f8, which is a tricky looking move since multiple pieces are hanging here for white, but thankfully we have the tactical shot. Bishop takes c7 with the double check, so the king recaptures, knight comes in with check, and now if the black king plays its only legal move back to b8, he gets hit with queen to e5, and it's made in two. So going back, knight d to f6 is the most resilient move, with a similar idea to knight to f8 that we just looked at. So here white needs to play the move bishop to c5. The difference from before is that, remember, we had the move knight to d5 check in that line after bishop takes c7, king takes c7. We were able to play the move knight to d5, but now with the knight on f6, that's covered. So we need to play a different discovered double check, bishop to c5 check. So we are luring the king out in the same way as before. King takes c5, and then knight to b3. Okay, king to b5 fails to the usual idea, pushing the pawns forward, and that's mate. So therefore, the only way to continue the game is to sacrifice the queen. Okay, white's queen's hanging, so he needs to get out of the attack with check and then recapture black's queen. So thankfully he has this move, queen to e5 check. King moves, and now we recapture the queen. So the smoke is kind of cleared, so to speak. Black has a queen and, white has a queen and two pawns for three minor pieces. But as we can see here, the black king is still very exposed. White is ahead in development. He's ready to play the move rook to c1 check and continue the attack. Black has no coordination, and so this should be a pretty simple win here in a matter of a few moves. So let's say black plays king to d7, just anticipating the move rook to c1 so that it's not checked. Well, white goes rook to c1 anyway. Okay, the c7 pawn's hanging, so plays c6. And now a nice move is just queen to g3, and there's a few ideas here. So we're threatening to take the pawn on g7 with check and then get that rook in the corner. And then also we've cleared the e5 square so that white can push on with e5 immediately or prepare that move with f4 first. So that explains the passive looking move knight to e8, which tries to get out of the way of an e5 thrust coming with gain of time, and then also protects the pawn on g7. But after the move f4, the win will just consist of white castling on the queen side and pushing these pawns forward in the center to open some lines and swarm the black king position. So this is not going to take too long, and white's not going to have too many difficult decisions ahead of him. So going all the way back now, in the game, after my move knight to c3, he did not take the knight on e5, the continuation we just looked at, but instead played the move c6. But now another attacking concept is revealed here, and it goes back to including more pieces in the attack, and also utilizing the fact that the knight on d7 is pinned. So that move is queen to d4. So since the knight on d7 is pinned, taking the knight is out of the question since black loses the queen. But more than just that, the queen on d4 creates a lot of threats towards the black king vis-a-vis this setup here with a discovered check. So black is in deep trouble here, and white has multiple attacking ideas. Okay, well, he needs to get the king out of this setup here with the queen and the knight on the diagonal, so he played king to e6. And now the key thing in a position like this, and pretty much in any attacking position, but in particular a position like this is to keep the tempo up. You need to strike while the iron is hot and not give your opponent a chance to breathe and get reorganized. So knight to g6 is a good move to do that because first of all, we have the threat of material gain by taking the rook in the corner, and then second of all, we no longer have to worry about that knight on e5 ever getting taken again. Third of all, the knight can come back to f4 with check in certain lines, which is useful. And then also now I have some mating nets involving the move queen to c4 check, which we'll actually see in the game here. Now, it won't be a mating net, but it will be enough to force resignation because after the move rook to h7, queen to c4 check, black is losing either material or he'll get mated. So a couple of different things can happen here. If he goes to d6, then we just play the very natural move, bishop to f4, and with the inclusion of the bishop into the attack, black only has one legal move, which is knight to e5. So we're just going to win material and checkmate the king shortly. So that's out of the question. Going back to queen to c4 check, the move played in the game was king to f6. But now the issue is that after knight to f4, there's just so many different threats, and black is powerless to stop all of them. So I'm threatening to play queen takes g8. I'm threatening to come in here with queen to e6 check, and then king to g5, and then I'll excuse me, I'll have mate after h4. And there's other ideas here too, involving bringing more pieces into the attack. But actually, those two ideas are enough to pretty much force resignation, since there's nothing that black can do about it. So now that we've gone through the game, let's go back to the improvement on move 4 that black needed to play to avoid this. So now that we've seen what white's big idea here is, so to speak, we can figure out why the move c6 is the best move here. And so the reason why is because if white tries to execute the same idea with d takes e5, d takes e5, note that if knight takes e5, the tactic still works in this case, just like we saw in the other one. There is one additional option introduced, which is that black could bring the queen out here to regain the piece, but that's going to be great for white because now after castles I have a big lead in development. The queen is just a big target in the center for me to attack with gain of time and develop my pieces for free, so to speak. So this is a pretty rotten position for black. So instead, after d takes e5, best move is d takes e5. And now if I try to execute the same idea here, there's one key difference that makes this not work for white, which is now black can play, arguably the move he would have wanted to play to begin with, which is king to e8. It's the most natural move. The king is the least exposed on this square of all the possibilities, so it makes sense. So recall that in the game the pawn was on h6, so this was met powerfully with queen to h5 check. But here, if white tries to continue the attack with queen to h5 check, he's met with the move g6, which is very strong. So now the only way to try to continue the attack would be to play the typical idea, knight takes g6, but actually black can fight for the initiative here and start to get developed and attack himself. So he starts out by developing the knight on f6, attacking the queen, and the queen needs to stay on the h file for this to work. This knight takes g6 idea to work, so queen to h4. And now one option is just to continue to gain time with this check, and if white blocks, then the clever move rook to g8 happens. So black is getting developed very, very quickly, and white is actually behind in development in this position. And even though it's a little bit messy, black is clearly better here. So that's why c6 is the best move, and this sacrifice does not work against it. All right, well, that was the end of the first game, so let's move on to the next one. So no DVD on attacking chess would be complete without including at least one game from the master of the attack himself, Michal Tal. Here he is playing the black pieces against Gergenitsa. This is from the USSR Championship in 1957. So the game started out as a Benoni. And here we get the classical variation from white with the moves knight f3, e4, and bishop to e2. My castles. black threatens to take the e4 pawn now, so white does the typical maneuver, knight to d2, with ideas of coming to c4 at some point, where the knight normally goes in this opening, and he can reinforce with f3 at some point. Black plays knight to a6, so intending to come back to c7 to aid with the pawn push b5, usually prepared with the move a6. Rook to e1, knight c7, a4, b6. b6 played first so as not to allow the continuation a6 and then a5. So black starts out with the move b6, and then he will go a6, and then eventually rook to b8 and b5 is the idea. White decided to play queen to c2 to keep an eye on his e4 pawn there. And now Tal struck out with a very interesting move, knight to g4. So he's highlighting the fact that the rook is no longer protecting the pawn on f2. So if black takes the pawn on f2, well, then the king has to come out in order to recapture. So that could lead to a similar situation to what we saw last game with the king hunt. And indeed, that is what happened. After the move h3, really just not respecting black's previous move, not sensing the danger, Tal went straight in with the move knight takes f2. And so in the game, white took this knight with the king, but actually there was a better continuation. He needed to have a very cool head here and realize that by declining the sacrifice, he not only stays in the game but has the opportunity to try to wrest the initiative back from black. So how would he do that? Well, starting out with the move knight to f3. So basically what knight to f3 does is that if he were to take the knight on f2 straight away, he has to deal with the move queen to h4 check that was played in the game. Also the idea of bishop to d4 check. So knight f3 cuts out both of those possibilities. So it's a preparatory move before taking the black knight on f2. Okay, so black needs to play some very concrete moves himself. So he starts out with bishop takes c3, which you normally wouldn't want to do from a positional perspective, especially since you're fianchettoed, because after losing the dark square bishop, the dark squares around your king become that much weaker, and you don't have anything to oppose white's dark square bishop with. But the idea here was that he needed to remove the defender of the e4 pawn so that after b takes c3, his knight was able to come back here and survive and take this pawn. And now the pawn on d5 is also threatened. So here's where white needed to play very, very actively in order to try to keep the balance. So bishop to d3, knight f6, bishop to g5, and this is a pretty nasty pin, given what I just mentioned about the fianchettoed bishop having exchanged itself off for the knight. Black's going to have to play very, very accurately to make sure this doesn't turn into a case where he's being attacked. So actually starting out with knight c takes d5 is the best move, even though that move might look a little bit greedy. It's actually a defensive move because I want to guard the knight on f6 with my centralized knight, so as to be able to move the queen away from this pin at some point. And after c4, just forcing that knight away, black should trade rooks and then throw in this move h6. And so the idea here is he's willing to sacrifice a pawn. He is up 3 pawns here. He's willing to sacrifice a pawn in order to break this pin and be able to move his knight on d5 away from the attack. So for example, if white were to play bishop takes h6, now black has bought the time to go knight to b4, exchange off one of these powerful bishops, and play bishop to f5. So trying to just get developed and consolidate this position, being 2 pawns ahead. And after queen to c3, though, it's not going to be easy because white still has this very, very powerful dark square control, and his pieces are coordinated, and he's slightly ahead in development. Black's rook on a8 is quite inactive at the moment, so this wouldn't be easy by any means. So after h6, there's a couple of other options. If white were just to drop back with the bishop now to h4, then that would enable black to play the move knight to f4. So this knight does a good job of kind of looking over some important squares, guarding against the bishop takes g6 sacrifice, for example, which we'll see in the other line. And then also, at any moment, black can exchange the knight off for that bishop on d3. So this would, once again be unclear, but I think pretty satisfactory for black. So going back after the move h6, bishop takes g6 is the really dangerous move to have to contend with. So first of all, taking on g6 is just too dangerous. The queen comes in, and then black's whole king side gets opened up, and his king gets subjected to an extremely strong attack. So black has to find the calm move queen to f8. And it shouldn't be forgotten here that black is still up 2 pawns. C takes d5. Okay, take here. Knight takes. And with best play, this will be a draw by perpetual check. So black takes the bishop, and the queen comes in, and we block. And now actually white can sacrifice the rook to remove the defender, the knight, on f6, and that allows white to obtain the perpetual check. So, and there's no way to get out of this. So this will just be a draw by repetition. Okay, so let's go back to the game now. White decided that he was going to take the knight instead of decline the sacrifice with the lines we just looked at. So Kurganidze played king takes f2. And so now queen h4 check. It's very powerful. So this ties the king to the defense of the rook on e1, because of course, ideally the king would like to scoot back to g1 and then maybe get into the corner somehow and bring the knight back to f1 and defend and try to weather this storm, so to speak. But queen takes f4, queen h4 just threatens that material gain. So so black is forced to go king to f1. If he does go g3, he's actually going to get mated after the move bishop to d4 check. So in a matter of moves, the king will be checkmated here. So in the game, he played king to f1, only reasonable move, and now bishop to d4. So the bishop cuts into the white position, takes away potential escape square on g1, and now most obviously queen f2 mate is threatened. And that's actually not that easy to contend with. So white had to play knight to d1 to deal with that threat. And now a fantastic move from Tal, queen takes h3. So obviously the queen is immune to capture because bishop takes h3 is mate. And black is threatening to come down to h1 with mate. So the white king position has been totally destroyed, and it's only 2 pawns per piece. So the material investment is pretty reasonable from black's standpoint. So bishop to f3 was played. So just trying to defend the king position, most notably the g2 pawn, and then also to give white's king a route to get away at some point should black invade on the first rank, for example. So Tal played queen h2, and that's hinting at a number of things. One of the possibilities is he's hinting that maybe at some point he'll go bishop to h3 to increase the pressure. That could work at some point. And then also the idea of queen to g1 check is a possibility here later on. So knight e3 was played, just trying to unravel and get developed here for white. Now the strong move f5, just continuing to open up lines, continuing to try to get more pieces into the attack. So the real issue here for black is going to be how to get the bishop and rook in. Well, we'd like to get the knight into the attack. It's pretty far away at this point, but most notably, we'd like to get the bishop and rook into the game. So f5 accomplishes that, because now if white were to take on f5, then after bishop takes f5, knight takes e5, knight takes f5 would be a huge mistake, because queen to g1 is just mate. So opening the e file would have serious consequences for white. And if he tries to escape with the king immediately, then after bishop takes e3, the bishop is immune from capture because knight takes d5 check with an extremely strong attack, and follow up with some more attacking moves. We can look at that quickly. And the king can't go to d3 because of knight to b4 check. So you'd have to go back to e2. And then after either bishop to a6 check or the immediate knight to b4, white will find very shortly that the threats are just going to be overwhelming. So the white position is just dead lost there. So going back here, after f5, we were looking at the line king to e2, bishop takes e3, and we were looking at what happens if white plays king takes e3. But he could also try the move knight to f1, just trying to trade off black's very powerful bishop there on e3, and then move the king over to the queen side and somehow get safe. But now the very strong move queen to e5, just with the idea of playing f takes e4 and opening the e file, as well as taking on d5 after that, just really shows that the white position is nowhere near coordinated enough to get out of this. So for example, after knight takes e3, f takes e4, white is in big trouble still, and the black attack is raging on. So this wasn't going to help either. So after f5 in the game, knight d to c4 was played. And it looks like a reasonable move, just trying to get the bishop into the game as a defender, just trying to unravel. The knight on c4 also is hoping to stop potential attacks from the bishop here. Maybe it can be reinforced with b3. So he's doing his best to just really try to set up the defenses and weather the storm here, so to speak. So now f takes e4 was played. Bishop takes e4 is the only reasonable option. And now bishop to a6. So regardless of what I just said, this pin on a6 is still extremely powerful, and so there was no reason not to play it. And also with bishop to a6, Tal connects his rooks. Bishop to f3 was played, just with the intention of getting that bishop on e4, which might have been slightly loose because only the queen was protecting it and the rook was pressuring it back to a more secure square on f3, and then also uncovering the rook on the e file so that it could offer some protection at some point. But this is not going to be enough. And actually, there were several or two good continuations here, rather. The move g5 actually would be extremely strong, just with the idea of playing g4, with the idea that you can't take with the knight, because then queen to g1 is mate, and if you take with the bishop, that opens the f file and allows black some additional tactical possibilities. So, for example, if white continues with king e2, just trying to get away here, g4, and this is basically an overload position slash exposed king. Rook takes d3, takes d5, and now everything's falling with check. Everything's loose. To check, and finally take the bishop, and then the knight can be taken on the next move. So black would have a material superiority there actually. So going back in the game, Tal played a very natural move. And from a principle standpoint, it makes perfect sense. Rook to e5. So just with the intention of bringing his least active piece into the game via rook a to e8 and getting this very strong battery on the e file. So now white has a few options. In the game, he played rook to a3, just trying to give the knight some additional protection here on e3. But he could have also tried the similar idea to what we saw before, just trying to run away with the king. Now rook to a3, otherwise he'll lose material due to the overload, and the captures actually still work for black. Queen h4, so hitting the knight on c4 twice, and also pressurizing the rook on e1, king to d1. So there's actually no way to stop material loss here, regardless of what white does. So like, for example, had he played the move b3, then black can come in with tactic involving these captures, and now the king's overloaded. So this would be a pretty simple technical win from here. So just going back, instead of that move b3 that I mentioned, he could go king to d1, but now we take our piece back here, queen to d4 check, just centralizing the queen and keeping an eye on this d5 pawn too, so it doesn't go out of our control by steaming up the board to d6 after we take back on e5. Bishop to d2, takes. And so now with the centralized position of black's pieces and everything focused on d5, and with being up 2 pawns here already, it's the same situation as far as a technical win. White has one more trick, d6, hoping for queen takes d6 when the bishop would fall on c4 with check, but black can just calmly go knight to e6, which guards the queening square and keeps all of his trumps in the position. So white would not have much left in terms of options at this point. So going back to the game, after rook to e5, white played rook a3, and Tal brought his last piece into play here with rook a to e8. And now it's a similar story as far as what happens if white tries to escape with the king. Black has a strong forcing sequence of moves, starting out with these captures, and then queen h4, the same idea as before, targeting the knight on c4 and the rook on e1. And so we see a very similar tactic to before. This time we're just taking the rook on e3 instead of the bishop, and we get same position. So instead of king e2, he played bishop to d2. But now Tal made use of some of these pins and the idea of queen to g1 made in certain positions when the e-file becomes open. So knight takes d5. So now if knight takes d5, queen to g1 just becomes made. So instead of that, he played bishop takes d5 in the game. He could have tried king to f2, but that's not really going to solve any of his problems. After queen to h4 check, king g1, and now bishop takes c4. And the pins are just extremely deadly because queen takes c4 is answered with bishop takes e3, and then the queen drops off the board. So going back, in the game, bishop takes d5 was played. Bishop takes d5 check. But now rook takes d5, same concept with the queen g1 mate, so the rook is immune from capture. king to e2, trying to get away, but once again, it's a question of all these pins and not being able to defend against everything as a result of being so tied up. Top played bishop takes e3. Another good option was to go queen to h5 check and rook to g5 with mate to follow shortly. Instead, bishop takes e3 was played. Rook takes e3. If white tried to be clever using a pin of his own with king to d1, that fails to the move queen to h5 check when black's going to be able to capture on d2 with check in the event of king to c1. And if not, he has to block with the rook, and so that's just another pin for white to deal with, which is the last thing he wants. So after bishop takes e3, rook takes e3 was played in the game, hoping, I think, that there would be some mass exchanging sequence and somehow white could try to survive this. But the problem is that after bishop takes c4, the white position has collapsed, and so he resigned just down 3 pawns here. For example, if he had played the move king to d1, then after rook takes e3, queen to g1, rook e1, queen to f2 seals things. As mentioned, black is up 3 pawns, and the bishop on c4 is immune from capture due to queen takes d2 mate, and then black's threatening a distraction sacrifice like bishop to b3 to get the queen away from the defense of the bishop. So after bishop takes c4, white decided to call it a day. The other thing is that if you had recaptured bishop immediately with queen takes c4, that fails to the mating sequence here. So good game and extremely powerful sacrifices. So welcome to chapter 2 on attacking the uncastled king. Before beginning with the game, I just wanted to mention how this chapter ties in with chapter 1 on fundamentals. So you'll recall in chapter 1 that we had what I would call more traditional types of king hunts, whereby the king is chased into the center of the board, despite the center of the board being full of pieces. Whereas these games coming up will feature the king in, let's say, a more conventional position, on the side of the board. And nonetheless, we'll see some very aggressive and exciting attacking play in order to exploit the weakness of the king, despite it being in that traditionally safer zone, let's call it. So anyway, without further ado, this game was played between Julian Hodgson, who's one of my favorite attacking players, 4-time British champion. He's had many very interesting attacking games over the course of his career. And he was playing against the very strong Peruvian Grandmaster Julio Granda Zuniga, who is 4-time champion of the Americas. So the game started off as a Trompowsky opening, which Julian Hodgson was really the main person to popularize this opening, I would say, and really bring it into serious tournament practice as far as development of the theory is concerned. And he wrote one book that I know of on it, and he just played this in so many games that it really expanded on the small amount of theory that had been built up to that point. And one thing about the Trompowsky is it oftentimes leads to very aggressive and double-edged positions. So as we'll see in this game, we reached one of those positions quite quickly, and it was pretty ripe for attacking possibilities. So Granda played e6, and then e4 is played. So already white is asking black a question as far as how is he going to deal with the threat of e4 to e5. And the normal way to deal with this is the move that was played in the game, which is h6. So now white is compelled to take the knight on f6 because retreating would be a mistake after the move g5, and the pawn would be lost for no compensation. So After h6, white gives up the bishop pair with bishop takes f6, and then queen takes f6. And it's worth just stopping here for a second and kind of looking over the position to see what's going on, because yeah, whenever you give up a bishop pair, you need to have something for it. So in this case, the black structure, the pawn structure, has not been damaged, and so it's not apparently immediately obvious what white has really gotten in exchange for the bishop for knight trade. What it comes down to is time. So first of all, by not retreating, white saved time. And secondly, and we'll get to this concept later on in the DVD, but I think we've maybe seen a bit of it already. But when the queen is out like this, we have this fundamental attacking concept of developing your pieces for free, which basically just means that you're developing your pieces, but by attacking the queen and forcing the queen to move, you've developed at no cost, so to speak. So the queen out there on f6 can become a target, and white can use the fact that it's somewhat exposed to accelerate his development. So Hodgson played the move knight to c3. And in these positions, white often plays queen to d2 and castles on the queen side quickly, which is kind of connecting with what I was saying before, that he will try to get developed as quickly as possible and then make use of the fact that he's ahead in development and use that time to his advantage to launch an attack. So bishop to b4 was played here. Queen to d2. So queen to d2 is a nice multi-purpose move. The first point is what I just mentioned as far as preparing queenside castling, but second, if the bishop ever captures the knight, now we don't have to weaken our pawn structure by taking back with the pawn. We can just take with the queen. So d6 was played, a3, bishop to a5, and now f4. So just taking over some more space in the center and preparing an idea like e5 at some point to not only attack the queen but gain space and maybe start opening up some lines. So the issue here from a positional standpoint is that this dark square bishop for black is unopposed. So traditionally, when you have an unopposed bishop, you would like to form your plan around the color complex of that bishop. So in this case, he has the dark squared bishop. Therefore, black would like to play on the dark squares because since white lacks that bishop, the idea goes that he will have a much harder time competing for the dark squares and putting up enough of a fight, enough resistance. So with that prelude to black's next move, I think it's much easier to understand a move that looks very very risky, and I think it definitely is risky, but there is a positional sense to the move now that we know that it's really all about playing on the dark squares, and then also now it takes into account that this trio of pawns could be quite dangerous. So black would like to break up those pawns as quickly as possible, and then also if white were to take on g5, which would be a mistake, the black rook would come into the game, and after h takes g5. So there's a number of good reasons for playing the move. So if black had played in a more traditional way here, let's say with castles on the king side, white goes knight to c3, and then one idea would be to go c5. And so once again, it's the same concept that I mentioned a second ago as far as playing on the dark squares. And now white has a really interesting idea, and that's to play the move pawn to b4. So this is kind of borrowing a concept from the French winnower, actually. That's where I remember it from, the line where in the main line with knight to c3, after white plays e5, black goes c5, and then white plays a3, black plays the move bishop to a5, and he's met with this b4 idea as well there. So the idea is that if you take on b4, now after knight to b5, thanks to the pin, you cannot move your b pawn for the time being, and I'm threatening to take back on b4 with my pawn with gain of time, and then also I'm threatening to take the pawn on d6. So a pretty dangerous idea. Black could respond, fight fire with fire here, so to speak, by playing the move e5. And this move makes sense also because he's ahead in development. So from a principled standpoint, a fundamental standpoint, he would like to open up the center while the white king is still in it, and his king is safe on the side of the board. And we have a pretty double-edged fight here, I would say. Very complicated position, hard to tell what's going on. Instead, after b4, he could also consider taking the pawn on d4, and in this case, white does the same thing: knight to b5, bishop to b6, and now the knight takes on d6. And from here, it's extremely dangerous for black because the knight can be supported with this move pawn to e5, and then also this pawn on d4 can be surrounded and taken. So it's even material now, but white could quickly go a pawn up by taking this pawn on d4 shortly. So one game, which was also played by Hodgson with the white pieces, continued knight to c6, which I think is dubious in view of the move e5, queen to e7, and now bishop to d3. So just continuing development and preparing to castle. And now also it's nice that you blockade this pawn on d4 because you never wanted a situation where if your king is on g1, that pushing this pawn would open up the bishop and check your king and get rid of that potential weakness on d4 as well. So this is a really good positional move. Bishop to d7 and castles. And it just looks like a really bad version of the French winnower to me for black. Because white's knight on d6 is so strong, and white's ready to attack on the king side here very quickly. One plan would be to play something like queen e2 and then queen to e4, or you could also consider playing rook a to e1 and then f5 to break through in the center and on the king side. So those plans both look promising, and Hodgson won this game. So anyway, going back to the main game, after g5, white has quite a serious problem to deal with here, given what we just talked about with the dark squares. So he decided to play the move knight to h3, which I think is the best move. And the point of this is not so much to threaten to take the g5 pawn, although that would be nice. But what it really does is it enables white to get his knight into the game via f4 should black take on f4 himself. And now also, if black closes the position with g4, white's in a good position to respond with the move knight to f2. And just talking about this from a principled standpoint again, g4 would not be the move that you would consider from a principled standpoint because white has the knight pair, and so closing the position should favor him. That doesn't mean that the move, that such an idea would never be good, but it should just be kept in mind that generally such an idea goes against the basic principles of positional chess. So after knight to f2, the g4 pawn is hanging, and black could play something like e5 or queen to g7. And I think we just have a very complicated and interesting position here. One idea for white would be to play e5 himself at some point and then put the knight on e4 if possible and threaten to come into f6, for example. So going back to the game, after knight h3, black decided to take the pawn on f4, and white took back with the knight. So already we're seeing things shape up as far as white is accelerating his development and has opened up the F file. So he has a quick means of attacking black. All he needs to do is move the bishop and then castle, and already the rook will be bearing down on the queen in such a position. So that's a simple and effective way of generating an initiative. So what black really needs to do is try to hunker down and deal with any of the threats, and then hopefully the idea is that he can get his king safe and consolidate, and then the power of the two bishops should be felt. And another thing to keep in mind now is that since black went on this adventure with g5 and g takes f4, his king position on the queen side is greatly weakened, so it becomes much less attractive to castle on the king side, which means that it's going to take that much longer for the black king to get safe should he need to castle on the queen side instead. Whereas for white, I think both sides of the board are available for the white king. So Granda played c6, which at first doesn't look like it's not easy to see what the point of this move is, but actually it's a very logical and strong move. So the point is, going back to this dark square play, he would like to play the move e5, but he doesn't want knight d5 to happen. So he needs to play c6 to prevent that in preparation for e5. So Hodgson played bishop to c4, which I think is a nice prophylactic move in a sense, because he's anticipating the idea of e5 being played, but now that bishop's on an open diagonal where it targets the weak f7 pawn, and so he could consider just castling. And in this position, for example, if black does take the knight, it's quite unclear, but it looks like white develops a pretty sizable initiative here in the center, and he's way ahead in development, so this looks pretty promising for white. Alternatively, if black had declined the piece sacrifice with e takes d4, instead hoping that the pin on the knight would win material, white has the very strong idea of e5. And the point of that is, if you take the knight, white can just calmly take back, d takes e5, and then knight h5, and every white piece except for the rook on a1 is in the attack, and there's no way that black's going to be able to catch up and get the king safe in time. So this is just a wipeout, just game over. Instead, if you play d takes e5 instead, now queen e2, very strong move, just preparing to move knight to e4. Therefore, you have to take this knight, and now very strong move again, bishop takes f7 check, and once again black's just getting wiped out here, because if you play queen takes f7, then after queen takes e5, the rook in the corner is hanging, and the king is totally exposed. So this should be over shortly. And it's important to mention here, just going back, that it might not even be necessary for white to invest the material here with castles on the king side. He might just be able to take the pawn on e5 with a couple of lines. So if black takes back with the pawn, then knight h4, knight h5, queen h4 check, knight g3, and white's ready to just castle on the king side here and target f7. He's still way ahead in development. And alternatively, if black had played queen takes e5 instead, now white could think about castling on the queen side, since there's this weak pawn on d6 now for black to contend with. So both of these continuations look quite promising for white. Anyway, we didn't get to see either, because in the game after bishop to c4, Granda changed tact and played d5, just trying to block out the bishop on the light squares there. Hodgson played e5, not losing any time. So going back to that concept that I mentioned at the beginning of the game, using the queen as a target with which to gain time. And more than just that, from a positional standpoint now, the square on f6 has been clamped down on by that pawn. So eventually a maneuver like knight to f6 is also possible. Queen to g5 to prevent such a maneuver. Okay, the bishop's attacked, goes back to e2. And I think e2 is the best square because it can target the pawn on f7 here at some point. c5. And now it looks a lot like a French. And we use that same idea that I mentioned before from the winner. Hodgson played b4. And we have a couple of options here for black. So in the game he took on d4, but had he taken on b4, it's the same idea as we looked at, knight to b5 and knight to c6. Takes here first, takes, and then c3. And given the threat of knight to c7 check as well as knight to d6, this position is actually lost for black. There's just too many threats. So after b4, he decided to take on d4 instead. And then knight to b5, so the same idea. Bishop to b6, knight to d6 check, king e7. And now, really interesting idea from Hodgson. Knight takes f7. So before black can try to consolidate and defend, he throws this sacrifice into the mix, opening up the black king position and drawing the king onto the f file where white is going to place a rook after castling. So from a practical standpoint, this is extremely difficult to deal with, and white was able to build up a very strong initiative quite quickly here. So the first thing is that the piece has to be taken. Given that the knight is forking the queen and the rook, it's going to be black who loses material if he doesn't take, so must take. And now he started out with the move bishop to h5 check. And the point there is just that had he started out with castles, then he always has to worry about the possibility of d3 being check and then losing this bishop. So started out with the check first. And this is also helpful because in certain cases you'll be able to land knight to g6 with check. For example, if the king went to e7, and that would lose material for black. So instead, black played king to g8 in the game. We already talked about king to e7, knight to g6, and then there's the possibility of king to g7 instead. White should castle here. And one main idea here for white is to play the rook lift, fundamental attacking concept. And playing this check in this position doesn't really change anything. Trying to play aggressively, but white is way ahead in material. Here comes the rook lift, and no matter what black does as far as captures go, white will emerge on top and has a winning position, partially thanks to the exposed nature of the black king. Had he tried rook to f8, just bringing a defender in instead of d3 check, white tries the same thing with the rook lift. Once again, d3 check doesn't accomplish too much if white's on the ball. And despite being down all this material here, white is still doing very well because black's king is very exposed, and it's going to take black a while to get these pieces into the game. White only needs to bring his final rook into the game, and then he's got a queen and two rooks against the king and queen, so that should be an easy wipeout there. So rook f7 check is threatened. Okay, trying to stop rook f7 check, but now after this, black is going to lose material no matter what, and the white attack is still extremely strong. So this looks very promising for white. And so the final line would just be that after rook f3, instead of d3 check, black could take the knight here, hoping that white will take rook takes rook when he could grab the bishop. But instead of that, we'll just continue with our plan of the rook lift, and white's winning here thanks to the attack and the material. Okay, so going back, in the game after bishop to h5 check, black played the move king to g8, which looks a little bit unnatural because it's difficult to see how you're going to be able to use this rook in the corner as part of the defense. We'll see what his idea was in a second. But so just from looking at it from that standpoint, it's hard to believe that it will work. But as we saw with the other lines, there wasn't too much more that black could do. I mean, king to g7 was probably his best try. Anyway, white castles nonetheless. And then we have a couple of options here. So had he tried knight to c6, we do the same thing with the rook lift. Just check. Rook to g3, knight f5. So this becomes actually extremely complicated because at first it looks like this is just nothing. But if you were to take here, actually amazingly, black has a lot of threats here and some mating ideas too. Like if the bishop on h5 moves, then knight to g3 is mate, and white's position is more precarious than it looks. He's got to move this knight, so he goes here, and then rook takes h5, and actually black's position is quite solid here, and he has a decent defense set up. So going back after knight f5, white would have to find the very strong move rook to g4, just keeping everything under control and not rushing. I mean, after all, the queen is still pinned to the king, and white's just setting up now to play queen takes d3. So bishop to e3, black needs to continue attacking. There's no other option here, and take some material. And now once again, white's in no rush to take the queen, just brings his final piece into the game. King f8, and then once again, no rush to take the queen because of what I mentioned earlier. And so here, if the queen retreats, then white will take, and even though we're a piece down, we're threatening to go g4, and so actually this will be over very quickly thanks to the direct attack. So this is one of those interesting situations where being greedy actually will backfire, even though it looked like the whole point was to win material with that rook lift. So anyway, after queen h3, bishop takes e5, finally we need to take the queen, g4, bishop to f6, so trying to block off the f file because there's no way to save the knight anyway here. And then in order for white to break through, since he has pretty difficult time of doing things because of his lack of coordination and black's defensive resources, he needs to sacrifice here to break through. And sacrifice yet again. Check. King g8 here. So threatening queen to g6 check, as well as queen takes d5 check. So nothing better than to take this bishop. And finally the smoke clears, and we have a very unclear endgame here, but it looks like white's doing a little bit better, given that he has the two pawns on the queen for the rook bishops and two pawns. So I think white's a little bit better here because the fact that the black king is exposed is a little bit more important than the fact that the white king is exposed, but it's by no means easy to convert this. So going back, after castles, if black had played the move d3, we're actually just going to be back in the line we just looked at with a reversal of moves after king to h1 and then knight to c6. We'll just transpose back there eventually. So in the game, he showed what his idea was with king to g8, which was rook h7. So trying to defend laterally, trying to use the rook to defend these squares. And white just continued with the rook lift. No reason not to. Rook g7, so trying to break that pin on the g file or stop it before it becomes a problem. Rook a to f1. So going back to our fundamentals, just getting the final piece into the attack and giving yourself the option from here of what to do. So there was no rush to play like rook to g3 or something like that. We can play rook to g3 on the next move, and that's indeed what Hodgson did. So knight to d7 and then rook to g3. So there's a few lines here. If black had taken the pawn on e5, then we have the very strong enticement move, bishop to f7 check, king takes, and then knight to g6, so the queen is lost. And after rook to g3, the game continuation was d3 check, king h1, and once again, queen takes e5 is met with this enticement idea. And white still has a very, very strong attack here. Alternatively, he could have moved the king to h8, but that gets hit with knight takes e6 when we have ideas like queen takes h6 coming in. And lastly, king h7 check, but now queen to d3 check. 4. And queen to g7 mate is threatened, so queen h7 to stop that, and now queen h4. So just creeping closer towards the black king and setting up some additional ideas of invading, like on e7, for example, and then coming into e8. It's one idea. So mate's going to follow shortly here. So in the game, after king to h1, black did not take the pawn on e5 with the queen. He played the move queen to f5, which at first doesn't look like it makes that much sense, because it looks like you're just putting yourself in a pin with this rook. But I think there's much more to it than that. So the first thing is that he wanted to defend his pawn on e6, and then secondly, this rook on f1 is undefended. So if you move the knight, the queen just takes the rook and it's mate. So those are the two main ideas, and then also just keeping an eye on this d3 pawn might be useful, because at some point maybe you can throw in a disruptive move like d3 takes c2. So I think those were the three main ideas, but white was on the ball as far as continuing the attack here, and he played a very strong move, bishop to g6. So not giving black any time to get coordinated, just continuing to attack. One idea is that if black decides to take the e5 pawn now, then after knight h5, white has an overwhelming attack here with all kinds of threats. Those are some of them. And in the game, black retreated to f8. And now white just calmly played queen takes d3 check. And the threat here is to go bishop to h7 check, and then when the king moves, knight to g6, and the queen's lost. So Granda played knight takes e5 with the idea of being able to cover the g6 square to prevent what I just mentioned, but actually white did it anyway because it's still going to win material. Knight g6 check. And there was one very clever trap here that Granda set, which is that if white got greedy here with rook takes f8, now after knight takes f8, rook takes in here, the black position is actually quite good because the white bishop here is trapped. So that would be a really disheartening way to lose the game after all those great moves that white played. But Hodgson did not fall for that one. After the capture here, he just calmly recaptured with the bishop, keeping all the threats. And now that the queen's on d3, no longer had that problem with the rook on f1 that we saw before. So everything was well coordinated, and all the white pieces are playing and very active. So black has a couple options yet again. He could have tried queen to e7, but that gets met with queen to d2 when it's actually very difficult to stop the threat of queen takes h6. Instead, in the game, after bishop takes g6, he decided to move the queen to g8, but now Hodgson played a really nice move, rook to f6, so just hinting at the fact that the h6 pawn is loose, and he's trying to play bishop to f7, and then if the rook takes, he comes in and takes on h7, and black will just lose all his pieces and get mated there very quickly. So Granda attacked the rook. Queen to e3, so targeting the h6 pawn in a different way. And now there's a couple options here. If he had played rook h7, take, well, just going to lose the queen for nothing. In the game, he decided to take the rook here. But now black is extremely tied up, and white will get this rook back straight away. Of course, you can't take with the queen because that leads to mate. Of course, you could also play queen f8 check. So the other option would be, another option would be to go queen to d8, but this is going to lead to mate in a couple moves. King f8 and queen f7 mate. And then if you sacrifice the queen for the rook, that's actually not going to help you because you're going to get mated anyway to the same pattern that I just mentioned, the same sequence I just mentioned. So seeing all of those things in this position, he decided to play bishop to g7. And it's noteworthy here that black's rook on a8 and bishop on c8 are still on the starting squares. And this is really the power of playing in this attacking style and using it effectively, in that if you do it correctly, you'll gain so much time that your opponent will not have the time to breathe, so to speak, and get fully developed. So it ends up being a case of, yeah, you might be down some material, but effectively it doesn't matter because his extra material is not playing in the game anyway. So that's an important concept to bear in mind whenever you're sacrificing or attacking. So after bishop to g7, Hodgson just calmly retreated the queen to h5, seeing that taking on h7 is not going to solve black's problems because now after this sequence, it's going to lose the queen and get mated. So therefore, after queen h5, black played the move queen f8. So just white just needs to be a little bit accurate here. Spot the cheapo queen to f1 mate. All right. So once we've spotted that, we just need to figure out how can we prevent that and keep attacking. And the way we do that is to just play this discovered check, bishop to d3 check. So the first point is that if black blocks with the bishop, then rook to g6 just ends things, since black's going to lose more material and continue to get attacked and get mated very shortly here. And if he moved the king instead to g8, then we have this nice little switchback. Okay, you have to block with the bishop, otherwise queen h7 is mate. And then bishop to f7 is a really nice way to finish with several threats. One of the strongest threats is just to play rook to g8 check. So this was a really beautiful game, really great attacking game, and a lot of very interesting concepts exhibited there. Okay, so our next game was played between I.M. Martins from the Netherlands and Hauschard from France, who's a grandmaster. Apologies if I got those names wrong. So this game started out with the Scandinavian defense, e4, d5, d5, knight f6, c4, and now e6, which is offering the so-called Icelandic gambit. This has proven to be an extremely dangerous gambit to accept, even at the grandmaster level. There have been a lot of miniatures as a result of accepting this gambit, and this gambit was accepted in this game, and white came under a tremendous attack as a result of this. So d takes e6, bishop takes e6. So just stopping here for a second and trying to figure out what black has for this pawn. Well, first of all, he's ahead in development. He's opened up the E and D files, so if he can occupy those with his rooks faster than white can, he stands to get a lot of pressure down those files. And then lastly, this pawn on c4 kind of stands out in a bad way, right? I mean, white would like to have that pawn back on c2 because he has these weak squares now that have been created as a result of the pawn moving to c4. So that really compels him a lot of the time to play the move d4 himself, which of course is spending more time on a pawn move instead of developing a piece. If he doesn't go d4, then black has maneuvers like knight c6 to d4 to dominate that outpost. So in this game, white played the move d4, and now we see this fast development concept being utilized. Bishop to b4 check, bishop to d2, and now queen e7. So already a very tricky position for white to play because black is threatening to just win his pawn back with bishop takes c4 check. So white took the bishop in this game. Queen came down, and now he has a choice. In the main game, he played the move knight to d2, but we should have a quick look at another game to see what could happen if he decides to block with the queen. And after all, this seems pretty natural. Given that white is up a pawn, it seems natural that he would like to exchange off queens, consolidate, and win an uneventful endgame. But of course, black's not going to be that accommodating, so he retreats and renews the threat that I mentioned previously with bishop takes c4. Okay, white blocks with his queen, knight to c6, and now already here white's in a lot of danger because black is 3 pieces ahead in development. He's ready to castle on the queen side, and if you thought that knight to c6 was a mistake because of d5, just take a look at this variation because we have knight to b4, so we're already threatening the family fork here on c2. So after knight a3 to defend against that, the other knight goes out to the bishop 5 square, as it used to be known, to attack the queen. And of course, black is hoping that the queen moves off of the e file so that he can land a nice discovered attack, a discovered check with his bishop, but of course white needs to stay on there. Had he gone queen to e2, then black can just simply castle on the queen side, and the bishop is immune from capture because knight to d3 check just wins material. So instead of that, had he gone queen to e4 instead, now queen to f6 is a very strong move with dual threats of taking on f2 and taking on b2. So this is a total disaster for white already after 12 moves. So just going back, after knight to c6, white can play the move knight to f3 instead, more restrained and just trying to develop and get castled. But once again, black's initiative is present and strong. So he goes knight to g4, similar idea to before, just to attack the queen and gain time. And now white has a choice. He probably should play queen to g5, which is the best move in a bad position. And the idea there is he's just trying to exchange off queens as quickly as possible and grovel in some type of endgame. And I think black does well not to exchange off queens here, even though that's a possibility. I mean, he could certainly think about doing this and playing knight takes d4. But I think even better might be just to play the move f6. And the point is that white's really reduced to playing queen to c5 to continue with his idea. Otherwise, he's just given black a free move to land something nasty with this bishop, most likely bishop takes c4. So queen c5 is the only consistent move. Black takes. So black's still down a pawn, but now the extra pawn is a double pawn. And now this same idea as before, knight to b4, which is really uncomfortable for white to deal with. Because now after castling on the queen side, the white king is going to find it very difficult to get safe. And black is only one move away from having completed development by playing the most natural move in the world, rook h to e8. So this is a pretty dreadful position for white. Anyway, going back to the game here, after knight to g4, white in this game played queen to e2, and so black played the usual idea, just a castle, and threatened to take the pawn on d4 here. h3, and now really nice concept, very consistent with the ideas that we've seen so far in the DVD, rook h to e8. So instead of wasting time, spending time retreating the knight, Black simply focuses on develop and maximizing his initiative. So this is absolutely textbook attacking play. White goes h takes g4, and now the whole idea is revealed with queen to b4 check. So he wanted to put the rook on e8 so as to be able to move the queen, gain time with the check, and then have some really strong discovered attacking threats with moving this bishop in front of the rook. So queen to d2 was played. Bishop takes g4 check. Already things are pretty dismal for white. He's running out of options very quickly. He played bishop to e2, and now he was hit with a really beautiful forcing combination here. And not just in attacking, but in any position, of course, you want to look at the forcing moves first, the checks and the captures, and moves that are both checks and captures, such as the following. And then kind of work through the sequences of captures to see whether you have a forcing sequence to just end things, which is exactly what happened here. This becomes especially important when you have a position like this, because sometimes you don't even have to wait or build up or do anything additional. You just have to use what you've already developed and just cash in on the attack, so to speak. So that's exactly what happened here. He played rook takes e2, which forces king takes e2. Knight takes d4 check. King f1. So desperately trying to find some safety on the king side here with king to g1, but now after knight takes f3 check, it's clear that the queen's going to be lost, and most likely white will get mated very shortly too. And now a really beautiful concept. Instead of taking the queen, which is of course perfectly possible, he found something even better. If he does take the queen, then after knight takes d2, it's still a winning position for black, of course, but it's a little bit more difficult than it needed to be. So he played bishop takes f3, beautiful move. So, and this really hits upon the defects in the white position as far as the lack of coordination, the lack of development, and the exposed king, because black has a number of threats now. He's starting to come in with the queen to g4, the rook to d1, and of course the rook is hanging on h1 and the queen is hanging on d2. So there's no way he's going to be able to stop all of those. Rook to h3 was tried, queen to g4 check, forcing rook to g3, and now another very nice idea, queen to h5. No rush, just threatening to come down and mate, and still threatening this queen, so you can't stop both. He thought that maybe he could get out of it with rook takes f3, and now one final really nice move, really calm move, queen takes f3, just showcasing black's total dominance in this position. The idea being that when the queen moves anywhere, it doesn't matter where, rook to d1 check, king to h2, and then rook to h1 is going to be checkmate. So really nice game there. So going back to our main game, you recall that after queen takes b4 check, we just looked at what happens if white blocks with the queen. In this game, he decided to block with the knight. And I think here black is best off just ignoring the possibility to capture the b2 pawn. And this is oftentimes what you see with gambits, right? Where you sacrifice a pawn, and sometimes your opponent will offer the pawn back, but if you do take the pawn back, you run the risk of losing the compensation that you had in the form of time, right? So in this case, the queen could get chased and attacked, and so it's not really worth taking that pawn, and it's inconsistent with our idea anyway. We sacrifice the pawn to develop as quickly as possible and get an initiative, so we don't really want to take the time to go hunting and grabbing pawns. So therefore knight to c6 was played, and that's the best move, I think. d5, and now castle's on the queen side. So what's going on here? Well, it looks like white can take one of these pieces, but if he does do that, he's going to come under a tremendous attack thanks to the rook on h8 coming to e8, and then we'll have all these discoveries like before, and not to mention that as soon as this pawn moves, this rook is going to be bearing down on the knight on d2. So you can check that out for yourself, but I guarantee that White's life is very, very hard there, and there's objectively probably no way he can escape if Black plays the best moves. So in this game and in other games, the move knight g to f3 was tried. Just trying to get developed as before, and hoping that he can catch up in development and get castled, and then Black will have some problems because he won't have the attacking chances that are present in this position. So Black needs to strike while the iron is hot, and the move to do that is knight takes d5. So busting open the central files and not losing any time makes a lot of sense. And let's see what would happen if White took this piece. In the game, he did not take this piece. But had he played here, bishop takes d5, and now bishop to e2. So White's one move away from getting castled. So it's looking like he might escape from this, but unfortunately for him, after bishop takes f3, he's still in big trouble. Because if he plays bishop takes f3 himself, then rook h to e8 will win material, thanks to the fact that the king can't move because we'll take the knight, and if the bishop blocks, then we have the knight coming in. So that's just totally over. And after bishop takes f3, had he played g takes f3, now after rook h to e8, it's really more of the same story, and the white king's not going to be able to find safety, and there's just too much pressure here, so he's going to lose material no matter what. So the other option here, instead of the game move, which was queen to c2, would be a3. So just trying to gain some time on the black queen, maybe move it to an inferior spot, and then also cover that b4 square, which was a problem in some other lines that we saw. So black goes queen to e7, take, bishop to e2. So same idea as before. And now we execute the same idea. Bishop takes f3, and there's only one reasonable way to recapture. G takes f3, rook h e8. Extremely natural. And now white can play king to f1. So this is a little bit more complicated than before. But this gives black a choice between winning the material back and playing an endgame with a material advantage and more active pieces, or he can continue to play for the initiative and the attack. So the way to win the material back straight away would be to go queen to g5. And now there's no way to save this knight on d2 thanks to the double attack. So white just has to grovel with rook to g1, and then black swoops in and takes the knight. The way to play for the initiative would be to go queen to h4. And one sample line goes rook to g1, takes here, and then knight to d4, bishop c4, and then knight to f5. And this is a little bit more unclear than the other line, but once again, it's difficult to see how white's going to unravel from this. One threat here is to go queen to h3 check, rook to g2, and then knight to h4. So this looks very uncomfortable for white yet again. Anyway, moving back to the game. In the game, white played the move queen to c2. So this even introduces the possibility of castling on the queen side. And we shouldn't forget that it's even material now. So black basically has an attack for free here. And so there's a couple of ways that black can try to take advantage of this. In the game, he played the move queen to c5, which is very logical, putting the queen in a position to pin this pawn so that the knight cannot be taken on d5 and threatening to play like knight to b4, for example. But I think queen to e7 would actually be even stronger. And the point is that, first of all, the knight is immune from capture because bishop to f5 check will win the queen. And so if white had continued with his main idea of castling on the queen side, now after knight d to b4, queen to b3, bishop to f5, black just has an extremely strong attack here, once again for free since he's even in material. Okay, well, in the game, he played the move queen to c5. White played a3, just trying to prevent knight to b4, and then the knight went over to f4, queen to e4. And now black had a couple of options. In the game he played g5, which was a very strong move. He could have also tried rook h to e8, so that if this capture happened, then he'll get a very, very strong attack here. Check. Knight b4, and the white position is totally collapsing, and he'll get mated or lose a lot of material shortly. Anyway, in the game, he played the move g5, and this is a nice dual-purpose move. Not only does it guard the knight on f4, but it hints at the idea of playing g4 and displacing that white knight at a later date. After this, white dropped back, just trying to exchange off queens. That's a theme we've seen a lot in the DVD so far, that when people get attacked, they they have this tendency to want to exchange queens, which makes sense, but it's not always going to work. And here, black had a couple of ways to continue the attack. In the game, he played queen f5. I think it would also be interesting to consider queen a5, given that this pin is very, very annoying and strong, and white was going to castle on the queen side anyway. And now, after bishop to f5, we introduce some ideas like knight to b4, where a takes b4 doesn't work because of queen a1 check, and in conjunction with the bishop on f5, knight to b1 just gets taken with mate. So this is a pretty nice tactical idea, and I think it coordinates black's pieces well. On top of that, after bishop to f5, we've opened up the e-file so that rook h to e8 is a very strong threat too. So knight to b3 is possible. Takes here, now drawing the king into the center with gain of time, bringing our last piece into the attack with gain of time, and queen a4. And actually white's totally tied up here, and black has some pretty strong threats relating to putting a piece on d3, for example, is possible, and white just can barely move anything. So another idea would be to go knight to a5 when the knight is taboo because of queen to d1 mate. So there's all kinds of attacking ideas, and white's not going to be able to survive all of them. Anyway, in the game, he played queen f5, which is very logical. Makes a lot of sense to want to put another piece towards protection of the d3 square, so just preparing like knight to d3 check. Okay, castle on the queen side, bring the last piece into the attack with rook h to e8, queen e4. Of course, we're not going to trade off. Queen f6, h4, g4, which is arguably what we wanted to do anyway. So white's desperately trying to get counterplay, but the initiative is just clearly in black's favor. And he could have tried a couple of options here. In the game, he played rook to d4, which is a very natural move. He could have also tried bishop to d7, and then knight to d4. That looks extremely strong also. Anyway, he played rook to d4, queen to e3, h6. And things got a little messy, but I think he was in control the whole time. And it's pretty much an illusion that white is fighting for the initiative or even in the game to some extent. Although he has done a good job of fighting and trying to stay in the game, but this whole sequence still favors black. It's true that the outside pass pawn could be very dangerous, but at the same time, black's minor pieces that he's gotten for the rook and pawn are very strong as well. So bishop to d3, queen d4. And it's important to just see that there's no good discovered attacks with this bishop with the rook behind it, because a lot of the time I can just play queen takes c4 check in response. So white decided to go in for the endgame here, thinking he might have a chance with this outside pass pawn, but actually it's quite easy to blockade it. Knight a5. Rook here, king d7. So he needed to guard the knight here before taking the pawn on c4. h5, attacking the knight at a5, and now a strong move f5. So this just seals off the fifth rank. It blocks the bishop on d3, and it protects our pawn on g4. So a very strong move. h7, And now is the time to go bishop takes c4. It's safe now. Bishop takes f5. So breaking the seal, but at the cost of losing the h7 pawn. And our knight's hanging, so he gets out of the attack with check. And now white blunders, but it was a pretty bad position anyway. He had to try king to d1 when after rook takes h7, black is clearly better, winning here. But anyway, in the game, he played king to b1, and this was answered with bishop to d3. So white loses more material and threw in the towel here. So the following game was played between two players who need no introduction, Boris Spassky playing white and Tigran Petrosian playing black, and this was played in the World Championship in 1966. So this game is a good example of the dynamics involved in opposite sides castling, and Petrosian actually missed a potential opportunity to capitalize on the strengths of his position. And even though this game ended in a draw, I think there's a lot of important concepts to glean from it. So without further ado, let's go through it. It was a French defense. Bishop to e7, so black gets the two bishops, but on the other hand, the knight is very strong on the e4 square and can exchange itself for the bishop on f6 whenever white feels that it's appropriate. Knight f3. You're not going to spend too much time on the opening here. Black castle, bishop to d3, and then e5. So very logical move. Black has two bishops. He'd like to open up the position. The bishop on c8 was hard to get into the game due to the e6 pawn cutting off a lot of its scope. So black seeks to open the game as quickly as possible with the move e5 and fight for the center. White played the move queen to c2. And queen to c2 is maybe a prelude to castling on the queen side. And on top of that, white has some ideas of using this battery here of the queen and bishop to pressurize the h7 square. Petrosian took on d4, and now white gave himself an isolated pawn with c takes d4. And now we've reached a critical moment for black because he has to decide how he's going to arrange his kingside pawn structure. So there's two choices, essentially. You can play the move g6, as played in the game, or you can play the move h6. Now, the key here is that against g6, white is going to presumably be able to generate some pressure with the idea of h4, h5. And so this pawn on g6 is referred to as a hook for the white attack. I believe Grandmaster Larry Kaufman was the individual who coined this idea. So let's look at what would happen if black decided to play the move h6 instead. And it's unclear whether h6 is a better alternative. I mean, from a principle standpoint, it's really hard to say, because if you play g6, then you are giving the queen and the bishop a target there to play on the light squares. But on the other hand, it's not clear that the move h6 really solves all of black's problems for a couple of reasons. The first is that white is not obligated to castle on the queen side. And secondly, the h6 pawn itself could be a hook for an attack based on a pawn storm involving h4, g4, and then the move g5. So let's see how this might work out. Well, if white castled on the queen side just with a kind of single-minded approach, then black could play the move knight to b6. And the point here is that black is not only preparing to play the strong centralizing move knight to d5, but he's also uncovering his bishop here so that the move g4 will just be answered by bishop takes g4 when white doesn't really get any compensation for the pawn deficit.
So after h6, it's prudent for white to just change tact here and castle on the king side. And the point here is that the bishop on f6 is biting on granite. This pawn on d4 is well defended thanks to the knight on f3. And as stated before, white can exchange off the bishop on f6 at his leisure with knight e4 takes f6. So I think this is a somewhat passive position for black. However, his trumps are that he does not have any weaknesses in the position, and he has a bishop pair. So the move c6 looks logical, just to solidify the d5 square, so that eventually at some point the knight will find itself on the d5 square via one of these routes. So white can play the move rook f to e1, and here I think it makes sense for black to just retreat the bishop, retain his bishop pair advantage. He also secures the d6 square, so that knight to d6 is no longer possible, and then he'll just unravel fairly quickly with knight to b6 or even knight to f6. These are both possibilities. So in the game, Petrosian played the move pawn to g6. And one of the ideas here is that he's hoping to move the bishop back to g7 and essentially end up in a fianchetto type of structure where the bishop on g7 will provide a lot of defensive resources for his king, and then on top of that, this battery on c2 and d3 is staring at this pawn on g6. So it's a totally viable idea. In the game, Spassky continued with the move h4, but we should see what happens if white takes a single-minded approach to just take this bishop. So anticipating the idea that I just mentioned, where black retreats this bishop to g7 and tries to maintain the defense. So here, black would recapture with the knight, bringing another piece into play and also uncovering his bishop on c8. White could castle on the queen side. But then after the move bishop to g4, it's actually quite difficult to see how white is going to continue the attack, because black is already threatening to take the knight here with some additional pawn weaknesses in the white position as a result of that. And then on top of that, it's difficult to see how white has compensation here for the isolated queen spawn here in the long run. So anyway, in the game after the move g6, white played the move h4, which looks like the most consistent move, just keeping all the options open. Black retreated to g7 with the bishop, as I mentioned. And also it's important to keep in mind that this is an unopposed bishop. So from a principled standpoint, as I mentioned in a previous game, it's going to be quite hard for white to attack on the dark squares, given that he exchanged his dark square bishop off earlier in the game. Spassky continued with the move h5, and then Petrosian continued with knight to f6. So just offering exchanges to try to lessen the pressure and also trying to bring this bishop on c8 into the game. White decided to open up the h file with h takes g6, which is totally logical, and Petrosian responded with a move h takes g6. Now, in some positions, this would not be advisable because you're basically giving white an open road here as to attack your king. But the alternative was significantly weaker. So after h takes g6, if black had played the move f takes g6, for one thing, he weakens this g8 to a2 diagonal. And then secondly, he also weakens the e6 square. So white could play the move knight to e5, just hinting that he's preparing to play the move bishop to c4, and then something like knight to f7 check after the king moves. Black goes knight to d5 to block that idea, so that bishop to c4 would be met with the move c6. And then white castles on the queen side, finally trying to get some safety for his king. Black bolsters the knight in the center with c6, g3, just to take away the f4 square from one of black's pieces, let's say the knight, and also maybe preparing to bolster his knight on e5 with the move f4. And in this position after g3, bishop to f5 is advisable, just getting the bishop out into the game. And now after f3, I think white has a better position. One idea is to just play the move g4 and eliminate the pair of black bishops should black trade on e4. So going back to the game, after h takes g6, Petrosian responded with h takes g6, which is the best move, because there's really no threats on the H file. It's going to take a while for white to create any threat whatsoever on the H file. White castled on the queen side, and then Petrosian exchanged off a potential attacker with knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, and then the active move bishop to g4. So just pinning the knight on f3 that might have been a liability should have moved to a square like e5 or g5 eventually. Should white get greedy here with bishop takes b7, black is well placed to respond to this. Rook to b8, the bishop retreats, and now given that we have the open b file and the potential target on b2, the move c5 is extremely strong. And this makes sense from a positional standpoint, given that black has two bishops. He would like to open up the position, and additionally, he would like to play on the dark square since he has this unopposed bishop on g7. So the same idea that we saw in previous games as far as activating the unopposed bishop. In the game, after bishop to g4, white played the move queen to b3. And now Petrosian played the very strong move, queen to d6. So he's just ignoring any potential capture on b7 because it's really inconsequential. His main threat is to play the move queen to f4 check, where the king and the bishop on e4 would be forked. And of course, knight to d2 is not going to save the loss of material because of the pin, and black could take this rook on d1. So after the move queen to d6, Spassky played the move rook to h4. And now this is where Petrosian missed his chance. So in the game, he went in with the move queen to f4, which was answered by queen to e3, and a somewhat equal endgame was reached after this. What he should have played is the retreat bishop to e6. And from a psychological standpoint, this is very difficult to play because when you're in an opposite side castling position, we're taught that time is of the essence more than anything else normally. So retreating the bishop is not a natural idea to play. But on the other hand, we are gaining time by attacking the queen on b3. And then, secondly, this idea of doubling the rooks on the H file actually doesn't result in that much because, as I said prior, the bishop on g7 provides an excellent defensive resource for black since it covers not only the h8 square but also the h6 square. So the idea of bishop to e6 is actually to compel white to play the move e5, which superficially, looks like it's very strong because white doesn't lose time. But the problem with d5 is that it activates the unopposed bishop on this long square diagonal. Had white not played d5, had he moved the queen away from the attack, then bishop to f4 would be bishop to f6, would be very strong. And the point here is just that the rook is protecting the square on f4, so the rook will no longer be able to do that thanks to the attack. So black's next move will be queen f4, which will win material thanks to the fork of the king and the bishop. And should white retreat with knight to d2, then the f2 pawn is hanging to the queen. Okay, so going back here, after bishop to e6, the most natural move looks to be d5 for the reasons I mentioned. But now after the calm retreat, bishop to d7, black has activated his unopposed bishop on g7 at essentially no cost, and so he can continue to play on the dark squares and try to get an initiative. So the most natural move for white would be to just double up on the h file for the reasons I mentioned before. But now after a5, intending a4, and after the queen moves a3, black looks like he's much faster than white as far as obtaining an initiative on the enemy king position. So this looks extremely promising for black. In the game, after rook to h4, Petrosian played the move queen to f4. And the issue with this is that after queen to f3, queen to e3, he had nothing better than to exchange queens off. And then he exchanged the bishop for the knight. The bishop is attacked, as well as the pawn on b7. So he tried to save time taking here. And what we got here was just a fairly simplified position with opposite colored bishops, which objectively should not have very many promising prospects for either side. So, white played king to d2 to safeguard the e3 pawn, rook f to e8, b4, just clamping down and putting the pawns on the dark squares to try to limit the dark squared bishop, which is consistent with the general principles. Hitting the rook here with bishop to f6, rook to e7, maybe intending to double with the move rook a to e8 at some point. Bishop d3, and we indeed saw the double here. White protects the pawn, a6, just using the same strategy as white, putting the pawns on light squares to try to combat this light square bishop. Bishop to c4, which threatens a cheapo with rook takes g6 check. Black prevented this with king to g7. White retreated. And Petrosian attempted to come in on the h file, perhaps with rook to h2. White prevented this with rook to h1. We had an exchange of rooks, and then rook to d7. And the following moves just kind of show how both sides don't really have much here with best play. Both sides are quite solid, and it should be a draw thanks to the opposite colored bishops and the even material. So bishop to b3, bishop to d8, maybe intending the move a5 to try to upset things. f4, and then black played f5, just trying to freeze these pawns on dark squares, where he could presumably use his bishop on d8 to target them later. King to d3, and as I mentioned, the move a5 was played. B takes a5, bishop takes a5. And one of the ideas here is not only to isolate the pawn on a2, but also to free up the c6 pawn to try to go to c5. Rook to c1 prevents that. King to f6, rook to c4, rook to d8, and there's just really no way to make progress here. So Petrosian tried to break through here, intending something like f4, but at the end of the day, this is really not going to amount to much, so the players agreed to a draw here. So the next game here is between Eric Kislik and Grandmaster Matthias Vomaca, and this was played in the first Saturday Grandmaster tournament in 2011. So the opening began as a Najdorf, and Eric decided to play the English attack here with bishop to e3, e5, knight to b3. These are all standard moves, so I'm not going to comment on them. Castles, white castles on the queen side, and now the main line would be knight to d7, which intends b4 to b5 sooner rather than later. Instead, Vomaca played the move a5. So this is a pretty popular line still, not too rare. And the main idea here is just that black is going to steam through with a4 and then presumably a3 to not only displace the knight on b3, but to weaken the white king position here with the pawn structure around the king. So the downside of a5, one of the major downsides, is that b5 is now a hole. So White will seek to exploit this later on. Eric played the move queen to e1, and this is one of the main lines, and this is a strong prophylactic move. The idea of queen to e1 is just to uncover the rook on the d file, so that if black were to continue with his main idea a4, after knight to c5, he would have quite a few problems, given that the pawn on a4 is attacked twice with these knights, and then secondly, the bishop is attacked on e6, and then lastly, the pawn on b7 is attacked. So black would be in some trouble here in this position. So after queen to e1, he has a couple of options. Queen to c7 is one option, but the issue here is that after knight to b5, white has won a tempo by attacking the black queen, and he's also targeted one of the main weaknesses in the black position here on d6. So in the game, Vomica decided to play the move queen to c8, which looks more prudent given the alternatives that I've just gone through. Eric decided to play the move a4, which makes an awful lot of sense. So not only does white stop the advance of the pawn, the black pawn going to a4, but he clamps down on the aforementioned hole on b5. And the weakening of the b3 square is not really a big deal. I mean, if black does take the knight on b3, actually this isn't really going to do much because all he's really done is cede white with an enormous amount of control over the dark squares, and white is ready to just go king to b1, bishop to c4, and rook to c1. And white could even prove that the opening of the c-file benefits him because he's able to put that rook on c1 and activate his pieces on the c-file quicker than black is. So bishop to b3 would be a pretty severe positional mistake. Therefore, Vomica just continued to develop naturally knight to c6, and now we see one of the downsides, or the main downside of a4, which is that the square on b4 is now available for the knight, so that could cause white some tactical issues, not only with the idea of pressurizing c2 vis-a-vis the knight on b4 and the queen on c8, but the knight on b4 also contributes to this standard attacking idea in the Sicilian to free the black position with the move d5. White played the move g4. So here he's just intending to play g5 at some point, which will not only kick the knight away from f6, but in doing so he'll increase his control over the d5 square, since the knight on f6 was an important defender of the d5 square. Okay, black played the move knight to b4 for the reasons I mentioned previously. And now white just played a good safety move here, king to b1. So just getting out of the way of any potential pressure here on the c-file. And now he can also answer the move d5 with g5, which is very, very strong. Nonetheless, this is a main line for black. And the idea is that after knight to e8, white takes on d5. And now bishop to f5. So there's a double attack here on the c2 pawn. And white needs to play the very passive looking move knight to a1, but on the other hand, he is up a pawn here, and as long as he can consolidate this position and limit the black compensation, he should have very, very good winning chances. So therefore black goes knight to d6, activating this knight, blockading the pawn on d5, and then also making ideas like knight to e4, for example, blockading this bishop on f5, unattractive for white, since black will take twice and win material. And here white has a couple of ideas. He can try the move bishop to b6. This is an interesting restricting move, since black might have liked to play the move b5 at some point, as well as rook to d8. So white will restrict both of those options. Alternatively, he could have also gone through with the move h4, which simply defends the pawn on g5 and hints that white is going to continue with the typical pawn storm in the English attack, say h5 and then the move g6. So both of these alternatives are totally possible, totally good. Instead, after knight to b4, king to b1, black played the move b6, which at first glance doesn't really look like it's going to do that much. But the idea is that he's freeing the b7 square for his queen so that he can prepare d5 and not have the drawbacks that we went through in the previous line. So let's look at how this might go. Well, after b6, the first thing to mention is that bishop takes b6 is a mistake. And the point is that after queen to b7, the bishop is attacked, and as soon as white moves the bishop away, black has the move knight takes c2, and then he can converge on this knight on b3 and have a very strong attack, and so this would just be out of the question for white. So instead of bishop takes b6, white can try g5, which was not played in the game. And the issue here is that after, say, knight to e8 or maybe even knight to h5, which is a typical blockading square in the English attack, followed by, say, g6, blockades the h pawn advance. It's difficult to see how white might continue here. I mean, nonetheless, it's a perfectly playable continuation, but I understand why Eric decided to just play the move h4, which is the standard idea in the English attack. The point is that white would like to go h5 before he plays g5 so as to prevent black from utilizing the idea of knight to h5 with the blockade that we saw in the previous variation. So after the move h4, Vomaka continued with his idea of queen to b7. Eric continued with his idea of h5, so he's just preparing the move g5. And now black has a number of ideas. He could have tried, in the game he played d5, but he could have tried some more indirect ideas. For example, rook f to c8, just intending to put additional pressure here down on the c file. But in this case, white stands very well after the move h6, weakening the black king position. He's virtually forced to play g6, and then the move bishop to g5, just highlighting the vulnerability here of this diagonal now that the pawn on g7 has moved to g6. So this looks quite uncomfortable for black. Alternatively, after queen to b7, after h5, black could have tried the prophylactic idea of knight to e8. So he's just anticipating g5, so he'll move the knight away and not lose time. But nonetheless, white will play g5 in any case. And one of the main ideas is to just push through with g6. Black goes knight to c7 with the intention of playing d5 at some moment. And then white can play the very strong prophylactic move, rook to h2, just keeping an eye on the c2 pawn, and he can meet any d5 advance with the move queen to g3, which targets the e5 pawn, and also brings the queen into the king side, whereby it will put a lot of pressure thanks to the threats I mentioned before. So Vomaka, after h5, played the most consistent move with his idea, which was d5. Eric continued with g5. And now black has a couple of options as far as where to retreat this knight to. In the game, he played knight to d7, but we should see what happens if he goes back to e8. So white will take on d5, takes here, and now bishop to d3. And the point is that black has to deal with a very annoying positional / tactical idea of bishop to e4, just pinning the queen and rook over here. So rook to c8, white takes on d5, bishop takes d5. And now just the move knight to d2 is very strong. So the first point is that taking on f3 doesn't really accomplish that much, and I would say is a positional mistake after knight takes f3, queen takes f3, and then white has a choice here. He can think about taking on b6, but the less materialistic option would just be to go g6 immediately. And this is also quite a principled option, given that the sequence we just saw included the trade of the black light squared bishop. So as I've mentioned in some previous sections, makes sense to play on the color complex or your opponent lacks a bishop. So g6 is totally consistent in that regard. After g5 in the game, black played the move knight to d7, and now Eric pushed forward with the move h6. Black is really forced to try to blockade here with g6, and now his idea was to take on d5. Knight takes d5, and then knight takes d5, forcing bishop takes d5. And black's pieces are actually quite vulnerable here, and he's lacking in coordination. So in this position, Eric played the move bishop to h3, but I think he had an even stronger option with the move bishop to b5. Excuse me. So this just cuts off any potential ideas of b5 later on for black, and also targets the knight on d7, which was his intention after bishop to h3 in any case. So white really puts a plug on the black ideas here, so to speak. So there's a couple things that black could have tried here. He could have tried rook f to d8 just to defend the knight, and then also maybe give his bishop a square here so as to defend this vulnerable g7 square at some point. Now, after queen to g3, so just intending to take the knight on d7 and then come in and take the pawn on e5 when we're threatening the mate on g7. Black goes bishop to f8, like I just mentioned. And now white would be best off to just go knight to d2 and reroute this knight. So similar idea to what we saw before, and white is better in this position. After bishop to b5, there's also another idea, which is to try to neutralize the strength of the b5 bishop by trying to exchange the black bishop with the move bishop to c6. White goes queen to e2, just intending that if black takes on b5, the queen's going to come into b5 and be extremely strong here, attacking the knight twice with the rook and blockading that b5 square. So black has a couple of options here. It might look like queen e2 is a mistake because of the tactical continuation bishop takes f3, but white has all the tactics under control. He goes rook takes d7, so he's attacking the queen and the bishop, and white is up a knight for a pawn here, so he's just going to win material no matter what. For example, if the queen takes on d7, we take the bishop on f3, and it's clear here that the two minor pieces are much stronger than the rook and pawn for black, so this would be a positionally lost situation for black. So just going back here, after rook f to d8, excuse me, after bishop to c6, queen to e2, instead of taking on f3, black could bolster his bishop on c6 with the move rook a to c8, and then white just goes knight to d2, the usual idea. So intending a reorganization on e4 or c4 perhaps, and now also safeguarding this pawn on f3, queen to c7, hoping to take on b5 and then come in and take on c2, and now the very strong move knight to c4 just totally shuts down any of black's threats. The point is that if black goes in for this capture and then takes the knight on c4 after all these exchanges, this endgame clearly favors white given his activity, lack of weaknesses, and the pressure on b6. So this would be a really, really bad position for black. So anyway, back to the game. After bishop to d5, instead of the move bishop to b5 here, Eric decided to go bishop to h3, which looks logical enough. It appears to solve or threaten the same things that we saw before. So white's just threatening to take on d7 and then take on b6. But the problem here is that it gives the option for black to play the move f5, which was not played in the game. So clearly, given that the bishop is shut off now and the king side is sealed off, white needs to take here to try to accelerate his attack. The black knight takes on f6, and so now black is kind of starting to unravel here. There's no longer all these pieces on the d file, which could have caused a problem, and the knight is defending the bishop on d5, so black has regained some coordination. White plays knight to d2 for the reasons I mentioned before. Taking on f3 is positionally and tactically very undesirable. So black can go queen to c6, just hitting the a4 pawn, and then also at some point maybe trying to go rook to c8. Excuse me, rook to c8. He can't do that quite yet because the bishop covers c8. So after queen to c6, bishop to g5. So uncovering the attack of the queen on e5, and also putting pressure here on the knight, and putting a pin on that bishop behind it. Bishop to b4 to unpin out of that. Queen takes e5 to get out of that pin from the bishop on b4. Rook a to e8, activating black's inactive piece. Queen to d4. Black regains the pawn with queen takes a4, and now threatens to come in with queen to a2. So white goes knight to b3. And even though white is slightly better here, he could have done a lot better with 21 bishop to b5, as opposed to the variation given here. So just going back to the game, after bishop to h3, Vomaka did not go f5. In fact, he played the move rook a to d8, which looks extremely natural. And now white follows through on his idea with queen at g3. So one of the main ideas is just to take the defender of the e5 pawn, that knight on d7, take the pawn on e5, and then black will be overloaded because he has to deal with the bishop being attacked twice on d5, and the white queen is also threatening to come into g7 with mate. Queen to c6 was played in the game. Objectively, black should have tried f6 instead. So just trying to guard the pawn on e5, white takes to open up the king side, rook takes f6, and then this same idea as before, knight to d2, guarding the f3 pawn, and also maybe intending to go knight to e4 at some point. Okay, so anyway, after queen to g3, black played the move queen to c6, and now Eric was able to unleash an extremely strong tactical idea. Bishop to b6. Really, really strong stuff. Even though black can capture in two ways, both of the continuations are very good for white. So the first reason why this works is that if you go queen takes d5, then just take on, queen takes b6, then I just go rook takes d5. So white just wins material for nothing. Knight takes b6 was played in the game, so we'll get to that. And if black ignores the bishop takes b6 move and moves his rook, which is attacked on d8, to c8, which threatens queen takes c2 check, now white has a really nice blocking idea here with bishop takes c5. And the point is that no matter how black takes, he's going to be in big trouble. So if he took with the bishop, I'll take on d7 first, queen takes d7, and now queen takes e5, and even though I'm down a piece, I have a double attack here on the bishop on d5, and threatening queen to g7 mate, so this will win material. And also, if black played knight to c5, it's basically the same idea. Queen takes e5 with actually 3 threats in this case. So these are just out of the question for black. The alternative would be after bishop to c5 to go bishop takes b3, but then after c takes b3, amazingly black is still short of good captures, since the rook and the bishop here coordinate well on the knight on d7, and queen takes e5 is always a threat if that knight moves. So queen takes c5, and then bishop takes d7, and white's just better here. In an opposite colored bishop position, typically you evaluate this as from the standpoint of who's more active and whose king is safer, and in this case, white has both of those things to his advantage. So this would clearly favor white. So back to the game. After bishop takes b6, Vomaka decided to take back with a knight, and now after queen takes e5, there's a very strong double attack here. So he's threatening queen to g7 mate, and also the bishop on e7 is hanging. So Vomaka decided to go for the endgame here. The other alternative would be f6, but now after queen takes e7, white has a raging attack, and he's up 2 pawns for basically nothing. So instead, Vomaka played bishop to f6. Eric decided to go in for the endgame here, and Vomica decided to take a pawn back immediately on f3. He could have taken the pawn back on a4 instead, um, but now White will safeguard both his pawn on f3 and his knight on b3. Black decides to take, rook to d6, trying to get that pawn on f6, rook to a3, knight b6, take, and then rook to a3. And White's a pawn to the good here. And given that he has the bishop and the two connected pass pawns, he has extremely good winning chances here. So in the game, after g takes f3, g takes f6, Black played bishop takes f3. Eric exchanged the rooks, just getting out of this fork. And now rook to f1. So the issue here for Black is not only is White up a pawn, but these pawns actually restrict the king quite a bit, and White's ready to just take on a5 and then have several connected pass pawns there on the queen side. So Black could have tried a couple of things here. In the game, he played, I would say, a very unnatural move, rook to d1. Unnatural from the standpoint of you're exchanging off when you're material down. Let's see what a better alternative was. After rook to f1, he could have tried the move bishop to c6. White takes on a5, Black takes on a4, and then White plays the move c4, just getting the pawn out of the range of the bishop and using the knight to protect it, and then he's preparing to activate his pawn on b2 as well here shortly. So anyway, in the game, he played rook to f1, and Vomica decided to trade off the rooks. Okay, White takes on a5, of course. And now if Black takes back on a4, after king to c1, bishop to f3, knight to c4, White intends to go knight to e5 and bishop to c8 to support and steward the queenside pawns down the board. So anyway, after knight takes a5, Black played bishop to f3. And one idea here is that if White goes b3, for example, to prevent the capture on a4, Black can go knight to d5 and take on f6. So Eric just decided to drop his knight back to b3 and get ready to play the move a5, because now if Black takes on a4, it's kind of similar to before, knight to d2, so that not only gains time on the bishop on f3, but also frees up the b2 pawn, bishop to h1, just trying to keep an eye on this diagonal, and then c4 beginning the pawn push, then c5, and then b4. So very similar to ideas that we've seen before. So after knight to b3, Vomica decided to go after the kingside pawns with knight to d5. So his idea is basically that he's hoping to take one or both these kingside pawns and then use his connected pass pawns on the king side to go down the board. So it's imperative that White continues with very energetic play. So Eric played the move knight to d4, not only hitting the bishop on f3, but also freeing his b2 pawn at some moment. Bishop to h1 makes sense just to keep an eye on this whole diagonal and to stay as far away from the white pieces as possible. a5, knight takes f6, a6, and now it's basically a lost position because White's pawns are faster than Black's and White has better coordination than Black. So had he gone knight to d5 with the intention of going knight to c7 or knight to b6 to guard the queening square, White's able to play the move bishop to c8 to come into b7, king to f8, and now bishop to b7. And this is a hopeless position for Black. In the game, after a6, he played g5, trying to mobilize his own pawns. Eric played bishop to c8, just intending to go bishop to b7, g4. And here, bishop to b7 would be possible, but after bishop takes here and then knight to d7, White's job is not quite over yet. So Eric decided that after g4, he would just play the move knight to f5 with the intention of blockading the g3 square for the g4 pawn, king to f8, and now bring another pawn into the advance on the queen side, just trying to support the pawn on a6. And after king to e8, knight to g3, just gaining time and blockading the pawn on g4, bishop to f3, bishop to f5, which is a very nice move, a restricting move to keep an eye on the pawn on g7, on h7, king to d8, king to b2, king c7, c4. White has 3 connected pass pawns on the queen side, and it's not going to be long before he can start to mobilize these even more. Knight to g8, we have a trade here, c5, f5, and many moves are possible here. Many moves win. Eric just decided to go through with b5, not fearing f4, b6, king to c8, knight e4, and he's just going to push the pawns down the board here. So black decided he might as well try to do that himself. g3 and now c6, and it turns out that white is much faster than black. g2, a7, just threatening to promote to a queen with mate. g1, and indeed, after black promoted to a queen, white promoted to a queen with checkmate. So welcome to the next section on queenless middle games. Before we start out with the game, I just wanted to briefly note that I think queenless middle games are often associated with a misconception, which is that because the queens have been exchanged off, attacking chances for either side have been greatly reduced since the queen is such a fundamental attacking piece. And so, as we'll see here, although it's of course nice to have the queen on the board if you're intending to conduct an attack, it's by no means obligatory. And more important factors will come into play, which will figure into whether an attack is possible and has a chance of success or not. So anyway, we'll look at this game here between two very strong grandmasters, Murray Chandler playing white and Michael Adams playing black, and this was from the Hastings tournament in 1989. So after e4, d5, e takes c5, knight f6, c4, we previously looked at the Icelandic gambit with e6, but there's another strong gambit that black can offer here, which is what Adams played in the game, with the move c6. And generally, these days, it's pretty well accepted that taking the gambit pawn involves a substantial amount of risk for white. And the reason why is because after the game continuation where Chandler did take the gambit pawn, we see that d4 is no longer possible because the knight and the queen are clamping down on that square. And furthermore, black is ahead in development and he's ready to play a move like e5. So it's pretty well accepted here that black has substantial compensation for the pawn. Nonetheless, this was tried for white quite a bit. So let's see how exactly black utilizes the compensation he has. So after knight to f3, goes e5, just threatening e4. And now white goes d3. And black goes e4 in any case, just forcing the issue. White has nothing better than to take the pawn on e4. And now after the following trading sequence, we get one of the main positions from this line. So black is down a pawn, but he has a very strong centralized knight. He's already threatening to take the pawn on f2 with the fork of the king and the rook. And also, white's king is no longer able to castle, and black has these open files on the d file and the e file with which to attack the white king. So black has substantial compensation here. So in this game, Chandler decided to play bishop to e3 just to defend against the threat of knight takes f2. Black played bishop to f5, not only activating the bishop with a potential discovered attack later on, but freeing this rook on a8 to come into the game either with rook to d8 check or with castles on the queen side. Chandler played knight to h4 to attack the bishop, but Adams took advantage of the fact that he can castle on the queen side with check, not as to waste any time. king went over to c1, and now the bishop on f5 is attacked. And now black has a couple of interesting ideas. In the game, he played the move bishop to e6, but the impossible looking move bishop to g4 is an interesting alternative. And the idea here is that I'm threatening to go rook to d1, which will start a mating net of some kind and be a very strong attack on the white king. Of course, at first it looks like this is just out of the question because of the move f3, but black has the very strong move bishop to e7, and now we have a couple of lines. If white takes the bishop, then I go bishop takes knight here on h4, g3, and bishop to f6, and I have continued compensation here thanks to my development lead and pressure on the white position. And instead of this, if after bishop to e7 white protects the knight with pawn to g3, then I take the knight on h4 with the idea of taking the pawn on f3 on the next move. So the rook's attack there on h1, and also I'm threatening to come in with rook to d1 check, so bishop to h3 is played, not as to waste any time. King to b8, and now the rook protects d1. Rook to f1 just to attack the bishop, and now I can come back with the move bishop to h5, just getting my bishop out of the attack and protecting f7. And black is clearly better here thanks to the fact that he has no weaknesses. He has better development, a safer king, and more active pieces. So in the game, after king to c1, Adams continued with the move bishop to e6, which looks quite logical just to put some pressure on the pawn on c4. And now Chandler played a move that positionally he wouldn't really like to play, but from the standpoint of getting developed, he really had no other option, which is knight to c3. Of course, Adams took here. So now the extra pawn that white has over here, this 3 against 2, is doubled, and his king is weaker as well. Adams played the strong positional move b6. So this just fixes these pawns so that now white can't play a move like c5, for example, without it getting captured. Played knight to f3 just to try to give his knight some prospects here. And now I think Adams missed a strong finesse, which would have been bishop to a3 check. And the idea here is that driving the king to the b file actually benefits black later on when he plays the move bishop to c5, and we'll see why. So for example, king to c2, bishop to f5 check, king to b3, so the bishop on a3 is attacked, bishop to c5. So we've seen that we've driven the king to the b file. But now the point is that if you take on c5, after b takes c5, I have a ready avenue here to try to initiate some type of mating net, in particular because I'm shutting off the escape square on c2 with my bishop. So after bishop to e2 for white, king to c7, king to a3, just getting out of the attack, rook h to e8, rook h to e1, rook e6, intending an eventual rook a6, bishop to f1, rook e to d6. Of course, black doesn't want to trade, and he also wants to prevent the rook on a1 from getting into the game on d1. King to b2, just trying to get out of a potential danger zone. Now the move f6 would be very strong, just cutting out any ideas of knight to e5. And black has very, very good compensation here, given the limited mobility of the white pieces. The other idea would be that after bishop to a3 check, king to c2, all these moves that we saw before, instead of bishop to f1, white could have tried to play rook a to d1 just to try to exchange off immediately. Of course, black is not going to oblige. Goes rook to b8, rook to d5, just trying to get active with the double threat to the bishop on f5 and the pawn on c5. Now black has an amazing move, knight to d4, just uncovering the rook on e6 and intending rook to c6 checkmate, rook to a6 checkmate. White goes rook takes c5, king to d8, so still threatening rook to a6 mate. Here, here, bishop to d1, so finally dealing with the threat that I mentioned, but now the tactics favor black. So knight takes f3, and if white were to take on e6, black would just calmly recapture with the bishop, and he's going to win material. So the other option after knight takes f3 is to play bishop takes f3, but of course this loses material as well after rook takes e1, rook takes f5, and even though white has 2 pawns for the exchange, he's going to lose one of them very quickly, and his king is still in a precarious position after rook to c1. So this would be a clearly better position for black. So going back to the game, after knight f3, Adams didn't see that finesse or didn't play that finesse. He just played the move bishop to c5 immediately. Chandler took, rook to b1, rook h8. So all of the black pieces have been developed. And now was a really critical moment for white. He has to reckon with the challenge of trying to get developed, despite the fact that black is fully developed. And so in the game, he played the very natural move bishop to e2, which was a mistake. Instead, he should have tried to play even more actively with the move rook to b5, just intending to play rook takes c5, bishop to g4. Black really needs to fight fire with fire. There's no other option. Rook takes c5, and then bishop takes f3, g takes f3, rook to e1 check, king to c2, and king to b7. So very unclear position here. White's structure is totally ruined, but he is up 2 pawns. Alternatively, after bishop to c4, instead of taking the pawn on c5, white could have tried to play a safety move here first with king to c2, bishop to f5 here, and then bishop to e4. But now it's the same deal as before from the standpoint of I'm going to be able to play rook to b8 and try to get a mating net here. So after bishop to e2, black has an even stronger tactical shot than rook to b8. He goes bishop to c2 check, which compels the king to take. We gain the material back, king to b1 check here, and then black can either take on a2 or take on f2 when he's doing very well in either case. So back to the game. After rook e8, Chandler played the move bishop to e2, which looks natural enough. But the issue is that Adams had a very strong tactical shot. So the first point is that it might look like bishop to f5 works with the idea of rook takes e2 and bishop takes b1, but white could get out of this with rook to b2. So instead, after bishop to e2, Adams found the very strong shot, bishop to h3. And the point here is that g2 is attacked as well as the bishop on e2. And if you take the bishop, as played in the game, black's rook is activated on the second rank and white's pawn structure is weakened even further. The alternative after bishop to h3 was to go rook to e1. This is probably the best move, just to give back the pawn. Bishop takes g2, knight to h4, just attacking the bishop, bishop to e4, attacking the rook on b1, rook to b5, attacking the pawn on c5, and now bishop to d3, just utilizing the pin on the e file, bishop to g4, king to c7, and very unclear position, but this was pretty much the best that white could have hoped for from this continuation. Because after bishop to h3, g takes f3, rook takes e2, yes, it's true that Adams is down a pawn, but he has tremendous compensation. White's pawn structure is totally ruined. Black has better activity, better development, and better coordination. So white sought here to exchange off his passive rook for black's active rook with the move rook to b2. Black took. And now rook to d3. So the point of attacking the knight is that the knight is defending the square on d2, so after it moves, black will be able to go rook to d2 and fort the king and the pawn and get back his pawn, which is exactly what happened. Knight to g5, rook d2 check, king a3, rook takes f2. And now the following endgame is not particularly relevant for the concepts we're going over, but it's worth going over yourself to see how Adams converted this equal material endgame where white has more weaknesses than he does. So the next game
Features two grandmasters, Nick DeFermian playing the white pieces and Granda Zuniga again with the black pieces. So the game started out as a Scandinavian defense e4 d5. White took on d5, and unlike the previous games we saw with knight f6, here Granda recaptured with the queen. And now the most natural move, knight c3, also happens to be the main line. In this game, DeFermian played d4, which actually has somewhat of a dubious reputation because of black's strong counter here, pawn to e5, just blasting open the center and putting more pressure on the d4 pawn immediately. And here, the game continuation, DeFermian took on e5, and he got into a lot of trouble here after black took the queen here on c1. White recaptures, and even though white's a pawn up here, his king is displaced, and the pawn on e5 will be quite difficult to protect without spending additional time. So we'll see how that played out. But just going back here, after e5, some better alternatives for white would have been knight to c3, queen takes d4, e takes d4, and now knight to b5. So thanks to the fork here on d4 and c7, black has to protect c7, so white is going to take back on d4 and be material even after knight a6, knight f6, and then knight g to f3 would be one way to play. So that would be possible. Just going back after e5, the move knight to f3 is also possible, but this really shouldn't promise white an advantage should black play accurately. Anyway, going back to the game here, after e5, d takes e5, queen takes d1, king takes d1, knight c6. White already has a problem with the e5 pawn, so he decided to play the move f4 to defend this. Had he played knight f3, which looks more natural, now after the move bishop to g4, black has a number of ideas here. First of all, of course, thanks to the pin, he's threatening to take back the pawn on e5, but then on top of that, he's also threatening to castle on the queen side and catch the white king out here on d1 immediately. So in the game, after knight to c6, f4 was preferred, but of course this spends more time on pawn moves when white would like to focus on developing his pieces. And now we have a choice here for black. In the game, he decided to play bishop f5, which looks very natural, just setting up to castle on the queen side again, and also targeting the c2 pawn. I think a good alternative would have been the move f6. So just like with the other games on the DVD, the general principle here of opening up the central files when your opponent's king is stuck in the middle like this makes a lot of sense, and he's also seeking to accelerate his development. For example, if white takes this pawn, now after black takes back, he's developed another piece for free and opened up the e-file, and we'll have the same idea as before. So to play bishop to g4 check or bishop to f5 and then castles on the queen side. So I think e takes f6 would be a clear mistake there playing into black's hands. Instead, white should try to get developed with knight to f3, bishop to g4 just as before, bishop to e2, breaking the pin, castles on the queen side check, bishop d2, and now black could play f takes e5, knight takes e5, so white would like to trade off some pieces. And now I think a good move is bishop to e6, so not giving white the opportunity to exchange off more pieces and also get his king on a safer location there on e2. And now this pawn on e5 is isolated and is going to be quite weak, and black could play some plan like this to try to recapture it. And so white has a very uncomfortable position here. And despite his pawn advantage, as we see, this isn't going to count for much, given that black will most likely recapture the pawn shortly or obtain a strong initiative in any case. After bishop to d2 here, it was also possible for black to go bishop to c5. That looks perfectly good, just threatening to go bishop to e3 for one thing, and seeking to continue to develop with, say, knight to e7 and knight to d5. So anyway, back to the game. After f4, bishop to f5, DeFermian played the move c3, which once again is playing another pawn move when he would really like to develop his pieces. So, and I think from a concrete standpoint, this move ends up being dubious as well, and we'll see how that played out. He probably should have just tried to develop his pieces here with knight to f3, castles on the queen side, bishop to d2, and now black has the very strong move f6, as discussed before. So after c3, well, the idea here was to take away the d4 and b4 squares from the knight in particular, and then also try to give his king a square on c2. I know that it's guarded by the bishop now, but he would like to have that square. He'd like to be able to use that escape square and somehow secure it so that the king can run away there at some point. But it must be said that he's falling further behind in development, and castles on the queen side is quite a natural move here, and white now has to lose additional time dealing with the check. He moved the king to e1. I think he did this instead of moving, say, the bishop to d2 or the knight to d2, because he would still be very, very gummed up there as far as his development's concerned, and it would be very difficult to get coordinated and try to get his pieces out. But after king to e1, Granda played an excellent move, the aforementioned f6, so just trying to blast open the position even further and accelerate his development even further. And this is oftentimes what happens when you have a development advantage and you continue to strike while the iron is hot, so to speak, is that you build up a kind of momentum where your advance or your lead in development builds upon itself. So it's a situation where once you get that going, your opponent will never really be able to catch up. So de Fermian tried to exchange off here with bishop to b5, thinking that after black takes in the center, he could throw in this in-between move. Bishop takes knight, b takes c6, and then f takes e5. So hoping that by exchanging off a pair of minor pieces, that will somehow lessen the initiative. There's a couple of problems with this, though. The first problem, as we've talked about before, is that this unopposed bishop now is going to be an extremely strong piece, particularly given that white's light squares were already weakened by moves like c3, so he has this hole on d3. And then secondly, the black pawn structure over here, even though it's weakened optically, there's nothing that white can really do to exploit this. So that's really a non-factor. Finally, the king still is going to be stuck in the middle here, and it's going to take a long time to try to get it to safety, because this bishop pair here for black in this open position is extremely strong and will control a lot of important squares. So bishop to c5 was played, both preventing white from developing with bishop to e3 and also taking away this potential escape square on f2. Alternatively, Granda could have also tried to go rook to e8 and just target the pawn on e5 immediately, knight f3, and then the very strong move knight to f6, just setting up for ideas like knight to g4 or knight to d7 to further target the e5 pawn. So that was totally playable as well. So after f takes e5, bishop to c5, bishop to c5, white played knight to f3. And now we see the star move of the game, which is the move you would like to play from a principle standpoint, but of course it looks impossible at first glance. And that move is knight to f6. Well, we'd like to play it, of course, because it's the most active square to develop the knight to. And at first it looks like white can just take it and there's no problem. But the point is that every single black piece is going to be in on the attack now, and the center is totally blown open, and the white king is going to get stuck into a mating net here after rook h to e8. And so white only has he has a few ways to block the check. They lose material. If he decides to move the king, then bishop to d3 is made. So knight f6 puts white in a really, really difficult situation already. He tried to play bishop to g5, seeing that the knight was immune to capture, and just figured that maybe he could hope to exchange off some more pieces and somehow get out of this. h6 was played. And of course, taking the knight at f6 doesn't solve his problems either, because we know that as soon as that e file gets open, rook h to e8 happens, and it's the same outcome as before. So after h6, he retreated with bishop to h4, g5, just continuing with the initiative, and now bishop to f2. So this looks like it was the idea all along, to reroute this bishop back to f2 and hopefully exchange off another attacker. But Black's initiative is at such an advanced stage that he can actually afford to exchange off and keep the attack going. Normally when you're attacking, we know that you should avoid exchanges, but there are some exceptions to that rule. And also, when you avoid exchanges, a lot of the time you will lose time as a result of that. And so it's more important, in order to keep the initiative going, not to lose time and to exchange off instead. So that's kind of a judgment call, and it really depends on the concrete features of the position. Here, Granda saw that after he took and played knight to g4 check, not only hasn't he lost any time, but he's going to be gaining time thanks to the check on the king, and that he had more than sufficient piece reserves to keep the attack going, so that after king to g3, the move h5 was extremely strong. So just threatening to go h4 check, and if the king moves to h3, then knight to f2 is mate. So DeFermian tried to get some squares over here, some additional escape squares, as well as break up the pawn duo over here on g5 and h5 with the move h4. Granda took. And so the point here too is now the g file is open, so that's another avenue of attack for black. Knight takes h4 was played, and now bishop to h7 was the game move. I think rook to d3 would be even stronger and more in line with some of the attacking concepts that I mentioned a second ago, where we don't want to retreat and lose time. And so black forces the action here. So white can either block or move the king. If he plays king f4, attacking the bishop, then the bishop simply goes back to e6. So he's blockading the pawn on e5, and he's ready to bring his rook to f8 here and continue the attack. If after rook to d3, he goes knight to f3 instead, now rook to g8, just setting up a discovered attack here with the knight on the king. Discovered check there. For example, white could try to get out of this either with some tactics or just moving the king. If he just moved the king over here to f4, now after knight e3, he's actually caught in a very unpleasant mating net idea with rook to g4, and so he'd have a lot of problems there. And then not to mention, at some point, black could throw a knight to c2 once he gets a chance. Additionally, if after rook to g8, white tried to get out of this with tactics himself, with the move rook takes h5, thinking that he can meet any knight move with blocking with the rook on g5, that actually is not going to work out too well, because after knight f6 check, rook to g5, there's the move knight to e4, which wins the material. So going back to the game, after knight takes h4, Granda retreated with bishop to h7. Knight f3 was played just to anticipate the rook to d3 check idea, so that in this case it's not check, and also he's hitting the pawn on h5 now. Black played rook h to g8. Rook takes h5, and it was the same idea that we just saw. Knight f6 check here, and knight e4. G5. And now an excellent move from Granda, which really exposes White's development lag, his lack of coordination, and his weak king. And that move was rook to D1. Excellent move. So targeting the knight on B1 with the rook and the bishop, and then also threatening to come around here to H1 at some point. So for example, if White played the move knight takes H7, then rook to H1 is mate. And well, what else is there to do? The knight's pinned on B1, so the rook on A1 is going to be lost if the knight moves. So de Firmian tried the move E6, just trying to mix things up somehow. Rook to G1 was played. Just threatening to take on G2, and then either rook H2 would be made if that knight on G5 moved, and it's forcing the action because there would be a double attack on that knight from these rooks. Knight to D2 was played. Took the rook. Still can't take the bishop on H7 because of the mate. So knight DF3. Bishop to E4. Still can't move that knight because of the mate, and so Black's just going to exchange off the pieces and consolidate very easily here. So White tried to avoid that. But now C5. And after knight to B3, rook to G1, he had seen enough with a huge material disadvantage and also continuing to get attacked from the black pieces. Welcome to the next chapter on the two bishops. Following game was played online between Eric Kislik and our colleague and fellow grandmaster Ray Kaufman. So we're going to take this game at a critical position, and let's start out by just going through some features of this position, and by using that analysis and evaluation we can figure out a way for White to go forward. So I think a few things stand out here and clearly show why White has the advantage here. First of all, White has the two bishops in a semi-open position. Secondly, he has slightly more space than Black does. Third of all, it looks like he has better coordination than Black. And then lastly, talking about attacking in particular, he has good potential for a kingside attack. Firstly, the black pieces are massed on the queen side, and the position of Black's king is a little airy. I think one of the main reasons for that is this pawn is out here on G6. What Black would really like is for this bishop on B6 to teleport itself all the way over to G7, and then he would have a more coherent looking typical fianchetto position. Now, it's all well and good for White to have all these advantages. It's another thing entirely with how to exploit them. One of the main concepts that we've looked at throughout the DVD, which becomes particularly apparent with the two bishops, is to use your unopposed bishop and attack on that color complex. So in this case, we would focus on the light square color complex. And in order to do that, what we really have to do is develop some type of breakthrough. And thankfully, with this pawn setup that Black has here on the light squares, should White be able to break through there and put pressure on that color complex with a pawn advance, he would be able to generate a lot of pressure since Black lacks the bishop necessary to offset that and defend that. So in the game here, Eric played the move F5, which fits in exactly with the concept I was just mentioning about attacking on the light squares. Another way to play here would have been to prepare this, and the way to do that would have been to go queen to G4. And so the point here is that F5 is set up, and now
there's some additional pressure since the queen is putting pressure on e6 and g6. So this could have gone something like bishop to c7, f5, and then knight to e5. And this introduces a new element into the position that I haven't talked about yet, which is that in playing f5, many players would be reluctant to play this because the e5 square looks like such a strong and secure outpost for that knight where it exerts a lot of influence over the position. And I think that's partially true. I mean, clearly the knight is well placed on e5, but it's a question of white needing to give up some concession in order to get something even more important, which is to open the position for the two bishops and to begin to put pressure on the king side. That pressure is going to be much more difficult for black to offset than any gains he gets from having the knight on the e5 square. So white retreats the queen out of the attack. Black plays queen e8 just with the intention of defending these vulnerable light squares. And then white could play something like bishop to h6, just restricting any possible escape squares for the black king, and he could continue with moves like rook to f4 and doubling up over here on the f file, and then also maybe swinging the bishop back over to b3 to put pressure on e6. So that was a totally viable and strong way to play. As I say, in the game, Eric pushed through immediately with f5. And Ray played knight to e5 for the reasons I just mentioned. If you put this position into a computer, it comes up with the bizarre looking idea of h5. The reason it plays this move is that it's convinced that allowing the white queen to g4 is just unacceptable. It's just too strong on that square. But of course, given what I just mentioned about the weakness of the light squares, h5 compounds that weakness and makes g6 that much weaker and opens up the black king position. So white could and should take on g6 here, and then he has a very strong tactical move e5, so opening up that bishop on the diagonal and clearing the way for more pieces to enter the attack. Well, the only way to deal with this would be knight takes e5, trying to defend the pawn, but now after bishop to f4 attacking the knight, white just has way too much pressure here, and the black position is on the verge of collapse. So instead, knight to e5 was played in the game. And now white has a few options. So in the game, Eric played bishop to b3, which is a very understandable and desirable move positionally. On c2, the bishop was staring at its own pawns here, and it didn't have that much scope. But on b3, now there's a clear target here on e6, and white's already threatening to capture multiple times to win material. And so improving the position of the bishop there on c2 is clearly desirable. There was another option here, though. He could have instead played the move queen to e1. And this has a similar intention to the queen to g4 line that we saw earlier. Of course, now that the knight's on e5, queen to g4 is no longer possible, so white needs to spend one additional move to swing the queen over to the g3 square. Now black could play something like knight to c4 now that queen to g4 is not possible. And that what that really tries to do is tie the bishop down on c1 to the defensive b2. It guards the vulnerable pawn or potentially vulnerable pawn on d6. And also it controls this e3 square. White goes queen to g3 anyway.
And now black plays the defensive maneuver that we saw before, queen to e8. And so now we see why the knight is important on c4, because if black had played queen to e8 without first putting another defender on d6, then rook takes d6 might be a possibility. Now white swings the queen over to h3, so he's continuing with the theme of pressurizing the light squares, and also now there's the idea of this rook lift to put pressure on the h7 pawn. Rook c8 is possible, and rook to e1 makes some sense to put the rook on the same file as the queen. Common attacking concept. Rook a7, and these moves might look strange by black, and they are strange to some extent, but there's actually really very little that black can do. He can't break out with any pawn breaks, and he's kind of just powerless as to sit there and wait for the white attack to crash through to some extent. So rook a7, and now bishop to g5 would be a strong move, just intending on playing bishop to f6 and queen f6 at some moment, and continuing the attack. So white would have an extremely strong and promising attacking position here. Most likely this position is objectively winning for white. So just going back, instead of queen to e1, white had some other options here. More primitive moves like g4 are not necessary. They're unnecessarily risky, and as we saw in some previous lines, white doesn't really need to do anything else with the pawns, and so it's not desirable to weaken your king position like this anyway. Of course, the idea is in pushing these pawns up the board, white's going to be able to break through that way. But black has his own chances of counterplay now with queen to h4, just attacking the pawn on g4, and now also introducing the idea of like knight to g4 should white push this pawn to g5. White can counterattack here with bishop to b3, the point of which is that he's threatening to win material now with f takes e6. But after rook e8, black's position is actually quite solid here. And one thing to note is that black has reestablished his coordination here very nicely. Suddenly, the black position starts to look like it makes more sense than it did, especially when you compare it to the initial position. And then finally, after knight to e5, another option would have been to play the move bishop to f4. And this introduces the idea that at some moment when it's tactically and positionally desirable for white, he can swap off the bishop for the knight and use the fact that the knight is off the board to attack some squares that it would have defended previously. Black can continue the general strategy of just trying to keep everything solid there with queen to e7, and now white could just play a safety move with h3 to give his king a potential escape square on h2, and then also take away any knight to g4 ideas later on. Alternatively, he could have also played queen to d2, just hinting at the fact that bishop to g5 can be quite annoying there for black, and also putting some pressure on d6. And the immediate tactical idea, the threat, is to take on e5, so bishop takes, pawn takes, and then the queen comes in and takes the rook. So knight to c4 to prevent against that and to try to gain some time. Queen to c1, f6, so just anticipating the bishop to g5 idea, and then b3, just attacking the knight and gaining some time. And white is slightly better in this position. Anyway, going back to the game, after bishop to b3, targeting the pawn on e6, black played the move queen to e7, just defending and putting the queen on the best square. And now Eric took on e6, which was a little bit premature. because in doing so, after f takes e6, black has an additional defensive resource now in a lot of cases with the move rook to f8. So what should white have done instead here? Well, I think the best move was to play bishop to h6 first of all, just controlling the square on f8, and there's no rush as far as what to do about this pawn tension. And this is another important concept, not just in attacking, but in positions where there are the options of multiple captures and you can leave the tension there. Oftentimes it's better to leave the tension there because you never know at a later date when it might be most beneficial to remove that tension, and you always keep your opponent thinking on each move that there's the possibility to do so, which will make him burn additional time to calculate those lines that involve the capture. So there's an important practical element there too. Anyway, after bishop to h6, black could have played rook to e8 just to overprotect that e6 pawn. And now queen to d2 would be a good idea. The idea there would be to take on e6 and then go bishop to g5, and then if the queen goes to g7, white has bishop to f6. A lot of arrows there, but the point is that the queen is not going to find a safe square for itself. So therefore, black would have to play a move he really doesn't want to play here, which is e takes f5, and then white, of course, recaptures e takes f5, and the bishop here is extremely strong on the diagonal. White has great coordination and an extremely powerful attack, and he has an objectively winning position again. For example, after d5, white goes rook d to e1, just continuing with putting pressure on the black position, and he has an extremely strong initiative. So going back here, after f takes e6, f takes e6, Eric played the move queen e1. We know the idea of this already, to relocate to g3, but he had an even stronger idea, which was g3 immediately. And this at first doesn't look like it makes a lot of sense, because if you're playing it as far as a safety move for the king, well, there doesn't look to be any problems regarding a potential back rank mate at any point here. So why would you waste the time in doing this instead of playing more natural attacking concepts that continue to use your initiative? But the idea here is that this is actually an attacking move. White needs to set up to play h4, so he needs to have the g3 pawn there to do so, and the idea of h4 is to support the bishop on g5. So one way that this could go is king to g7, so just trying to eliminate any possibility of bishop to h6, which was another idea that we saw. Queen to d2, introducing the idea that maybe the queen will come to h6 someday, and then also putting pressure on this d6 pawn. Knight c4, bishop takes c4. We can afford to exchange off the bishop pair here, because after queen to e2, this pawn on c4 is a big problem, and black's problems as far as getting directly attacked are now combined with some positional weaknesses that he has to defend. So d5, king to g2, bishop to c5, and now move like queen to g4. And all the tension and pressure in the position is in white's favor. For example, at some point he can go bishop to g5 and bishop to f6. So after f takes e6, queen to e1, Ray missed his chance here to try to lessen some of the pressure with rook to f8. And so white kind of spent too much time here maneuvering and moving around, and so he gave black the opportunity to try to get back in the game here. White has nothing better than to exchange off the rooks. Okay, of course, black has to take back here with the king. Queen takes f8 would be a horrible mistake because of bishop takes e6. So king takes f8 instead. Queen to g3. So white continues with his idea. King to g8. Just trying to get the king to a safer location. Now that rook to f1 was a threat, maybe. Bishop to f4. Just putting additional pressure on the black position. Queen f7, and here white can take a timeout to play a safety move h3 when he still has a tremendous amount of pressure, and now black has to continue to find ways to try to keep the position as stable as possible, which is, I think, much easier said than done. Anyway, in the game after queen to e1, the move rook d to d8 was played. So the same concept, but this is going to take longer now to get the rook to f8, and so the best move for white would have just been to cut this out entirely with bishop to h6. Okay, well, black's just not going to sit there and allow white to execute all his ideas with no resistance, so knight f7, just kicking the bishop out of the h6 square. Bishop drops back to f4, putting pressure on d6. Rook to f8, queen to g3, increasing the pressure on d6. Black defends d6, a3. So just stopping any potential idea of b4. And then, who knows, maybe white will retreat the bishop back to a2 and then go b4 himself to attack that bishop and remove it from the defense of d6. And after rook b to e8, overprotecting e6, white indeed goes bishop to a2 when he has a slight advantage. So, but after rook d to d8 in the game, Eric continued with queen to g3, so just setting up the immediate threat of bishop to g5. Okay, black spotted this and played rook to f8, and now white went bishop to g5 anyway. But actually, it was probably better to play bishop to h6 here. And the reason why is because in the game continuation, black would have been able to trade off both rooks, whereas after bishop to h6, he's only able to trade off this rook, the first pair of rooks. Overprotecting here, we get a very similar position to one we saw earlier here, and then white can play bishop to f4 or bishop to d2 is also a possibility when white's slightly better. One idea might be to go c4 and bishop to c3 here. So in the game, bishop to g5 was played, and now black missed his chance to try to exchange the both pair of rooks off and maximize his defensive chances. And the way to do that would be to take, and now rook to f8, and of course, thanks to the threat of the back rank mate here on f1, bishop takes queen is not possible, so white has nothing better than to trade. And now black can go queen takes f8, which is quite interesting. He can even allow white to win this pawn with check, king to g7, but now the threat of the back rank mate is so strong that white has to take measures to stop that. Queen to f4, and black can even go into this endgame a pawn down and go knight to d3 and finally obtain some counterplay thanks to his threat of taking the pawn on b2 and then also knight to f2 check. So there's a cheapo here. If white had taken on d6, that's a terrible mistake. Check, and he's going to lose the bishop on the next move. So after knight to d3, he would have had to go bishop to g3, and then black can activate his king and gain time by attacking the bishop. Bishop to c8, attacking a6, a5, attacking the other pawn, and now black can take the pawn on b2, when objectively this should be a draw, given black's activity and white's numerous weak pawns. Okay, well, going back, after bishop to g5, in the game, he played queen to d7. And now Eric should have gone through with bishop to f6. Just threatening to take this knight and restricting the black pieces even more, since this bishop on f6 is so strong and controls so many squares around the king. Bishop to d8, trying to use tactics to solve his problems, but of course this isn't going to work if white plays accurately. Bishop takes e5, rook takes f1 check, takes d takes e5. This was the idea, but white swoops in and takes this pawn, and white's just a pawn up with a raging attack for nothing, protecting e6, and now rook to d1, and black is dead lost here. But instead of that, after queen to d7 in the game, he played bishop to f4 instead, and black played bishop to c7 over protecting d6. A better move would have been rook b2 e8 over protecting e6, so as when white takes here, black has the clever reply to take back on e5, when of course you can't take the queen due to the back rank mate. So white could take this pawn again, as in a previous line. Black exchanges off the pair of rooks. And now this is a little bit different from before, because we have the protection of e6 and an extra tempo now. Bishop to c7. Queen f6, bishop to d8. Queen f4, bishop to c7. Kind of dancing around here, trying to get something. Get one side to make some concession. So white's a pawn up here and has good winning chances, but black still has some chances of holding this. Anyway, after bishop to f4, bishop to c7 was played. And now this capture here on e5 was played, but it was premature. It's better to play the move rook to f2. There's no rush here for white. He's just hinting at the possibility to double on the f file and then slowly move towards the black king. Knight f7, h4, very interesting idea, and totally consistent with the main idea of this example, which is to attack on the light squares. Queen e7, h5, black tries to block it up with g5. Thanks to the pin, white doesn't have to move the bishop. Doubles up, h6, bolstering g5, but also weakening g6, queen g4, just targeting e6, rook b to e8, defending e6, and now move bishop to e3 would be quite strong, and white has a substantial advantage here. After bishop to c7, bishop takes c5 was played in the game, and now black can play this d takes e5 idea, the same thing we've seen with the back rank mates. Queen g4, just targeting e6 and threatening bishop takes e6. Rook takes f1, rook takes f1. And now black needed to play rook to e8 just to overprotect e6 for the reasons we saw before. But in time trouble, he played a blunder rook to f8. Let's see what would have happened after rook to e8. White has a couple of options. He can continue to put pressure on the e6 pawn with rook f6, queen to d2, just trying to get in on the back rank, and white drops back with the rook. And so white's slightly better here, regardless of how black retreats the queen. Another option would be to play queen f3, bishop to d8, stopping queen f6, and then g3. And white just gives his king an escape square, puts the pawns on the dark squares, maybe h4 is coming up like we saw before, to restrict black's bishop and also give himself the option of going h5 at some moment. But as I said, after rook takes f1, black played the blunder rook f8, his thought was that these back rank ideas would work as in the other lines, but now after bishop takes e6, king g7, white was also in serious time trouble, and he didn't spot that he could just take the rook here since the queen, the white queen, protects the d1 square. Instead, with a few seconds left on the clock, rook to d1 was played, and now black had the strong reply, queen to d3. And after some adventures, white won this game. Welcome to the second game in the Two Bishops chapter. The following game was played between Grandmaster Smagin and Terpugov, and apologies there for any mispronunciations. And this was played in the USSR Championship in 1951. All right, so d4, d5. So we quickly reach a stonewall position here after the move e3, f5. White went knight f3, knight to d7, bishop to d3, knight h6. So this move kind of stands out as odd, I would say, but it has a very logical idea behind it. In this pawn structure, the stonewall pawn structure, the e5 square is often occupied by a white knight. So black's idea is to retreat his own knight here and provide additional protection to the e5 square. White played b3, bishop to d6, bishop to b2, castles, queen to c2. So queen to c2 is a clever move because white has not committed himself to castling on either side yet, and depending on what black does here, he can castle either way still. So after queen to e7, h3 was played. I should just go back for a second here and note that after queen to c2, one idea that white has in these positions is to take on d5 at an opportune moment. And normally black would like to respond with e takes d5 because it would open up the e file, and also the queen side would still be sealed off, so moves like knight to b5 wouldn't work. But then after e takes d5 in certain positions, bishop takes f5 is possible. So for example, if black had gone knight to f7 here, then we see the idea that after c takes d5, e takes d5 is no longer a good possibility because it simply loses a pawn to bishop takes f5. Now, what could be the problem with c takes d5 is that when you open the c file now, white gets ideas like knight to b5, and then trying to come in on the c7 square at some point, and we see why the move queen to c2 is useful now. So if black were to go bishop to b8 here, not allowing white to trade his strong bishop off, then white could continue with an idea like rook to c1 with the idea of going knight to c7. So I think that might explain why after queen to c2, the move queen to e7 was played first. And now white played h3, which at first glance doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, but actually it's quite a sensible move. The idea is that he wants to castle on the queen side at some point and then start to chip away at the black pawn structure and open up the king side for a king side attack with the move g4. So black played king to h8, just getting his king off the g file should it open and putting the king in a safer location. Okay, white committed to castling on the queen side now. And now black played d takes c4. It's not clear whether this move was a good idea. One of the reasons why is because, as we'll see later on in the game, opening up the center here actually favored white in the long run. And then secondly, black's strong central pawn structure, which is one of the core ideas of the Stonewall, was dismantled by black himself. So it might have been a better idea to just start playing on the queen side immediately with a move like bishop to a3. Quite a common idea here to just not only exchange off a potential attacker of the black king there on the long diagonal a1 to h8, but also to strip white of a potential defender of his king, and then black could continue with um, his pawn storm idea, his typical pawn storm idea to break down a fianchettoed position of a5 to a4. And we know here that from a general principled standpoint, in an opposite side castling position, it's really a race as far as who can get to the opponent's king first. So it makes a lot of sense to just try to attack here as quickly as possible, and totally fits in with the general principles. So I think bishop to a3 would have been a very decent alternative. Okay, but instead black had a very concrete idea here, because after d takes c4, okay, white doesn't want to open up his king with b takes c4, even though you could say that the recapture itself is positionally desirable because you're bringing a flank pawn into the center, or further into the center, I should say, and you have this pawn duel which controls a lot of squares. But I think the downside of opening up the b file here is just too great. So as such, white took back with the bishop on c4, and now we see the point of black's idea, which was to strike out in the center with e5. So an interesting idea to try to free himself and establish some counterplay, and also consistent with the general principle of responding to a flank attack or a potential flank attack vis-a-vis the move g4 with a counterblow in the center with this capture on c4 and then pushing through with e5. So all very principled stuff. And here, Samagin quite logically decided to open up the center. After all, he is ahead in development. The rook here on d1 should benefit from having the d file opened. So he decided to take on e5. Black recaptured with the knight. White took back with the knight. And now bishop takes e5. So putting the bishop on e5 here is quite a good idea for black in order to counter the white bishop over here on b2 on that long diagonal, and hopefully try to neutralize some of the pressure. And here, Samagin tried to get an initiative with f4, and also to force that bishop off of the long diagonal for the reasons I just mentioned. And so here's where I think black made his first real mistake of the game with the move bishop to c7, because based on what I just said, the bishop really belongs on the a1 to h8 diagonal. So with the bishop on c7 now, it's much more passive, and we see that the bishop on b2 is that much more powerful on the long diagonal. So a better move here after f4 would have been to retreat the bishop to f6. And now white has a couple of options that I analyzed. The first option that might look most natural at first glance is just to play rook h to e1, right? This is the most inactive white piece, and now by placing it in the center, not only does white prevent black from taking the pawn on e3 with check, but maybe he can further open the center with e4 and liquidate this weakness, and then have these rooks ideally placed on the open central files. But of course, black isn't going to just sit back and allow white to do that, and so striking out with the move b5 is extremely logical and good here. So both sides are really fighting for the initiative. White retreats with bishop to d3, and then black pushes through with a5. So just setting up the a4 advance to lever open the white king position. And now white plays the move e4. So kind of a reverse of what we saw in an earlier variation. Black's playing on the flank, so white strikes out in the center. And now black has the very interesting idea to go queen to a7, just getting the queen off of the potentially vulnerable e file and placing it on the a file, and also controlling quite a few useful squares here on the long diagonal, and also supporting that a4 pawn advance. And here I think the position is just extremely unclear. Might sound like a cop-out, but there's so much going on from the imbalances standpoint and the potential variations here that it's really hard to kind of come to a definite conclusion as far as what's going on here. So this would have been a possibility. And so then another line that I looked at here would have been to go after bishop to f6, king to b1, just a normal safety move for the king, and also offering this pawn on e3 to black, which he probably should not take because of the following variation. So queen takes e3, rook h e1, and now black has a choice. He can either take a second pawn or play the move queen to g3 or queen to b6, just a retreating option. But in all of these cases, white responds with the move bishop to a3, and now thanks to the threat of bishop takes f8 and the fact that the black rook has no good protected squares to go to, white will win material, and the same thing would happen after queen to g3 and bishop to a3. So going back to king to b1, the best move for black is probably to play the move b5 as in the earlier variation. Okay, and white should, I think this time, retreat the bishop to e2, and one of the points here is that bishop to f3 is coming up. So if black were to take the pawn on e3 here, white can seriously consider playing bishop to f3, and now he has a couple of threats, not only to take the pawn on c6, and also you can try the rook h e1 bishop a3 thing we just saw, but also he's threatening to play the move knight takes b5 due to the pin of the pawn on to the rook on a8. So after bishop to e2, I think the best move for black is to play b4, and by kicking the knight he wins time, and also exchanging these dark squared bishops makes a lot of sense for the reasons that I mentioned earlier in the video. So after knight a4, just hinting that white could come here to c5 at some point, and also the knight on a4 is useful because it blockades against the a5 to a4 idea. Bishop takes b2, king takes b2. Okay, here black can take the pawn on e3, queen to d2. So interestingly here, white can offer the exchange of queens even though he's a pawn down, because if black were to go into this endgame, white actually has a lot of compensation here. He's ahead in development. He's ready to start attacking these pawns with rook to c1 and bishop to f3, and also he can bring the rook to d4, maybe to attack the pawn on b4. The knight can come to c5 or b6 if black moves the pawn on a7 to defend the pawn on b4. And so white has a lot of compensation for all of those reasons having to do with the weaknesses and the potential for attack, and also because we see here with the black pieces, like the knight on h6 is quite misplaced, the rook on f8 is inactive, and of course these pieces over here on c8 and a8 are on their starting squares. So for all these reasons, white has sufficient compensation for the pawn here. So after queen to d2, offering the exchange of queens, black could retreat the queen to e7, but once again, I think after the move bishop to c4, white is doing very well and has full compensation for the pawn. One of the ideas behind bishop to c4 is to limit black's development, and white can follow up with rook h to e1. So going back to the game now, after f4, bishop to c7, white had a couple of options here. And one idea I looked at was just to make a safety move with the king. So king to b1. And now taking the pawn on e3 would be a huge mistake, because after queen takes e3, rook h to e1, regardless of where black moves the queen to, white is going to have a very strong idea here with an eventual rook to e7. So if you take the pawn on f4, now after rook to e7, white has a couple of threats. He could take this pawn on g7, and then if the king takes back, he has knight to d5 check, which will win the queen thanks to the discovered check from the bishop on b2. And he's also threatening to just go knight to d5 straight away with similar ideas thanks to the discovery of the bishop on the long diagonal. And if black didn't take the pawn on f4, for example, if he played the move queen to c5 trying to cover e7, that's not going to actually help him, because after knight to a4, queen to b4 would be the only square to try to keep a7 guarded. Then after a3, the queen has to move away, and black's actually very close to getting his queen trapped here. So after the move queen to a5, then the move b4 actually traps the queen. So attempting to guard e7 via these means fails. So after king to b1, black is not compelled to take the pawn on e3, and for example, he could play the move bishop to e6, just trying to exchange off a potential attacker and get developed, and then maybe put a rook on d8 and try to keep exchanging off pieces to lessen the pressure. So this was a possibility. In the game anyway, after bishop to c7, white just blasted through immediately with the move g4. And the idea is that he's not worried about any sacrifices that he might have to make, because all of these are going to open up the black king position more and allow him to get more of his pieces into the game. So for example, if black were to take the pawn on g4, and then after h takes g4, bishop takes g4, now white has the extremely strong move rook takes h6, so immediately threatening queen takes h7 mate, and taking the rook fails to the idea of knight to d5 check with the discovered attack on the black king, and winning the queen as well. So going back here, if black played in a really greedy way and saw that, okay, well, white's going to get a huge attack here no matter what, and I might as well just try to take as much material as possible and hope to survive that way and somehow consolidate, with the move queen takes e3 check, for example. Then after king b1, bishop takes f4, also trying to guard the knight from the previous tactic we saw with rook takes h6. Now after knight to e4, just opening the bishop on b2 up and bringing the knight closer to the black king, also supporting ideas like g5 at some point. Bishop takes g4. So white is a full 3 pawns down, but every single piece is in the attack after rook d to g1. And actually, if you analyze this with a computer, it will say that white is already like 5 points ahead here. And that's just because he has so many strong attacking ideas, and literally every single one of his pieces is involved in the attack. And so it's just a matter of time before something falls in the black position and he loses a lot of material or gets mated. So going back to the game, after g4, black decided to play an idea that we looked at a minute ago with bishop to e6. So just trying to exchange off the bishops and lessen some of the pressure like I mentioned. And so this is a very logical idea, and white would do best from a principled standpoint not to exchange off here. There's no reason to exchange off one of your potential attackers and thereby lessen the potential power of your attack. So white just simply retreated the bishop to d3. Black played rook a to d8, so just trying to get developed. King to b1. And now black's position is actually quite difficult because white has a lot of plans to continue the pressure here. Whereas it's difficult to see a plan for black because he's basically just responding to white's threats or trying to anticipate white's threats and kind of play accordingly. So it's hard to be too critical here. I mean, the move he played in the game was queen to h4, and I think the reason why he did that was because he was afraid of a potential pawn storm here with g5, and then if the knight goes back to f7, then h4, h5, h6, and in conjunction with the bishop on b2, the opening of the long diagonal will be very dangerous for black. So maybe he was best off in this bad position trying to exchange as before with bishop to d6 and hoping to come in to a3 to exchange off the bishops. But of course here white is not obliged to allow the exchange, and he can retreat to a1. So even though this was a better practical option, I don't know how much better things actually might have turned out for black had he gone for this. But anyway, the problem with queen to h4, actually there's several problems. One of them is that yes, you do stop the move h4, but in doing so you sideline your queen, and we know that generally the queen isn't a good blockader anyway, but for the queen to such a powerful piece as the queen to have the duty of blockading a pawn, it must mean that the energy that black has expended on this will be at the detriment of potential activity or attack that he could make with the queen. So basically a long way of saying that the role that the black queen takes on now does not maximize her potential in any way. And white has other ideas besides g5 and h4 anyway. Now, in the game, he did go g5 first, which I think is a good move. He could have also tried the move knight to b5 first. He plays this a move later, but this is also totally possible here. And the idea here is that if black takes the knight, then not only is he going to lose that bishop on c7, but now white threatens mate on g7, and it's the old story that we've gone through a bunch with the opposite colored bishops. And in this case, white has the dark squared unopposed bishop on that color complex, and so black is hard pressed to defend on the dark square color complex. And not to mention here too that several black pawns are hanging here, b7 and b5. So after knight to b5, the other problem for black is that if he retreats the bishop, white has several ideas, but one of them is just to reroute the knight to the strong d4 square, where it's nicely centralized and putting a lot of pressure on squares like e6 and f5. The other idea for white after queen h4 would have been to try the move knight to e2, and this is similar to knight to b5 in the sense that he can go to d4, and maybe also he could set himself up after, say, rook d to g1 to go knight to g3 and just put more pressure on f5, for example, and allow himself to maybe jump to h5 one day, where in conjunction with the bishop on b2, he would have very strong threats on g7. Anyway, in the game after queen to h4, g5, knight to g8 was played. And I think the point here was that he was hoping to somehow blockade on e7 and then g6 somehow, or just to put the knight on e7 and try to hold this f5 point. Okay, white went through with the knight to b5 idea that we looked at before, bishop to b6, and now queen to c3, so just threatening mate on g7. Black prevents that. And now, very nice idea here from Samagan, queen to e5. So he has the initiative, and he's not going to retreat or give any time back for black. He'll just continue to attack. So in this case, he's offering the possibility to black to take the knight, but at the cost of losing his bishop on e6. And so now white's initiative is going to continue to power through, and black is going to be hard-pressed to defend on the light squares thanks to the unopposed bishop on d3. So after queen to e5, the move bishop to d5 was played. So just protecting the bishop on d5 and counterattacking on h1. And now the same theme that we just looked at. White is not going to retreat or waste time responding to black's threats. He'll continue making aggressive moves and counterattacking. As we know, the best way to respond to an attack is with a counterattack. And actually, knight to d6 turns out to be the only good move here, but an extremely strong move since it's actually quite difficult to do anything with the rook on f7 since it needs to defend g7, and also f5 is going to fall in a lot of lines should black move the rook away from the attack. So black decided to take this knight. White takes back and now wins the material back by taking the rook in the corner. But the upshot of this is that now white has a very strong bishop pair, and he's very well centralized and coordinated still. So even though trades might normally reduce the attacking side's initiative, in this case it doesn't really work out that way. So there were several ways to try to save the game here for black. He played queen h5 in the game, which really didn't help himself out too much. He could have tried to go queen to g3, just hoping to capture the pawn on e3 with the queen and then somehow hold out, say by retreating his queen back to e7 or something. And now white can play a couple of continuations. He could play for material with queen to e6, so attacking the rook and attacking the pawn on f5. So that if black played queen takes e3, just going for tactics, because the other problems here are that now the possibility of bishop takes f5 becomes strong, even if black retreats the rook. And if he tries to play aggressively with rook to e7, now after queen takes f5, the mate is threatened, and black is hard pressed to defend against that. So he might have gone for tactics here instead after queen to e6, queen takes e3, with the point that if white takes the rook, black will take the bishop, king a1, bishop to d4, and so the idea is to try to exchange off the bishops and then get some kind of perpetual check or a fork against the king and the rook using the queen. But white's well on the ball to guard against this. Queen to c4, bishop takes b2, king takes b2, and a dangerous looking check here on d2. But after king to a3, actually the white king is very safe, and the checks will run out shortly. And white's material advantage and the fact that the knight is so inactive on g8 should be enough for white to win this without too much difficulty. So after queen to g3, the other approach would have been just to play for the attack with rook to d1. So the point here is that once the bishop on d3 moves, the queen and the rook will protect each other via the battery. And if black takes the pawn on e3, then white can play a very strong move with bishop to e5. So just solidifying the f4 point, centralizing the bishop to reduce black's mobility, and white can continue with some attacking moves like g6 at some point, or bishop to c4. So he has an extremely good attacking position and very good compensation for the pawn here. One last line would have been after rook takes h1, if black takes the pawn immediately with the bishop, instead of setting up to take that with the queen. Now, after rook to f1, white's just threatening the move queen to e6, so he needed to defend f4 in order to prepare queen e6, which puts a very strong threat of the fork against the rook and bishop there. Okay, so going back to the game, after rook takes h1, black tried the move queen h5, so I think he was just trying to keep an eye on the rook on f7, and then also maybe give himself an opportunity to come into f3 and try to cause some problems for white. But the issue here is that white has a couple of good moves. In the game, he played bishop to c4, just continuing the initiative and making it difficult for black to find a good square for that rook. Also, he could have tried the move queen to e6 with similar ideas to what we saw a second ago. But after bishop to c4, black already has some pretty serious problems to solve. So for one thing, he can't go rook to e7, because then after bishop takes g8, the defender of the rook on e7 is gone. So he's going to lose material. And so I think his idea here was that he would counterattack with the move queen to f3. I should also briefly mention that he could have tried rook to c7 instead. This puts the rook in quite an awkward position, and actually white can capitalize on this immediately with the move queen to f8. The rook was needed not just to defend the pawn on f5, but also some potential back rank threats, and also to keep an eye on the knight in certain lines. But and here the problem is that white just has too many threats. And also, yeah, the rook was needed to defend the pawn on g7 as well. But the threat of queen takes g8 is just unstoppable. So instead, the idea of queen h5 is shown. Black tries to counterattack with queen to f3. And here I think white made a slight inaccuracy. In the game, he played rook to d1. But I think he would have been better off to play rook to f1 and just try to win the time back. Queen e4 check, so as not to lose any time, and also to make queen e6 maybe less attractive for white. Although after king to a1, bishop to c7, it turns out that this endgame is technically winning for white, thanks to his active pieces, in particular the powerful pair of bishops, his space advantage, and the fact that black's pieces are still uncoordinated and inactive. So even though black managed to get the queens off the board. It's a good example of how the initiative can still barrel on, and white's superiority for in all those other areas still remains. So going back, after queen to f3, rook to d1 was played in the game. And now the, black could have tried maybe rook to e7. And the point here is that the previous idea of bishop takes g8 doesn't work, because after queen e4 check, the rook is protected. And so if the king moves, then we can take the bishop back, and we also are able to protect the back rank against any potential checks with rook d8, and we're guarding against queen to d8. But after rook to e7, which probably was the best move, white has the good waiting move a4 here, so this stops a potential b5 to attack the white bishop. It gives the king a square on a2, and there are some variations where a tactic with a5 is possible to put the bishop on an unprotected square should it take the pawn on a5. Anyway, in the game, after rook to d1, black decided to try to get tactical here with bishop takes c5. Of course, bishop c5, of course, hoping that white would grab the bishop when he takes the rook on d1 would check. White dropped back to d3 with the queen, so he keeps the attack of the rook in play. And now black could have tried rook to e7 here again. But after queen to d8, threatening queen takes g8 mate, queen e4 check, king a1, rook e8, stopping the mate. Now after queen to d7, white just has a ton of very strong threats here, involving queen takes g7 mate and queen takes b7, among others. So after queen to d3, black decided to play rook to f8. And now an extremely strong tactical shot, b4, appeared seemingly out of nowhere. But this makes a lot of sense. White basically exposes the lack of coordination in the black position. And there are some other ideas involving the long diagonal a1 to h8. So what white would like to do is secure the d4 square for his queen, so that he can threaten to give mate there on g7. And so by playing b4 and trying to displace the black bishop, he's able to do this. So in the game, he took on b4. Had he tried to keep the bishop on that diagonal so as to protect the square on d4, then queen to d7 would come in. And if he retreated to the other square on e7, then queen to d4 happens, so white executes his idea. And then the final line here would be, after b4, if black decides to take this pawn on e3, he will actually lose material or get mated, because after bishop takes g8, he has a couple of ways to recapture. If he recaptures with the king, white starts out with the move queen to c4 check. King h8 is the only reasonable move. But now this lightning bolt comes out of nowhere. Bishop takes g7, king takes g7, and then after rook d7 check, mate is just a matter of a few moves away. For example, if you go king to g6, then go queen e6, and this is mate. And so if we just go back here, he could also try, instead of king takes g8, to take with the rook, but now we see same idea, bishop takes g7, and if you take with the rook, then queen to c3 check is going to lead to mate shortly, thanks to the rook entering the game here on d8. And if you play king takes g7, then queen to c3 is the same as before. So just going back here, after b4, black decided to take this pawn. Queen to d4 was played, and his idea was to try to lessen the pressure by exchanging all queens. So black is a pawn up here, but that doesn't matter at all because after white trades the queens, now after rook to d7, he's going to get one pawn back whenever he wants it, thanks to the double attack here. But more importantly, the pressure has not been lessened, and so it's just a matter of time before he's going to be able to crash through on the king side. So the move knight to e7 was played, hoping to play knight to f5 to defend g7 and then also attack e3. So white, of course, could have taken the pawn on b7 here. He found a strong idea of bishop to e6, just keeping an eye on the f5 square. Black played b5 to try to get that pawn out of the attack. But now after h4, he was powerless to stop the idea of h5 and h6. The bishop on e6 does an excellent job also of restricting the king's movement. So even though he's a pawn up and the position has been simplified, black's position is hopeless, and so he resigned. Welcome to the next section on breakthroughs. We'll start it off with a game between Jacob Furfine playing white, rating of 2163, and the young grandmaster Akshat Chandra playing black. This was from the Clark Street Open in Chicago, 2017, round 1. And this was a smashing upset against the young American grandmaster here. White played quite a nice game, really strong outplay, and it almost looked like the grandmaster was playing white here. So without further ado, let's get started. White opened with d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, and now bishop f4. So this is the London system, which has been quite popular in recent years. c5 was played, c3, so these are all usual moves, nothing out of the ordinary here. The following move is a bit uncommon, c takes d4. You normally wouldn't see black release the tension like that for a variety of reasons, one of which is because one of his main ideas is to play the move e5, and this is usually more powerful or often easier to accomplish when you have the pawns that were just exchanged still on the board. And also simplifying here and taking away the tension doesn't really seem to give black anything additional to what he would get had he left the tension as it was. In any case, he played the move knight to h5 here. So putting the knight on the side of the board, gaining time. So it's unclear if this maneuver will benefit white or black, because on the one hand, black has gained a tempo, but after white's excellent reply, bishop to e3, it's clear that the knight is not going to stay on h5 forever, so he'll probably have to lose time moving it back. And so the net result of this sequence is by no means clear. Black played bishop to d6, which is the normal square to put the bishop on in this system, since it's the most active and it fights for the e5 square. And now white played a very good move immediately, knight to e5. So utilizing the fact that the queen is attacking the knight on h5 to gain time and putting his knight on the very strong e5 square where it wants to be anyway, due to the aforementioned idea of e5 for black that I talked about to free his game. Black played knight to f6, and now f4 was played, just bolstering the knight on e5. So interestingly enough, if we connect this position up with the idea that I mentioned in the last game in the stonewall structure, we can actually see that this is basically identical to a stonewall structure from white's perspective, where black has exchange off on d4. And so normally in the stonewall you wouldn't want to do that because of situations like this, where white gets a very strong outpost on e5 and it's bolstered by the pawns on d4 and f4, and he can just kind of build around that, and black is kind of all blocked up here, and white also has the
semi-open e-file to use as well. So black decided to play knight to e7. This is a common maneuver. One of the main ideas in this system for black, or in this position type I should say, is an eventual maneuver of the knight into e4. One of those knights into e4. So the downside from white's perspective of this structure, well, I would say there's two downsides. You have this hole on e4, and then also this bishop here can be hard to activate. So white set about activating this bishop and anticipating black's knight f5, which will no longer come with gain of time after his retreat bishop f2. And one of the main ideas here is to swing the bishop out to h4, where it can be quite active and quite annoying. Black castled, bishop to d3 was played, and now knight to e8. So one idea here, or the main idea here, is to go f6, to go f6, and to kick this knight out from e5. Of course, there's some tactics here involving potential Greek gift sacrifices and the weakening of black's kingside that makes things not so clear as far as whether f6 actually forces white to retreat the knight immediately or at all. And if that comment sounds a little bit strange or abstract, just wait a few moves and you'll see what I'm talking about. So white castled here. Black indeed did go f6, and now white simply ignored the threat, or pseudo threat as it may be, to his knight and played the move knight d to f3. So just bringing another piece over to the king side for the potential attack and bolstering the knight on e5. Well, of course, we have to see what would happen if black did take the knight on e5. And amazingly enough here, white can simply recapture, can and should recapture with the pawn. So black only has two possible squares for the bishop, doesn't want to block in the rook on a8 by going all the way back to b8, so he goes bishop to c7. And now white goes through the Greek gift sacrifice. Bishop takes h7, king takes h7, knight to g5. And now a couple options here for black. Well, if he goes back, then queen h5 will finish the job very, very shortly. And instead, if he goes out to g6, then after queen to g4, it's the usual stuff that you would see in the Greek gift sacrifice. Knight takes e6 is threatened in particular, and the black position's basically hopeless here. So that would be a very quick way to lose. Instead, in the game, Chandra played the move g6, which looks logical. He's just hoping to blunt the bishop here on the b1 to h7 diagonal, and then additionally he gives his knight on e8 an option to enter the game back, or re-enter the game via the g7 and then f5 square, and that should also attempt to block a lot of these problem areas on the king side. Okay, and his opponent played the very good move queen to d2, so still not caring about the knight on e5. If black had taken that knight, white recaptures just as before, bishop to c7, and now bishop to h4. And it might not immediately be apparent why this is so bad for black, but the point is that the white pieces are going to continue to invade into the black king position quite rapidly, and there's really very little black can do about this. One of the main reasons why is because he has so little space, so little area, which gives him such a small area to maneuver his pieces in, that they simply can't come over to the defense of the king quickly enough. So it's all well and good that he has a material advantage, but he can't really defend effectively. And so white will quite easily just continue to marshal his forces over on the king side and break through and have a very, very strong attack. So this would not be a good idea for black to take this piece, even though it might look quite tempting at first. So therefore, after queen to d2, Chandra retreated here with the move bishop to c7. And the idea here is just to allow himself, one, to maybe someday take on e5 without a recapture gaining tempo on his bishop, and two, to allow his knight to come in via d6 and then maybe come to e4 or f5 for the reasons stated earlier.
Okay, but white still ignored the attack to his knight on e5. He played bishop to h4, and black shouldn't take this knight anyway for the reasons I mentioned a second ago. It doesn't really matter, actually, that if white recaptures this time, that there's no threat to the bishop. Actually, it's such a strong attack, and white has so many threats here and upcoming threats that it would still be ill-advised for black to do this. So, therefore, he must do something else. In the game, he played knight to g7. Actually, I think a better and more consistent move based on his prior move would have just been to go through with the knight to d6 idea. Because one thing is that having a knight on e4 actually helps him out quite a lot from both a counterplay standpoint and a standpoint of trying to stop the attack, to defend against the attack. So white has a couple of options here. He could have tried knight to g4, so just trying to target this pawn on f6, but then black would have the strong reply of knight e to f5, so just hitting the bishop on h4 and opening up the queen to the defense of f6. Another option for white would have been to go g4, so just preventing a knight from going to f5. And now here, black should go through with his idea, knight to e4. Okay, queen to e3. And now a very strong move that would have really given him some good counterplay, I think, or the prospect of some good counterplay anyway. b5. So one of the ideas, of course, is at some point to go b4, but then maybe more importantly in this case, he just wants to give his bishop a chance to come to b7 and develop itself and bolster the knight on e4. And then let the rook on a8 into the game. So this does sacrifice a pawn, or offer the sacrifice of a pawn, if white were to take on e4. Interestingly enough, even though it might look like white can just take this pawn on b5 and get away with it, after rook to b8, he's going to have to give it back or lose material. So if he goes a4, then black can go a6, and when the bishop retreats, the rook will swoop down and take on b2. So this wouldn't really benefit white at all. Instead, after b5, if the pawn sacrifice I alluded to takes place after bishop takes e4, d takes e4, queen takes e4. But the issue here is that black has this unopposed light squared bishop now, and the light squares are very, very weak for white. Especially around the king, now that he's played the move g4. So I think black would have very good compensation here, and he has a concrete idea that's very strong, queen to d5, so offering the exchange of queens even though he's material down, because at some point this is going to be a threat too, taking the knight on e5, so white can't play as nonchalantly as before. Really, he needs to trade queens, and now black has a very interesting choice. He could take back with the pawn, intending that if the knight on e5 moves, the pawn on g4 will be hanging. But then white could play a very good move himself here with h3. So just saying, okay, well, if you take my knight on e5, I get your knight on e7, and this looks pretty decent for white. So going back, I think black would have been better off here after queen takes d5 to just take back with the knight, so centralizing his knight and also threatening to take the pawn on f4 to regain material equality. So white needs to retreat now. And then black has a interesting choice between just taking the pawn back straight away, or he can even play the move knight to e3, just threatening the pawn and on g4 and the rook on f1. Okay, so instead of this, Chandra played knight to g7, and now white played the very strong move g4 for the reasons mentioned before. Now queen to e8 was played. And at first sight, it doesn't really seem at all obvious why the queen might be useful on e8. I think there's a couple reasons why he chose the move. One, he didn't want to be in this potential pin anymore if he were to take the knight on e5, for example. And then secondly, the queen offers some support to the pawn on g6. And also, at some later date, he might like to he would like to get in but he might not be able to do this. Bishop to d7 and then bishop to b5 to try to exchange off his bad bishop for white's active bishop and lessen some of the pressure. So white played a4 with a couple of ideas. The first is that, also with the queen on b8, b5 as before might be an idea, so white takes away that. But then also now white sets himself up maybe to go bishop to b5 himself and attack the queen at some point. And so he's just cutting out one of the black ideas and setting himself up for the possibility to attack, as I showed. And then black plays a6, stopping that, and also maybe setting up for b5 at some point. Bishop to c2. So the point of bishop to c2 is that now the pawn's on a4. White would like to move his rook on a1 away, but he needs to defend the pawn first before moving the rook, say, to e1. King to h8. Just a safety move. And now white might have been better to play queen to g2. So just continuing the theme that we've seen of building up over on the king side, the queen can go to h3 at some point, and white's just going to continue massing the pieces over there on the queen side, on the king side rather. And black could take the knight on e5 as always, but after f takes e5, see with the arrows here that the bishop can come in f6, the queen goes to h3, the knight goes to g5 in some order, and white has an extremely strong initiative there, extremely strong attack there nonetheless. After king to h8 anyway, white played the more restrained move, knight to d3. I think one of his ideas here was that at some point now the knights might come into c5, and white could play in a more positional way. And just kind of try to cramp black on the queen side as well, say to play even a5 and knight to c5. Black went b6, 1 to stop this move, and then 2, I think maybe at some point he wanted to get his bishop out to b7. Also stops the idea of a5, or so he thought. But an interesting option here would just be to play positionally and go a5 anyway. And if black takes it, then play rook f to e1, just putting pressure on the e6 pawn and setting up for knight to c5 at some point. But from the perspective of playing this attacking position with white, it's quite hard psychologically to change tact like this and to kind of blend in more positional elements and kind of a more restrained way to play the position when you've really set yourself up to go in for a kingside attack all along. So regardless of the objective merits of this plan, I think implementing it into the game would have been challenging from a psychological perspective. In any case, white played a much more natural move, I would say, rook a to e1, bishop to d7, just hitting a4. Okay, b3 guards a4, rook to c8, so just putting the rook on the open file, and now c3 has been a little bit weakened thanks to the move b3. King to h1, bishop to b8, rook to g1. So white's just going to continue to marshal the forces over there. Queen to d8. And this is a critical moment of the game because after queen to d8, black intends something like queen to c7, hitting the pawn on c3, and also putting some pressure on f4 and maybe trying to prevent white from making progress as quickly as he would like. And so white has all of his pieces directed at the black king side, and he needs to figure out a way to orchestrate the attack or break through. And so he found this fantastic move, this blocking sacrifice, f5. So at first it's not readily apparent why this is such a good move. The point is that he needs to find a way to open up the king side where he denies black the opportunity to block with one of these knights to f5, and so he needs to block the f5 square himself so that after the game move e takes f5, neither of these knights can get in and black is totally stuck. And now with the move g5, the dark squares are totally ripped open and white's pieces start to break down the barricades that are guarding black's king. So he's closed lines for his opponent
and open lines for himself and some important squares. So he's opened the E file, he's opening up this diagonal more from H4 to D8, and also trying to secure this square on E5 for his knights, all while denying black the squares that he needs to defend. So Chandra decided not to take this pawn on G5 and instead go knight to G8 to try to recapture on F6 after the inevitable capture, which was played. And now, even though knight takes F6 is natural, white would basically have a winning position if he just continued playing strong attacking moves. So knight D to E5, setting up potential sacrifices on G6. Black can try to stop this, but actually white just steams through anyway. Knight takes G6. And if he takes with the H pawn, then after queen to H6 check, king to G8, capturing the knight on F6 will lead to mate or massive material loss very quickly. The knight on F6 was needed to guard the H7 square, so that after recapture from black, it doesn't really matter which way he recaptures here. Knight to G5 will, like I say, either mate or create substantial material loss for black. So after knight takes G6, bishop takes G6 could also be tried, but now white forces his way through with another sacrifice and a very similar idea to what we just saw. Knight to G5 with the same ideas as before. So in the game, Chandra decided to take back with the rook, and now white did well not to take on F6. There's no reason to hurry this, and the threat is definitely stronger than the execution, and he really shouldn't be playing for material anyway here. But I think he chose maybe the wrong knight to play to E5 here. He played knight D to E5, but I think he would have been better off playing knight F to E5. And the reason why is because now he can use the knight on D3 to come into F4 so that he can put the maximum amount of pressure on the G6 square. So for example, after bishop to E8, knight F4, he would have even stronger threats than he had in the game. Although it must be stated that knight D to E5 is an extremely strong move. In any case, he's still winning. Bishop to E8 was played, and rook to G3 was played. Very nice idea. Our usual rook lift idea, maybe with a slight twist, which is that normally such moves would be played to come over to the H file, for example, like this, which is one idea. And then also you set yourself up here for the double attack on, for the doubling of the rooks on the G file. So a nice dual purpose move there. Just as an aside, the move bishop to D3 would be very annoying and is also winning, just reminding black that his pawn on A6 is a problem too. In any case, rook to G3 is the most consistent attacking move. And now black has a couple ways to try to defend, but neither suffice. In the game, he played the move queen to C7, and we'll look at that in a second. He could have tried bishop to D6 first, rook to H3, and now queen to C7, intending to take the pawn on C3. White finally cashes in and takes the rook on F6, and after knight takes F6, queen H6, white would just have an overwhelming attack here. One big threat is just to take on G6, and if black takes back, then queen takes G6, continues the attack, and hits the knight on F6. So there's just too many threats here, and white has an overwhelming attack as stated. So in the game, he tried queen to C7. I think one of the ideas here was to try to laterally defend on the 7th rank, at the same time hitting the pawn on C3, but the queen's too far away from the king to defend effectively anyway. So white cashed in just as in the previous line and went through with queen H6. And now there's once again a couple of defensive options. Both fail. In the game, black played queen takes C3. He could have also tried to play the move knight to G8 first, queen to H3, knight to H5, just trying to block up the H file so that stuff like knight takes G6 check doesn't work. And now rook to G5
once again gives white an overwhelming attack, and so black is objectively lost here. So anyway, in the game, after queen h6, white queen takes c3. And now white didn't even bother to defend the bishop on c2 or to lose time moving it. He rightfully played rook takes g6, just continuing the attack and not giving black any time to get organized. And had black taken this rook, then after knight takes g6, check, king to g8, knight e7 check, king h8. White could even just drop back here with the move bishop to d1, which is a really nice move since he had both the bishop and knight hanging here. And after dropping back, the rook on c8 is hanging to the knight on e7, and white still has all these additional attacking options open, such as rook to g1 in a second. So once again, totally winning position for white. In the game, after rook takes g6, Chandra played the move knight f to h5, just trying to defend his knight on g7, but white took this guy anyway. And after knight takes g7, his idea was to get his bishop out of the attack and continue his own attack with bishop takes f5. Of course, knight takes f5 is out of the question, mate in one after queen f8. So instead, he tried to run away with his king, king to g8. Since queen takes h7 is coming, he played it, king f8, queen h8 check, king e7, why not take the knight with check? So piece up with an extremely strong attack now. Piece and a pawn, technically. King to d8, and after queen f6 check, Chandra decided to throw in the towel because after king to c7, queen to e7 check, bishop to d7, queen takes d7, it is checkmate. Wonderful game from white, textbook attacking play, textbook example of a breakthrough / clearance sacrifice. The next game involves two strong grandmasters, white Narayanan and black Senal. Sorry for the mispronunciations there. This game we're only going to take an excerpt from. White actually missed the opportunity for a strong breakthrough in the game, so I want to kind of go through why that might have happened and what could have happened had he found this breakthrough, and then we'll see what actually happened in the game and how things ended up. So as I say, just an excerpt here. Anyway, white started with the move d4, g6, e4, so we reached the modern defense here after a slightly unusual sequence in the opening move order-wise. f4, so one of the main lines, one of the most aggressive lines for white, a6, knight f3, knight d7, bishop to d3, b5, a4, b4, knight e2, bishop to b7, castles, knight gf6, and here white plowed through in the center with the move e5. His e4 pawn is under attack, so this makes sense to gain some time, and black decided to play knight to e4, and now c4 was played. Interesting idea here, trying to crowd the center with pawns, and I think make it difficult for black to stabilize the knight on e4. So one of white's main ideas, which he executed on the next move, is to go queen to c2 when black could find himself unable to effectively support the knight in the center. So his idea was that after e6, he was going to meet queen to c2 with d5 as he did in the game. And here's where white missed his opportunity to execute another very nice f5 breakthrough, different to what we saw in the last game. Even though both games feature f5, it's a different idea here. White goes c takes d5 first, forcing e takes d5, and now f5. So what's the idea here? Well, at first sight, it doesn't appear too clear because it looks like white's just allowing black to bolster his knight further on e4 after black takes back with g takes f5, and what's more, he's lost a pawn. But the point is that the pawn on f5 is actually very unstable, and black's king side is very unstable. White has destroyed the king side pawn structure and opened up the f file. So there's all these vulnerabilities here, which white can capitalize on with the move knight to g3. So this gives black a very unpleasant choice regardless of what he does. So in targeting the pawn on f5 and the knight on e4, white forces black to make a concession of some kind, because the threat here, of course, is just to take the pawn on f5. So there's a few possibilities here for black. He could take the knight on g3, but then white simply recaptures with h takes g3, and black is not going to be able to defend the pawn on f5. And what's more, after that, the king side's going to be totally open, and white is way ahead in development. So the black king is not going to find a safe home on the queen side, since the queen side's been totally opened up, and there's no way that he's going to get safe on the king side. So looks like white's just going to have an extremely dangerous attacking position, which he should convert fairly quickly. Another possibility after knight to g3 would be to go knight to f8. And the point of this move is that black can meet knight takes f5 with knight e6, protecting the bishop on g7 and putting some pressure on the pawn on d4. But after the calm move bishop to e3, just continuing development, white is ready to challenge the knight on e4 with the move knight to d2. And still he has all of the attacking trumps that I talked about previously. And now, even more, the knight on f5 is extremely powerful and extremely annoying for black to deal with, because it will constantly exert pressure on the black king side. So both of these lines clearly favor white, and there's really nothing that black could have done in the game had white found this very strong f5 idea. Well, in the game, white decided to take on e4 and then go after the pawn with knight to g5. And it's true here that white is clearly better, and he'll be able to take that pawn on e4. But black did get some compensation in the form of the unopposed light squared bishop and some of his control over the light squares. Somehow, black did manage to get a draw in the game in any case.
Following game was played online. I was playing the white pieces against FIDE master Asa Hoffman. This was played in 2017. And this game is a good example of a scenario where maybe your opponent tries to keep the position closed and tries to keep everything under control, but how with aggressive play you can continue to open it and eventually blast through. So I started with the move e4, d6, d4, knight f6, knight c3, and now the usual move would be g6, taking play into the Peert's defense. Instead, c6 was played, which is the Pribble defense. A couple of key ideas here. The first we'll see implemented against the move I played, which is f4. Just quickly, had white played knight to f3 instead, then black normally plays bishop to g4, and the idea here is black will follow with e6 and d5 and have like an improved version of the French defense, since the light squared bishop is outside the pawn chain. Anyway, after c6, I actually know a little bit of the theory of this opening, because I played it mostly in blitz as black myself a while back. And I recalled that white had a very concrete line here stemming from f4, and now black shows his main idea, which is to go queen a5. So already there's this threat of knight takes e4. White has a couple of ways that he can meet this, or I think there are three main moves actually. I chose the move e5, which is the most concrete. He could also play the natural move bishop to d2, of course, when play might go e5, knight f3, and now black can play either knight to d7 to try to bolster the e5 point, or take on d4. White throws in the move knight d5, so that the discovered attack means the queen has to move. Queen goes all the way back. White takes on f6, queen takes f6, and after bishop to d3, even though white is a pawn down temporarily, I think he has quite a promising attacking position. He's ahead in development, and he's ready to castle and play the move e5. Okay, so just going back here, after queen a5, the move bishop to d3 is also possible, of course. But anyway, I decided to take play into this line, e5. So the point is that black jumps in with knight to e4, and now I can play the move queen to f3, so just attacking that knight and forcing black to make a decision. Incidentally, I could have also continued with the move knight to f3 here, and then black would probably play the move d5, and then I will go bishop to e2 and just castle. The point here also is that after knight to f3, if black took my knight on c3, then I could go queen to d2 and win the piece back on the next move with better development in a very strong center. So just going back here, after knight e4, I played queen to f3, giving black a choice. I played the move d5, which is the move I always regarded as the best move. But it turns out here that probably just taking the knight on c3 is even stronger, or would give him the best chances. In any case, white's still better. Bishop to d2 should be played, bishop to f5, and now white can delay the capture of the knight on f3 by playing bishop to d3. And the point here is that after we make some trades here, white can even think about taking the knight back with his pawn on b2. So white has quite a nice pawn mass in the center, very mobile pawn mass, so that he can take over more space there and just keep pushing that pawn mass forward. Black could play g6, and now white doesn't even have to capture the knight yet. He can go knight e2. And due to his space advantage and development lead and centralized pawn mass, I think white has a better position here. After queen to f3, black played d5. I went bishop to d3. And it's the same story. If black takes the knight on c3, I'll go bishop to d2. Also, the move that I had expected him to play is knight to a6. In the game, he played bishop to a5, but we should see what happens after knight to a6. And the point here is that there's a small trap. If white gets greedy by taking here and then taking with the queen, then black has the move g6. And the point here is that he's going to continue with bishop to f and knight to b4, targeting the c2 pawn. And maybe white can get equality against this line, and quite a few people have fallen for it, and so it's not at all easy to spot. But anyway, I knew about it, and my plan after knight a6 was just to continue with the move knight ge2. And regardless of what black does here, white will obtain a development lead and continue to have a promising attacking position. So for example, black goes knight to b4, trying to force the issue with the bishop. I'll just castle and ignore this. Can take the bishop, and now several games, and this was my plan, have gone c takes d3, knight takes c3, and now b takes c3. So a very similar idea to the other line, or a couple of the other lines, where white gets the central pawn mass, and now I have ideas like f5 to crowd out the black pieces. I have the open b file to use, and so I think white's just better here. Going back, the best move here for black would have been to go c5. And then after I take on c5, black takes on c3, I go bishop to d2, the usual idea. Queen takes c5, bishop takes c3, so as not to weaken my pawn structure. Knight c6, knight e2, e6. And then after a3, I think that white just has an improved version of a French defense. He's a couple tempi ahead of a normal line. The queen on c5 looks slightly misplaced, and white's ready to castle on the queen side quite quickly. So all these things lead me to believe that white's better here. Instead, in the game, bishop to f5 was played, which I think is a clear mistake. I didn't capitalize on this as I should have. Instead, I kind of just played automatically here with knight g2. What I should have done is take advantage of this by playing g4. So the bishop can't go to g6 because of f5, so has to retreat. And if he tries to play for tactics instead with knight takes c3, then after g takes f5, there's actually no scary discovered check. So for example, knight e4 check, c3, and black's just busted here because the knight on e4 is falling for nothing, and I'll get a pawn, and black has no space. So after g4, I would have had to retreat, and now I can actually take on e4 because he doesn't have the same trick as before. And if he tries to get back the pawn with bishop to g4, then he's met with a very strong reply f5 when the bishop is very, very close to being trapped, and black will have a lot of tactical problems as a result of the bishop. And then not to mention I can set up moves like e6 later on to totally paralyze the black position. So instead, after queen takes e4, you could have tried the move knight to a6, but then I'd just go f5, and there's really nothing to do here for black. He's in deep trouble already. Okay, anyway, after bishop to f5, I played the move knight g2, thinking that I would get some type of position type that we already looked at if he took on c3. Instead, e6 was played. And now once again here I missed the opportunity to push through with g4 with similar ideas to before. If knight takes c3, then b takes c3, bishop takes d3, and c takes d3, and I'm ready to play the move f5 here. And also, if he retreats, that would be a serious mistake because after f5, the bishop's going to be trapped. So instead, after e6, I castled. Knight takes c3 was played, b takes c3, and now bishop takes c3, which is bishop takes d3, which is probably also a mistake because it allows me to eventually force through f5. Instead, it was better to try knight to d7 and just keep that bishop on f5, because when I take, black can try to use the pawn on f5 as a blockader so that I can't open up the king side. So for example, queen h3 hitting f5. If black went g6 here, then I would still blast through with g4. But instead of that, he's able to try some tactics here. So queen to a6, hitting my knight, hoping that I'll go knight to g3 when now after g6 there's no more g4 option. So instead I go rook to f2 here, g6, he has to defend the pawn now, and now I get into g4, takes, black goes f5 so that I don't play f5, take this en passant to keep the position open, knight takes f6, and now queen h3 to prevent black from castling on the queen side. And I think that here white is still better because it's going to take a while for the black king to get castled. If he goes to the king side, the king is already going to be pretty exposed, especially when I get into a move like f5, and my pieces are just more active than black's are, so I think white's better here. Anyway, in the game, bishop takes d3 was played, c takes d3, and now g6, so trying to do everything he can to stop f5. And here I had an interesting choice to actually play f5 as a pawn sacrifice immediately or prepare it with g4. In the game, I prepared it with g4, but probably should have just done it immediately. So f5, g takes f5. If e takes f5, then g4 is just extremely strong because as soon as the f5 pawn moves, say to capture the pawn on g4, I come in with the queen and take on f7 and get a winning attack. So g takes f5 instead. And now queen h5. One idea here is that I'm setting up to go knight f4 and then have knight takes e6 threats. Incidentally, if I'd gone g4 here immediately, then the problem is that after rook to g8, the pin on my king means that I'm going to not be able to take on f5 here. So instead queen h5.
knight a6, just trying to develop and castle on the queen side at some point. King h1, so setting up the g4 move. Rook to g8. Black should try to stop g4, but the problem is that that means I can come in and take on h7, rook to g7, queen h8, rook to g6. So just stopping me from going bishop to h6, queen h5. So preparing to play moves like knight to f4 to attack the rook and then try to take on e6, knight c7, and that guards e6. So knight f4 would be a little bit inaccurate here, I think, because maybe black could go rook h6 and try to gain some time. So instead, after knight to c7, white should change tact and go a4, which allows him to play a move like bishop to a3. If the bishops are exchanged, then the dark squares become quite weak for black. And now also, if black castles on the queen side, I can think about moves like knight to f4 when rook to g7 is the only way to protect the pawn on f7. And here I could continue with a move like bishop to d2, drop the queen back, and play c4. There are a lot of other options, but this is just one way to try to get an initiative here. So in the game, instead of the f5 pawn sacrifice, I prepared the move with g4. Asa played h5 to try to hit at my pawn on g4, and of course he's hoping that I'll take on h5 when after rook takes h5 he can establish a blockade of the f5 square. He was probably better off to just allow me to play f5 and try to castle on the queen side as quickly as possible with the move knight to d7. Because after f5 castles on the queen side, black by no means is a good position, but it might be a little bit harder for me to continue attacking and getting the initiative than it was in the game. And I would play the move a4 here as well. Also, a4 is a good prophylactic move once black is castled on the queen side, because as soon as the queen moves away, I'll continue to just push through with a5 and a6 and start to create some weaknesses for black and open up the king position. Anyway, after g4, h5, I played the move queen to h3, which is kind of a dual purpose move. I'm pinning the h pawn so that he can't take on g4, but then also I'm supporting the advance I've wanted to make all along with f5. He went bishop to g7, which is logical enough because he's just protecting the rook to prepare to take my pawn on g4. This does not work out because of the move f5, which we'll look at in a second. It's worth looking at what would happen if he had played bishop to h6 instead. And the point here is that by threatening to, or by blocking off the h file, he's still threatening to go h takes g4. So therefore, I need to take on h5. He's not going to take back on h5 because here I even have the option to take on h5 with the queen, and there's no good discovered attack for black. Of course, I could also just push through with f5 as well. Both are good moves, I think. In any case, after g takes h5, his idea is to go bishop to f8 in order to use this pin now to recapture the pawn and get that blockade. The issue here, though, is that I go queen to g3, rook takes h5, and now I have the really nice move f5. And thanks to all the opening up of the lines, there's really no good way for black to capture, because I have ideas like knight to f4 and knight takes g6 or knight takes e6, and just a lot of attacking options, or pawn takes or pawn to e6 if black allows me to do that by moving his e pawn. So here, if he goes g takes f5, for example, which is the best move, then after queen to g8, knight d7, and bishop to g5, I've stopped him from castling on the queen side, and I'm just going to play like h4 and then knight to f4, something like that at some point pretty soon. So back to the game, Ace decided to play bishop to g7 here, which looks like the most natural move. And now I was able to force through f5. He took on g4. Once again, the most natural move. Had he tried knight to d7 instead, just trying to castle on the queen side as quickly as possible, then after f takes g6, f takes g6, g takes h5, castles on the queen side, I have the strong move h6. So I'm a pawn up here, and I'm threatening to come in and take the pawn on e6 as well. So this would be a pretty awful position for black. Instead, he took on g4. Queen takes g4. And now e takes f5 is the only reasonable move since the g pawn is pinned. And here I have the nice idea to take with the rook. So I force through the opening of the lines no matter what. And this is always something that you want to consider in any attacking position, because at times it can look like your opponent has stopped your threats, but sometimes with the various tactics and the sacrifices that you can use, it turns out that you can actually play the ideas you've been wanting to play anyway, and that your opponent actually hasn't stopped anything. So like here, if he had taken my rook, then I come down and take the bishop, rook f8, and after bishop to g5, it's kind of the same idea as last time. He can't castle, which means that he can't really actively, or he can't get the rook on a8 into the game effectively, is what I meant to say. And I have this h-pawn, which can just go all the way down the board, and black is really powerless to stop this. So instead, he decided to play knight to d7, but that opens himself up to another sacrifice. Rook takes f7. So this is really kind of an irresistible piece to decline, because I have so many threats now. He needs to take the rook. There's nothing else. And now queen takes d7 might look tempting, but it's actually stronger to play e6. The reason why is because the queen's actually quite good on g4 already to put pressure on the pawn on g6. And after the king retreat, the pawn on d7 becomes a really strong trump in white's position in and of itself. So white gets kind of everything he wants here. He tried to bring his queen back into the defense, but after bishop to g5, natural move, just attacking with gain of time, or developing with gain of time. He's really hard pressed to defend here. Everything's inactive and uncoordinated. So he could have tried queen f8, but of course that runs red into rook f1, developing my inactive rook with gain of time. Queen to d6, knight f4, just improving the position of my knight and honing in on these key squares over here. Bishop h6, and now I can just cash in by queening, take, and I'll just have so many threats that it's really pointless for black to continue. I can take on g7, g6 with my queen, with my knight. I can go queen to e6 check. There's just way too much for black to deal with, and so white's just winning here easily. Okay, going back in the game, he played bishop to f6, and now this is a really key moment because it looks like black might even succeed in exchanging off this pair of bishops, and then it's not entirely obvious how white can continue the attack. I mean, obviously he can play rook f1 and knight f4 as before, but we'd really like to avoid exchanging if at all possible, unless we have a really good reason to. And so the most natural attacking move, I would say, also happens to be the best one. And it takes some calculation and precision to figure out that this is the best move. But it is the most natural in the sense that with rook f1, we take our most inactive piece and activate it, and then bring another piece into the attack. And also very important is that we don't lose any time. So in this case, there's really nothing for black to do other than what he did in the game, which was to take the bishop on g5. And now, thanks to a sequence of checks, white's able to draw the black king out and create a lot of strong mating threats. So I started with queen to e6 check, king h7, rook f7, king h6, and then knight to g3. And my threat here is to go knight to f5 check. He had a couple of options here. He played rook to f8 in the game. He could have tried bishop to f6, but of course here I just take, and once again knight f5 check or rook takes g6 are just unstoppable. I played rook f8, but now I was able to execute my idea, knight f5 check, king h5, and queen e2 is mate. And lastly, I think an important feature of this game, and one key theme that we've gone over again and again, and will continue to in the DVD, is that this pacing of not allowing your opponent to get into the game, so to speak, is really important. If you continue to play actively and aggressively, it often turns out that the fact that you're down in material doesn't really mean anything because your opponent's material advantage can't even be used. So like in this case, the rook on a8, for example, never left its starting square. So that's just something to keep in mind for all these games. So welcome to this final example from the breakthrough chapter. This comes from one of my own games, played in the first Saturday tournament in Budapest, Hungary in 2011. My opponent, Baruz Razaev, is currently an international master. So we're picking up the action midway here, and let's stop for a second and evaluate the position, figure out what's going on. So the first thing that sticks out to me and stuck out to me in the game was that the queen here on d6 is really preventing me from executing what I would like to do, which is to push my pawn forward to d6, activate my bishop on the a2 to g8 diagonal, and then the pawn itself on d6 is going to be excuse me, quite a serious problem for black as well. Also important is that if I am able to play d6, my knight on c3 could enter the game on d5 at some point. The knight currently doesn't have a good square to activate itself to. So in thinking about this position for a while during the game, I determined that the only realistic way to force the queen on d6 away from the blockade is to attack it with my knight. And as I just stated, there's no square currently that my knight could do this, so I worked backwards and figured out that what I need to do, if I remove all the arrows here, what I need to do is get my knight to e4. So the next move is logical. At first it looks quite risky, but if we go through the concrete continuations, we realize here that black's king position is more exposed actually than the white king position. And the reason why is because black is unable to coordinate his pieces and attack the white king even after the move I played in the game, g4, which, as I stated, seeks to take this pawn away from f5, and in doing so it would free up the e4 square for my knight. So even though this move looks crazy as far as opening up my own king and the risk involved there, it's quite another matter as far as whether black would be able to do anything about it. Now secondly, I give myself another option, which is that if this knight retreats to g7, then I can try to break the blockade by exchanging queens with the move queen to f4. Now that the knight doesn't have the h5 square to protect f4 with anymore. So black keeping the pawn on f5 in that variation in order to prevent me from doing knight to e4 allows me this secondary possibility. So let's look at that first. Knight to g7, queen to f4, and black can try to keep the queens on or exchange off. If he keeps the queens on, then I push forward with d6 for the reasons I mentioned earlier. Bishop to f7,
Otherwise, I'll just get knight e5 in for free. At least in this case, after knight e5, black's idea is to take with the bishop. I recapture, king to h8, and now after bishop takes b7, I'm a pawn to the good. I'm threatening to take on a6 here, and white just has a winning position objectively. Also, going back here for a second, after knight to d5, black could also try to move the queen away, say queen h4, knight e7 check, king h8, take here. Now I have the surprising idea of b4, the point of which is to open up some lines and create some weaknesses over on the queen side, so that after c takes b4, g takes f5, queen captures, I recapture, g takes f5. Now we see the point of b4, which is my rook comes over and takes the pawn, and so I've established material equality, or re-established material equality, and I'm threatening to take the pawn on b7, and also I have ideas to play d7 myself here in a second. So that doesn't work for black. So going back here, after queen to f4, the other option would be to exchange off queens. I recapture, bishop to f7, so trying to dissuade me from playing d6, because black could capture on f4, and after I recapture, he would try something like knight to e6, capture on c4, sorry. Okay, so I moved the bishop away to put pressure on f5 and threaten to capture twice there, which would win a pawn. Black captures on g4, and now I recapture, and there's a lot of arrows here, but what I'm really showing is that my idea is to go something like rook to c4, and then either bishop to e4 or knight to e4. I could also think about going knight to a4 to attack c5, and the point is that black is just in one of these defensive positions like we've been looking at already, so white's better there. Okay, and the final option after g4 is to go knight to f6, but the problem there is that after g takes f5, I just win a pawn for no compensation. Okay, so going back to the game, after g4, he actually played the best move. It might not look like the best move because, as I mentioned, allowing knight to e4 looks very dangerous, but after f takes g4, I actually made a slight error here. I traded the rooks off first, but I should have gone knight to e4. And now the point of this line, from black's perspective, is that after rook takes f1, bishop takes f1 here is too passive, and so that just doesn't work for me. I need to take with the king. The point from black's perspective is that now queen e5 actually causes me a few issues, because I have a few things that are under pressure now and being attacked. And after all, I did open up my king with the move g4, and now with the rooks off the board, my own initiative against the black king has been lessened. So I throw in the move d6 here, check, king g7, and now the best for white is just to exchange queens and try to win this ending. Queen c3, queen takes c3, b takes c3, not taking back with the knight because I want to take the pawn on c5. And I do so. Bishop to c6 and king f2. And in this position, actually, it's quite unclear what's going on or what the extent of white's advantage is. And part of the reason for that is it's actually going to be difficult to mobilize the d-pawn, because black is very close to the d-pawn and has two pieces guarding the d7 square already. He can bring his king around as well. And then secondly, he has 3 against 1 over here on the king side. And also the white queen side pawns have been weakened. So I think white's better here, but probably not by much. Okay, so going back to the game, after f takes g4, I played the move rook takes f8. King takes f8 was played, which is correct. He should try to keep the blockade on d6 for as long as possible. Knight e4. Queen e5, so same idea as in the last variation.
And now, but in this case, I was able to play the move knight takes c5 immediately. And now this is where he made the game-losing error. Correct would have been to play the move g3. So, as we've seen throughout the DVD, oftentimes the best way to deal with an attack is via counterattack. And so here, black tries to give the white king some problems before white can go after the black king. So just trying to use the fact that the white king is exposed to land some checks and keep white distracted and not give him the time to attack the black king. So after g3, the best move for me would be to take on g3. Queen takes g3, king f1. Now the issue for black is that any checks can be blocked with the queen. Well, most checks can be blocked with the queen, I should say. So a move like queen to f3 check would not be good, because after queen to f2, knight g3 check, I play king e1, I get out of the checks, and now after this exchange, I've gained time, and the entire black queen side is falling here, starting with the move knight takes b7. So this would not be good for black. So instead, after king to f1, he should try the move bishop to f7. So this dissuades me from going d6 in certain lines, because my bishop hangs with check, and then also it protects the e6 square, so that knight to e6 check can be answered by capturing sometimes. So after bishop to f7, white should play the move queen to d4. So just centralizing the queen, protecting my potentially vulnerable knight on d4, and also controlling some important squares that black could have used to check me, like f4 in certain lines. So queen to h2, just setting up for something like knight to g3 check. So here I move my king to e1, and now black shows his other idea, which would be queen to c2. And so here, once again, pretty unclear position. I think maybe white's slightly better, but it's extremely hard to determine that. Could just be equal. But a good example of the different attacking motives and counterattacking motives that one must keep in mind for any position like this. So just to see how the game ended in actuality, after knight to c5, knight takes c5, knight to g7, I noticed that the move queen to c3 would be pretty much impossible to meet effectively, because the point is that regardless of whether black takes the queen or retreats as in the game, I obtain a winning endgame, a winning attack, and or the win of material. So for example, had he traded on c3, well, now it's the same story to a previous line, whereby I take the pawn on b7, and then the pawn on a6 is falling, so the whole queen side is falling. In the game, he decided to play the move queen to e7. So I think his idea here was that he wanted to try to prevent the d6 pawn advance, as well as keep an eye on some vulnerable squares around the king. But now the issue is that after knight to e6 check, he's short of good moves, because he can't take my knight due to the mate, or he'll lose his queen rather, after d takes e6 in order to stop the mate. And king f7 is impossible, because queen takes g7 as mate. So that leaves the move that he played in the game, which is king to g8. But now after d6, I finally opened up this bishop with devastating effect on this diagonal, thanks to all the discovered attacks, and every white piece is attacking the black king, and the queen is totally overloaded. So black is going to lose material and get mated very, very shortly here, so it's pointless to continue, and therefore my opponent resigned. Welcome to the 7th chapter on focal points.
Before we get started on the first example, I just want to give a brief intro to the concept of a focal point. So generally, in the literature, a focal point is defined as a singular point of attack, so it's a single square of attack that the attacking side utilizes by marshaling his forces as much as possible to put pressure on that point. So these games will typically feature one focal point of attack, and we'll see this overload concept in action, or as well as the kind of origins of why that particular square, or in some cases two squares, became the focal point, or logically had to be the focal point. So we'll pick up this example between two grandmasters, Nihua playing white and Nikolai Kabanov playing black. This was played in the Moscow Open in 2012. And so picking up the action at a critical moment in the game, we see here that white has a pretty nice looking position. He's ahead in development. His pieces are active. He has two bishops in an open position, and no real weaknesses to speak of other than the pawn on b5. So things look very promising for white. On the other hand, for black, he has a development disadvantage. The square on d5 as a whole, since it can't be defended by a pawn, and he has some issues with coordination here. So in the game, Kabanov played bishop to d7, which looks like a very logical move, attacking white's only weakness and trying to complete development. I think many players here would be tempted into thinking that white needed to guard the pawn on b5. After all, the pawn is being attacked, and it's difficult to see why allowing the black bishop to take on b5 could give white anything. In fact, you might think that if black were able to take on b5, then he would have an easy means of playing bishop to c4 to trade bishop for bishop, which we know is one of the key ideas when you're playing against the bishop pair. And then white would just be a pawn down for nothing and have a prospectless position. But the issue here, which we'll see in a second, is that there are a number of other factors here that mean that white is actually able to develop an extremely strong attack seemingly out of nowhere. But just to step back for a second, if white did defend this pawn, he would sabotage some of the biggest trumps of his position. So what do I mean by that? Well, if he plays the move c4, defending the pawn on b5, he's done several anti-positional things. One, of course, is that he's shut in his own bishop on a2 here, which was quite a good piece previously, and he's created a hole on the d4 square, both of which are serious positional concessions. So here, Nihua saw that the static continuations involving defending the pawn, like we just saw, don't work and really don't make any sense. And he came up with a fantastic idea of bishop to h6. So the first thing to note here, as far as why this idea is logical and could work, is that if you're just like deliberating in your head, I mean that maybe it could work, is that this is taking advantage of the fact that white has an unopposed bishop and black doesn't. So a theme that we've come to again and again and again. So therefore, logically, attacks on the dark squares should be much harder for black to counter, since he doesn't have the bishop of that color to offset white's bishop. And then secondly, the black pieces over here are quite clumped on the queen side. So it should take much longer for them to come to the aid of the king's defense. And then lastly, that question of mobility that I mentioned before, which is that white will have the ability to bring more pieces into the attack quite quickly, since he had a development lead to begin with and good coordination to begin with. So the rooks can go up to the third rank and slide over with the rook lifts. And already the bishop on a2 is bearing down on the pawn on f7. So g7 here is quite a logical focal point to attack. So those are kind of the abstract conclusions that you can reach about this position. But of course, we know that abstract things are fine, but you need to justify it with concrete variations and moves to justify your suspicion that it might work. So here, after bishop to h6, black actually doesn't really have that much of a choice. So in the game, he took the bishop. But if he hadn't have done that, well, white is just threatening to go queen to g5, and then after g6, queen f6, there's an unstoppable mate. And so if black had played the move king to h8, for example, then after bishop takes g7, king takes g7, queen to g5 check, king h8, queen f6 check, king g8, rook e3, black is powerless to stop the threat of rook to g3 mate. So going back to the game, there's really not that many options other than what he played. G takes h6, and now white can and should just take the pawn. So just getting ready to lift the rook on the third rank. Okay, black played c4 to try to shut off one attacking piece in the white position, the bishop on a2. Okay, white completes the rook lift. Oh, and also the pawn on c4 tries to prevent the other rook from lifting itself via the d3 square. Okay, f6. So black tries to make an escape route for his king via f7 and then e8. And now also by opening up the 7th rank, he's hoping that the queen can provide a lateral defense here to some of the mate threats. Of course, playing king to h8 doesn't work for the same idea as before. Queen f6, king g8, and then rook g3 check, and mate. So f6 was played. White completes the rook lift anyway. King goes to f7, rook g7 check, king e8. And now here, actually, white doesn't need to rush, and so he just played the move queen takes h7. And this isn't really so much a materialistic move as it is a means of continuing to put pressure on the black position, because now the queen and the rook are on this battery on the 7th rank, so there's a ton of pressure on the bishop on d7, and he tried to escape, trying to run the king over to the queen side here like this, but now that the tactics just favor white, so bishop takes c4 was played, which showcases the overload present in the black position. So for example, taking with the knight is out of the question, because after rook to d7 check, you're going to lose your queen and get mated. So the other problem here for black is that the bishop is coming into e6 on the next move, so playing a move like king to c8 doesn't really accomplish anything, because I can go bishop to e6 here, or maybe even start out with this sacrifice, bishop to e6, rook to d8, and black's totally paralyzed here as well. And I could try something like rook to d3, which just introduces the concept of rook to c3 there. Of course, that's not totally necessary, this sacrifice. I could also just have gone bishop to e6 here instead. Okay, but in any case, after bishop takes c4, queen takes c4 was played. And now white crashed through with his idea. Rook g takes d7. Of course, the rook is taboo because queen takes d7 would be mate. King c8. And now white had a choice of ways to continue here. He could have tried the move rook to e7. intending to bring the queen into g7, and this also stops the black queen from coming back to e6 to try to defend. In the game, he played rook 7 to d6, so just getting his rook out of the attack and attacking the knight on b6. Queen to c7 was played. Alternatively, black could have tried queen takes b5, which is taking the pawn and guarding the knight. But then after queen to g7, rook e8, white has a choice. He can take the pawn on f6 with the queen, which is totally fine, and that will hit the knight on b6 as well, and also threaten to play rook to d8 here. Or after rook to e8, he could play rook 1 to d3, just threatening to come over to the c3 square, or to the b3 square. Queen takes b2. And now queen to f7 would be a really nice move. Just attacking the rook and setting up to play the idea of queen e6 check on the next move, and then take the knight on b6 with a ferocious attack. So after rook 7 to d6 in the game, Kabanov played queen to c7. So obviously just hoping for the trade of queens, which will allow him to defend the knight as well. But of course, white isn't going to trade queens and allow black to do this. And so after queen to c7, Nihua played queen h6. So continuing to put pressure on the black position and gain time. Now there's a double attack on the rook on f8 and the pawn on f6. And so if white's able to take f6 and then even take the pawn on e5, he'll have a ton of pawns in exchange for the initial piece sacrifice he made. He already has 3 pawns for the piece here. So rook e8 was played, make that 4 pawns for the piece, and now he's attacking the knight and threatening to win it. Knight c4, and white found a very nice way to continue attacking here. b6, of course, as before, we never want to retreat, we never want to lose time if we don't have to. And here the point is that if the queen moves out of the attack, let's say to c5, then rook to d8 just leads to mate. So after b6, black has a really tough choice. He can take the pawn on b6, but then of course we just take the knight, and we're 3 pawns to the good with an extremely strong attack for nothing. So instead, he decided to try to sacrifice his queen here. But after queen takes d6, rook takes d6, knight takes d6, queen takes d6, he resigned, seeing that queen to c7 mate is coming up no matter what. So a really nice game by Nihua, and a very good example of how to utilize a focal point and break through as a result. So the next game took place in 2005 as part of the FIDE World Championship round robin tournament. This was between Vishy Anand playing white and Michael Adams playing black. So the game started out as a Ruy Lopez. All the main moves here, so not much to talk about. Okay, c3, castles, h3. And so bishop to b7, the Zaitsev variation, which was already thoroughly tested in the Karpov-Kasparov matches. Bishop 8, a4, h6, and bishop to c2. So these are all the main moves. d4, c takes d4, knight to b4. So hitting the bishop, white retreats and defends the pawn on e4. Black plays c5 to hit at white's center. White goes d5 to try to shut off the bishop on b7 from attacking e4. Now black goes knight to d7, rook a3. So this rook can be very useful on a3, sometimes lifting itself over to e3, or other places on the king side here, f3 or g3. One of black's main ideas in these lines is to play c4 and then knight to c5 and come into the d3 square. So he starts with the move c4. And this position really resembles a Benoni more than a Roy Lopez. Both sides playing on opposite flanks, so we have quite a sharp position. And this text move c4 was already played by Karpov in 1986. He had also tried the move f5 here, an extremely aggressive and risky attempt to break up the white center, so trying to get at the d5 point by undermining the pawn on e4, which is protecting it, and then hoping that by activating his pieces, which are currently blocked up by the center, that black will get a good game. Of course, this weakens his king position. And white has tried several different moves here. He's tried the move knight h2 with the idea of those rook lifts that I mentioned earlier. And he's also tried moving the rook over to e3 immediately to support the pawn on e4. And then lastly, he's tried a totally different idea, the move g4, so just kind of taking the pawn on f5 head on. And this g4 pawn could be used as an attacker in itself later on, for example, to play g5. Should black take the pawn on e4, I mean, later on, the pawn on g4 can go to g5 to try to ratchet open the black king position. Okay, but after rook to a3 in this game, Adams played c4, as I stated. White played a takes b5, a takes b5, knight to d4. So this was one of the ideas of a takes b5, which is to create a target on b5 for white to attack, and the knight is very nice in the centralized square d4. And on top of that, white is inviting black to exchange off the rooks on a3, when after rook takes a3, b takes a3, the knight on b4 is attacked. So Karpov back in 1986 actually played this continuation, which we can look at for a second. So after rook takes a3, b takes a3, the knight is quite short of squares. It doesn't really look too good to go back to a6 where knight's out of play, so he instead jumped into d3. White takes because the knight is simply too strong to be allowed to stay there, and white hopes that the pawn on d3 will be a target and surrounded and taken at some point. And then white has several moves here. He can try to take on d5 straight away, and black plays knight to c5. So even though white's a pawn up, black has some good compensation thanks to the pawn on d3, the pressure on white's center and his active pieces. So he can try to activate the bishop on a6, for example, at some point. Additionally, white can just try to develop around this pawn with bishop to b2, just complete his development, and maybe hope to play knight f5 at some point when he'll have some nice pressure over on the black king side, particularly the g7 square. And then lastly, there's the idea of just rook to e3 to attack the pawn on d3 straight away. Well, anyway, Adams deviated in this game from the move rook takes a3 in this position, and instead played the move queen to b6. It's interesting to note that he had never played the Zaitsev variation with black before, so maybe this queen to b6 move was a result of some home preparation. Anand continued with the very natural move knight to f5, just getting his knight out of the attack and bringing it into the heart of the black kingside position. So knights on f5 are often extremely strong pieces because they play against potential focal point on g7, also put pressure on h6 for potential sacrifices, and here too, this isolated pawn on d6 is under some pressure. So there were a number of different lines that black could have played here. We should look at each one and see why Adams eventually chose the move knight to e5 in the end. Black could try to exchange the rooks off here just as before. And now we see the difference, though, that knight takes h6 is a very nice tactic, which shows that white has some really nice coordination, and that black has some tactical issues to deal with, because after g takes h6, queen to g4 check, wins back the piece. So white will go up a pawn here and have an initiative, and the black king position has been torn apart. So the other option here for black would have been to play g6 immediately, just trying to kick out the knight. Now white has a couple of ideas. He can swing the rook over to g3 just to utilize the pin so as not to have to move his knight. And then have a number of different alternatives here for black. If he tries king to h7, just getting out of the pin and protecting the pawn on h6, so hoping to take the knight on f5 on the next move, then white actually can develop around this with the move knight to f3. Excuse me, the move knight to f3. And the point here is just that it's inadvisable for black to take this knight, because white can play a number of moves here, but probably one of the strongest is just to go knight to h4 and try to open up this diagonal. So instead, rook to a1 would be played just to attack this bishop. Bishop to e3, so attacking black's queen, and white protects the bishop on b1 with his queen. Queen goes back to c7, and now queen to d2. Very nice move. So just hitting the knight on b4 and putting more pressure on the pawn on h6, and now there's 3 pieces attacking it. Black finally takes the knight due to the pressure, and now white has a fantastic sacrificial continuation. So bishop takes h6, bishop takes h6, knight to g5. Taking on g5 will just result in a quick mate after queen takes g5 when there's a few mate threats. Queen g7 and queen h4 being 2 of them. So instead, king to g7. But of course now we have the discovered attack via the rook on g3. Knight takes f7 check. King takes f7 and queen to h6. And white has a winning position here due to the strength of his attack. So after rook to g3, king to h7 is not very good. So black could play rook to a1 instead, just to attack the bishop immediately. White goes b3. So b3 has a couple of ideas associated with it. One of them is that white would like to play bishop to b2 just to attack the rook and kick it out, and then the bishop's a very strong piece on that long diagonal. And then also in breaking up the black queen side with the move b3, white's hoping that he can take on c4, and then after b takes c4, his knight can enter the game with gain of time and attack the queen on b6, and white would be a pawn up there. Of course, black is not going to be that accommodating. He goes knight to d3. And bishop takes d3, c takes d3. And once again, we have a pretty unclear position here. Black has some pretty strong counterplay. So going back to the 21st move, we looked at, after g6, the move rook to g3, but white could also just try the move knight to f1. And the point here is that he's just trying to target the pawn on h6 immediately by opening up his bishop on c1, and then also wants to play the move queen to d2, which would attack the knight on b4 and the pawn on h6, as we saw in a previous variation. Taking the knight immediately is not good for black. G takes f5, the rook swings over to g3, king to h8, and once again we get another one of these fantastic sacrificial combinations. Queen h5, king h7, f7, so everything comes with gain of time. And now rook to g6, not even bothering to take the knight on h6 on d7, instead attacking the bishop on h6, because the real point here is that white wants to get checkmate as quickly as possible, and so by attacking the bishop, he gives black a few very uncomfortable choices to have to make. For example, dropping the bishop back to f8. It's not going to work. That's checkmate with rook to g8. White's simply threatening to go rook takes h6 mate, and if the bishop goes to f4, for example, then queen to g7 is mate. So back to knight f1. Instead of g takes f5, which is clearly a mistake,
Rook takes a3 can be played. B takes a3. And now black can't go knight to d3 because white has too much control over that square, so he would just be losing a pawn. And also, white simply threatening to go knight takes h6 check now that he's uncovered his bishop on c1. So instead, black has to go knight takes d5. And the point is that after e takes d5, rook takes e1, queen takes e1, g takes f5, he's diverted the queen away from the d1 to h5 diagonal, and he's exchanged off a bunch of pieces. So he's trying to lessen the attacking potential of the white position. But after bishop takes f5, his king is still very open, and white still has a pretty strong initiative. So going back, after knight f5, in the game, Adams played knight e5. So one of the ideas of knight to e5 is to be able to provide some support in the case of g6, so that the knight is protecting g6. And remember that this knight on d7 was a problem in other lines because white was threatening when the knight was back on d7 to go knight takes h6, and then after g takes h6, queen to g4 to fork the king on g8 and the knight on d7. And then lastly, knight to e5 sets up the possibility to jump into the d3 square, where after white takes back with the bishop, the other knight can replace itself on d3 and create a lot of problems for white. So Anand played rook to g3 in any case. So here we see why this was included in the focal points chapter, because g7 becomes the focal point in this game immediately, and then h6 becomes a secondary focal point. And also, since black decides to play the move g6 here to get out of the threat of knight takes h6, then g6 becomes a focal point as well. So we kind of have a shifting of focal points based on the defensive moves that your opponent decides to make with his pawns. So anyway, here, because of the knight takes h6 threat, black decided to go g6. We should briefly look at what happens if he plays king to h7 instead. White goes knight to f3, opening up his bishop on c1, challenging the strong knight on e5 as well. So after g6, we take on e5, d takes e5, and now not retreating this knight, but just playing the very strong move queen to f3 when taking the knight on f5 is far too dangerous due to the types of threats we mentioned before. So for example, after g takes f5, queen takes f5, king h8, queen takes f7, the threat of rook to g8 mate is extremely powerful. So instead, after rook to g3, g6, white challenged this knight on e5 anyway, knight f3. And here, Adams played the move knight e to d3. And once again, it's a very similar situation to the last game as far as the black pieces are all clumped over on the queen side, and so the black king is really lacking defenders. So it's quite logical that the white attack was successful here, given that white has all these attackers grouped up and targeting the king side, and black's potential defenders are over on the queen side. So after this move knight e to d3, there's a number of different things that black's attacking. He's attacking the pawn on f2 twice. Rook on e1's attacked, of course, and the bishop on c1 can also be taken. So taking the bishop on c1 might be very helpful for black as far as getting rid of a potential attacker. So white has to keep that in mind as well. Anyway, in the game, Anand played an extremely strong novelty here. Previously, people had played the move bishop to e3, which looks logical enough for the reasons that I stated. After all, throughout the DVD, I've been talking about meeting an attack with a counterattack, and here we're gaining time and preventing some threats that black had. But there's, I think, a couple problems with this move. The first is that after black's best move, queen to d8, you've allowed black to bring the queen back so as to be able to defend his king. Secondly, the bishop on e3 can no longer fulfill the valuable role that it fulfilled on c1, which was to guard the pawn on b2. So that pawn is hanging. And then if white tries to continue with the attack here, for example, knight takes h6, bishop takes h6, bishop takes h6. Now black has a choice between playing a greedy move, knight takes e1, or move queen to f6, which just seeks to bring a defender over to the king side and target the pawn on b2. So I think this is a pretty unclear position. So going back, Anand improved upon this with the very strong move queen to d2. So not ignoring all of black's threats, but really showing that the key thing here is for white to continue the pressure. And here he threatens to play the move knight takes h6 check. And Adams went wrong here immediately. He would have been best off taking the material with knight takes e1, knight takes e1, and then rook to a1. So just continuing to attack and put pressure on the white position. Now after knight takes h6, bishop takes h6, queen takes h6. Could have come through with knight takes d5. So the point of this is to try to get a piece actually over to defend. And also white doesn't want to take because rook takes e1 is possible. Just briefly, if he had played rook takes b1 check, white's threat was in this position to play like this. And then he can play a number of checks and either get mate or at the very least get a perpetual by bringing the bishop in here at some point. So, and we'll see this in the main line here. So after knight takes d5, rook takes g6, white goes through with his idea, and he has to be very careful here because if he plays for too much with bishop to h6 check, then black can try to run away with the king, and his king is actually not as weak as it may look, and he does have a material superiority here, so that after bishop to f5 check, rook e6, it's already pretty dangerous for white since his knight is threatening to be taken with check, and black looks like he's defending decently here. Okay, so going back after king f8, queen f5 check, king g7, and this is what I was referring to with the perpetual check. And it's important here that the knight is on d5 because it guards against the important queen to f6 threat that would be present in other lines if it was not there. And so white just needs to take the draw here. And then lastly, I wanted to mention one other thing, which is after knight takes e1, knight takes e1, rook to a1, knight takes h6, that moving the king here is not going to help. So you need to take that knight on h6. So for example, after king to g7, white crashes through with knight takes f7, threatening queen to h6 check, among other things. King takes f7, queen to g5. So setting up a very strong mating net here with ideas like queen takes g6 or rook to f3 check. So this would not work for black. All right, so very complicated variations here, and it's easy to get lost. But going back to the game, Adams blundered immediately here. Instead of knight takes e1, he played the move bishop takes d5. So he tried to counterattack here, but the issue is that Anand has a very strong forcing continuation to deal with this. Knight takes h6. Before we look at this, let's see why e takes d5 would have been an error on Anand's part. And the reason why is because now Adams has opened up the e file so that after knight takes e1, knight takes e1, rook to a1, white is overloaded with the attack on b1 and then the pressure on e1. So this would have turned the tables completely. But after bishop takes d5, Anand played knight takes h6. So continuing the theme of going all out for the attack and not stopping to deal with the opponent's threats. The most important thing is to continue attacking the king. Bishop takes h6, queen takes h6, and now queen takes f2 check was played. Instead, if Adams had taken the rook on e1, then it would have been very strong for Anand to ignore this and just go knight to h4 with the twin ideas of the knight sacrificing itself on g6 to break through the black king position, and also knight to f5, which would set up the threat of queen to g7 mate. So instead, after queen takes h6, queen takes f2 check was played, attacking the king on g1 and the rook on g3. So white played king to h2, and now black would have had a couple of options. In the game, he played knight takes e1, but let's see what happens if he plays knight takes c1 instead. So just trying to take that bishop, which was very dangerous in and of itself because it had ideas like bishop g5 and bishop f6. But after knight takes c1, e takes d5, rook takes on e1, then the very strong move bishop to takes g6 breaks through the black king position, and white will deliver mate shortly. Instead, after king h2, he could have tried rook to e5. And the point here was just to anticipate the maneuver I mentioned a second ago, which is bishop to g5, intending bishop to f6. Go rook takes g5, but now the knight's going to come into g5 and help the queen to create some threats. Queen to f6, so just bringing the queen back to defend the vulnerable squares around the black king. E takes d5, white takes the material back. Black takes the material it's hanging. Bishop takes g6, so finally crashing through. Of course, queen takes g6 is out of the question because of knight takes f7. And other knight moves are possible here too, of course. You can go knight e4, that's totally fine. Okay, so instead, after bishop takes g6, it has to be taken with a pawn. But now, queen h7 check, king f8, knight e6 check, king e8, rook takes g6, and very convenient that the knight's on e6 since there's no queen to f4 check. Knight to g3 check. Black sacrifices the knight to try to open the white king position, kind of in desperation, because he has to gain time with checks, otherwise he's just going to get mated. G takes f3, queen e5 check, king g2, queen e2 check, king to g3, queen e1, king g4, queen g1, king h5, and finally black has run out of checks and there's nothing he can do to save himself against the mate threats. So going back to the game, after king to h2, Adams took the rook on e1, and here we see the only way to keep the attack going and the very consistent idea by Anand to continue to hit at the focal point of the black king position, the g6 pawn. So he does this with the move knight to h4 as in the previous line. And now black had a couple of ways to try to defend. In the game, Adams played the move knight e to d3, which lost rather quickly. He could have tried instead to go rook to a7, just trying to use the lateral defense of the rook so that if white sacrifices on g6 here, then black has the counter queen takes g3 check, so he needs to do everything he can to lessen the potential strength of the white attack. King takes g3, f takes g6, with the idea that the queen can't take on g6 because of rook to g7 when he's going to lose the queen. Of course, black might not be totally out of the woods here, but
this was still not worth even considering for white. And so after rook to a7, the other option that white has with the knight on h4 that we looked at earlier comes into play, knight f5. So just threatening queen to g7 mate, queen takes g3, king takes g3, g takes f5, queen g5 check, king f8, and queen f6. So despite white's lack of material, doesn't matter because the black king position is so vulnerable, and the move bishop to h6 check is coming in, and black will get mated shortly. The other option after knight h4 was to try rook to e6, so just trying to put more defense on the pawn on g6. Okay, but white can take on e5 with gain of time, take on d5 with gain of time, rook to f6, and now bishop to g5. So just continuing to attack, this time attacking the rook, and then after we take the rook, we'll take on g6, say with the knight or the bishop. So after knight h4, knight e to d3 was played, but now white crashes through in the other way. Knight takes g6. Adam's idea was to sacrifice the queen as in the previous line, and then take the knight on g6. But here the difference is that that rook a7 hasn't come in, so that white can and should take this pawn. So there's 2 squares for the king. If you go to h8, then I have bishop to g5, and I'm coming in with bishop to f6. In the game, you played king to f8, but now after queen to f6 check, king to g8, bishop to h6, threatening the mate on g7, there's very little to do for black. Here, Adams actually resigned. A continuation could have gone rook to a7, trying to stop the mate on g7, queen g6, king h8, taking the rook on e8, with check, bishop to g8, stopping the check and getting the bishop out of the attack, queen to g6, rook to f7, and then swaying the bishop around the other way to come into f6. So an extremely strong attacking performance by Vishy and I. Okay, this final game in the focal points chapter was a game I played against Grandmaster Mark Arnold, also from the US, and this was played in the first Saturday Grandmaster tournament in Budapest in 2011. This one's going to be a little bit different because normally up to this point I've spoken about focal points as only dealing with pawns near the king position, so like g7 and h7 if we're talking about the black king position. But I wanted to include this game just to show how attacking a different focal point, in this case in the center, also allowed me to open up the lines I needed to break through with an attack against Mark's king. So let's get started here. I started with e4, c5, knight f3, d6, and I decided to play bishop to b5 check, knight to c6, and I had been playing this line with bishop takes c6 check, also because I was playing the Rossolimo at the time, so that after knight to f3, knight to c6, bishop to b5, I was answering d6, which transposes to the game with this bishop takes c6 move also. So I went for it here. And the idea here is that I give up the bishop pair, but I mangle the black structure and also force my opponent to make some strategic decisions that a lot of Sicilian players might not be comfortable with because this pawn structure occurs so rarely in the Sicilian, and it's quite unusual. So not saying Mark wasn't up to the task, he was, but just from a psychological standpoint, this can be difficult to deal with. Captures, and I castled. And here, black has a few options. The move e5 is one of the main moves. Interestingly enough, the move knight f6 is probably a mistake because I have the very strong move e5. And if black takes, then after I recapture, these doubled pawns are extremely weak over here, and white has no weaknesses. Looks like black's clearly worse already. And so after e5, he would have to play a move like knight to d5, but then I can go rook to e1. The point being that I want to take on d6, and I want black to have to recapture with the queen so as to have these pawns be doubled and isolated like in the previous line. And then one of the other main moves, the move Mark played, is bishop to g4. So he highlights one of the deficiencies of my plan, which is that in exchanging off my light squared bishop, it's going to be much harder for me to deal with this pin to my knight on f3, and so he activates his unopposed bishop. I go h3, just a routine move to kick the bishop and gain some time. Bishop to h5, and now my idea was to e5, which is the most commonly played theoretical move. So even though it looks like I gambit a pawn if black takes, because I can't take back with the knight, I'm still really going for the same sort of weakening of the black pawn structure that we looked at in the previous lines with e5. So Mark decided to play the move e6, which is quite an interesting try. Had he taken the pawn here, which is one of the main moves, then my idea is to go g4. Of course, black's not going to be accommodating and just retreat his bishop, whereby I can take back on e5 with the knight. So black's idea after g4 is to push on with e4. Okay, I take his bishop, and then after e takes f3, I would play the move knight to c3, which is the main line. You might think, well, why not to play queen takes f3? Because then I think queen takes f3 would be met with the strong move queen to d5, so black is trying to repair his pawn structure by offering the queen exchange, and then also putting some pressure on my pawn on h5. So after knight to c3, I'm preventing queen to d5, and I'm going to take back on f3 on the next move, and it's a very uncomplicated, unclear position because I'm slightly ahead in development, but I've weakened my king position, obviously, and then black still has these isolated double pawns on the queen side to worry about, so quite a few imbalances there. Anyway, in the game, Mark played the move e6. Quite an interesting idea, basically saying that he's going to get double pawns anyway on c6 and c5, but he doesn't really care because after my move e takes d6, also note that e6 for him prepares to play the move d5 in some cases to keep that pawn mass stable and together. After my move e takes d6 in the game, black recaptures with bishop takes d6, and he's hoping that his bishop pair and the annoying pin that he has on my knight on f3 will compensate him for the weak queenside pawn. So really hoping that the dynamic factors in the position having to do with activity and the bishop pair will compensate for the static factors, aka the doubled weaknesses on the c file. So that's just another way to put the problem. And so this is a really interesting idea. And the one thing about it, though, is that if I am able to consolidate and get rid of all this pressure, then I should have no weaknesses in my position, whereas the black weaknesses are static and long term. So that could be a big problem for black, and that's something to how the game continued. So I played the move d3, just allowing me to continue development. One of the key ideas that I would like to achieve here is just to go knight b to d2, so that I can free up my queen and not have to worry about bishop takes f3, resulting in the weakening of my pawn structure after g takes f3. Knight to f6 was played, and then knight b to d2. And another idea here with the knight on d2 is that at a later date I would like to centralize it with knight e4, or go knight to c4, where it's very nicely placed, blockading those doubled isolated pawns. Knight to d7 was played. And here I continued my plan with a slightly unusual looking move, queen to e1. So knight to d7 had an idea in some cases to play knight to e5 to increase the pressure on my knight on f3, and in this way I stop knight to e5 and I get out of the pin with my queen. And
I'm also hinting that I'd like to play on the dark squares with my queen, so all over here. And these are relatively difficult for black to defend. And since black has the unopposed light square bishop, he would like to play on that color complex. So really, I think that would be kind of a losing battle for white to try to fight black on that color complex at this stage. So I decided that I was best off sticking with a dark squared plan. And so one plan that I have here, if I can remove the arrows for a second, is that I'd like to play at some point knight to c4 and then one of these knights to e5 and then something like um, pawn to b3 is possible and bishop to b2. Also, I can consider, well, playing knight to g5, not here, but I was able to get knight to g5 in the game. One of the ideas was not only to get that knight out of the attack, but to come back and centralize with knight to e4. So indeed, after Mark played queen to c7, I followed through with knight to g5 immediately, bishop to e7, knight to c4. Of course, I'd be very happy if he gave up his bishop pair with bishop takes g5 because then his dark squares are going to be that much more of a problem and I would just have a great position. Of course, he didn't do that. He decided to castle in the game. Alternatively, he could have tried to challenge my knight on c4 with knight to b6 immediately. And then after this, I have a couple of ideas. In the game, I was planning on playing the move queen to a5, which I thought was the most consistent with the queen to e1 idea. So I activated my queen on a5 and prevent him from taking on c4 thanks to the pin here. And I also put some pressure on c5 myself. If he castles here, then I'll follow through with b3, queen to d8 to put his queen on a protected square and attack my knight on g5 twice, and I get my knight out of the attack and centralize and also hit the c5 point again. So white's just better there. Alternatively, after queen to a5, he could have played queen to b8 instead, just getting out of the pin, and then I could continue with queen to a6. So just putting some lateral pressure now on the pawn on c6 through the knight on b6 should it move. He castles, knight e4, bishop to g6, and now we see another one of the ideas of queen a6, which is that I made room for my knight to come to a5 and put direct pressure on the pawn on c6. So white is better here in view of the pressure and his absence of weaknesses. After knight to b6, I didn't have to go queen a5. Another worthy alternative is just to play the move pawn to b3 so that I can answer the move knight takes c4 with b takes c4, black castles, and then I can play the move bishop to d2. So just hinting that I can come to a5 at some point or c3 at some point after I retreat this knight back to e4. And once again, I think white just has a better position here. Okay, but in the game after knight to c4, Mark castles. And now I just completed my plan with knight to e4. So I have some really nice centralized knights here. And I can just kind of casually put some long-term pressure on the black position without any detriment at all to my own position because I have a much better pawn structure and comfortable squares for my pieces to exert pressure. And this is really at the heart of playing without weaknesses, that when your opponent has a couple of weaknesses, let's say, and you have none, you can often just pile up on the weaknesses and make the game sort of one-sided because they don't really have anything to latch onto in your position or to kind of attack and pile up on. So in the game, bishop to g6 was played. Instead, we can also look at what happens if black tries to challenge my knight on c4 in the same way. Okay, and it's much the same as before. I go queen to a5, and now, additionally, now that my knight's on e4, knight takes c5 is a threat. Rook f to c8. But I'm in no rush to take on c5 because now that the rook is protecting the queen, he'll have some tactics associated with knight takes c4. So I go b3. Bishop to g6, knight e to d2. So I just want to be able to take back on c4 with my knight and retain the consistency of my pawn structure. Knight to d5, because otherwise I'm going to continue with bishop to a3 to target c5. So he decides to exchange off the queens, and he'd like to play knight to b4 and cause me some problems on the queen side, so I just play a safety move a3. And white's simply better in this position for the same reasons as stated before. It's quite difficult for black to get counterplay here. For example, if he came in with an aggressive looking move like bishop to f6 to hit my rook, well, I'm happy to exchange off the bishops here after bishop to b2, so this won't really lead to anything for black. Okay, so he played bishop to g6, and now I went b3, so I'm just trying to develop my bishop onto the strong b2 square, and then maybe continue with a move like queen to a5, because all endgames are good for me for the reasons that we've already gone through, having to do with the weaknesses and lack of counterplay for black. Okay, Mark, I think, rightfully played e5, so he realized that he needed to block my bishop on the diagonal, and also if he can play in the center and mobilize his center and open up the position more, then I could have a lot of problems based on these two bishops. I think he also saw that with these knights on strong outposts, he needs to do everything he can to try to remove them from those strong outposts. So in the game, I played f4, so kind of changing tact here. One of my ideas is that if I can play, if he plays e takes f4, then after bishop takes f4, I thought that my initiative would be quite strong, and I'm also putting a lot of pressure on some important dark squares like d6. So I didn't think that that was going to be too good for him. And then also after f4, most directly I'm threatening f5, and that would lead to the win of a piece because the black bishop gets trapped after bishop h5 g4. So f4 I think was an interesting and aggressive option. I could have played in another way. During the game I analyzed the safer move, queen to a5, but I decided that my position was very promising from an attacking standpoint after f4, and even though I would be clearly better in this endgame, I just didn't think that it fit the character of the position. I just thought I would be better off going for the attack, especially in a practical game. I thought that black would have a lot of difficulties trying to fend off my attack. Anyway, we should see what happens after queen to a5. So the first thing is that he no longer has the knight to b6 resource, thanks to the pin here, because I can just take here safely now on c5. So instead, he takes, take back, so I'm hitting c6, he protects the c6 pawn, I drop back just to put some pressure on e5 to tie his knight down temporarily. He no longer needs the rook on c8, so he'll move it to e8 and guard e5 at some point. Rook e1, bishop to f8, guarding e5 for the reasons I mentioned a second ago. I go back to a5, the other rook goes to protect, and now I play the move g4 so as to protect my knight against f5 when I can take the pawn. So I think I have a comfortable advantage here, but I was happier with the continuation I played in the game. So after f4, Mark did not want to sit around here, rightfully, and try to complicate things and fight fire with fire here, so to speak. So he played aggressively with f5, pushing my knight from the center, and then I played the move knight to g5. So I'm threatening the fork on e6, and also giving him the uncomfortable option to trade his bishop for the knight. I say uncomfortable because black's bishop pair was one of the major strengths of his position, and as we looked at in a couple of other lines, when he loses the dark square bishop, it's much harder to guard those dark squares. So, but nonetheless, he took on g5. It's hard to suggest something else. I took back, and now he has a couple of options. In the game, he played f4, just trying to shut off my bishop on c1, bring his bishop on g6 into the game. Also, he's setting up for ideas like rook to f5, not only protecting his own pawn, but attacking my pawn on g5. Another option would have been to activate
his inactive rook on a8 by bringing it to e8, and then I would play my usual queen to a5 idea. And once again, he has nothing better than trading the queens, because I'm very quick to pile up on c5 if he declines a queen trade, for example. So takes, rook e6 to protect that pawn, and then I'll go bishop to a3 anyway, and white's just better here. So he decided to play f4 as I stated, and then I played the move queen a5 as usual, and he declined the queen trade with queen to b8. Let's just quickly look at what would have happened had he traded queens. Queen takes a5, knight takes a5, and here he has an additional option to try to fight for the initiative or play aggressively with the move e4, so that after I take on e4, when he takes back with the bishop, he's not only attacking on c2, but he's defending his pawn on c6. Okay, but the problem here is that I can take on f4, bishop takes c2, knight takes c6, so I'm a pawn up, rook to e8, rook f2, hitting the bishop, bishop drops back, I bring my last piece in and hit the knight, knight moves, and now I'm up 2 pawns, c4, and then knight to b5 to prevent the move c3, and white has very good winning chances here. Alternatively, after knight takes a5, he could have tried to prepare by bringing his rook to e8 to protect his pawn on e5, and also prepare the move e4 is what I meant to say in certain lines. Okay, I go bishop to b2 here. There's no rush to take on c6. I have to watch out for e4 as well. Rook to f5, now h4 to protect my pawn on g5, and now it's harder to play e4 because he no longer has the bishop on g6 helping him since it's blocked by the rook. He goes rook to e6 finally to defend that pawn. Rook a e1, just getting my final piece into the game and stopping e4. h6, take, and then knight to c4, and I'm putting an awful lot of pressure on the e5 pawn, and I don't really have any. I'm not really taking any risks here myself. So this looks like it would be pretty unpleasant for black as well. Well, anyway, in the game, after queen to a5, he dropped back with queen to b8, and now bishop to b2. And if you're wondering up to this point, where is the focal point that I alluded to in the beginning of the video? Well, the focal point is e5. So we'll see over the coming moves that I'm basically going to pile up as much as I can onto the e5 point with very natural moves. So I'm just preparing rook a to e1, and of course, based on the opposite colored bishop's position, it's quite natural for me to play on the dark squares, which has been my strategy for the whole game. And so once e5 falls, this bishop just becomes a monster on the long diagonal, and g7 becomes my next focal point and means of attack, or target for attack rather. So in the game, Mark played rook to f5, which is quite a logical move. He's simply trying to guard his pawn and attack my pawn. He had a pretty tricky option here that he could have thrown in the move f3 instead, just trying to open up my king side and actually bring his queen in to give some really annoying checks, so that, like, for example, if I took here, and also if I take with the rook first, he'll just exchange off the rooks and do the same thing with e4. So just allowing his queen to get in here, queen to e1 to give myself protection against that check. E takes f3, queen to e6 check, so that I can, excuse me, I can, after bishop to f7, play queen to d6 is the idea, so just try to trade off. Bishop takes c4, queen takes b8, rook a takes b8, d takes c4, b to e8, so black is getting quite active here, knight e5, and I think black would have some decent drawing chances here thanks to his activity and this very annoying pawn on f3 that I would have to deal with. So instead, after f3, my best move is just to retreat my queen immediately, queen to d2, f takes g2, queen takes g2, so I'm hitting c6, rook e8. There wasn't really Good way to protect c6 because I'm going to pile up on e5 anyway. Rook e8, queen takes c6, knight b6. So I take another pawn. Take. So up 2 pawns here, e4, and now bring my queen back. We know that normally the queen's not a good blockader, but I am up a couple pawns, and it's not going to stay there forever. And with this pawn on e4, it's quite difficult to get all the black pieces over to try to attack. And of course, I stop this very annoying queen to e3 move, bishop to h5. So just hoping to block things off with bishop to f3. I play rook to a to e1, bishop to f3, and now I have the fantastic move, bishop to e5. So excellent defensive and offensive option. The point being that if he takes with the queen, I take with the rook, and the tactics favor me. And if he takes with the rook, I do the same thing. And once again, the tactics are in my favor. So with this very strong defensive move, I would consolidate shortly, and I'm 2 pawns to the good. So after bishop to b2, played rook f5. And now I had the option of playing either the game move, which I think is the most natural move, rook a to e1, or I could have also thrown in h4 instead. I decided that playing for the dynamic continuation with a simple centralization move is fully justified, given black's weak king position, lack of coordination. So it's kind of the same old story when it comes to inactive pieces over here, although I guess you could argue queen on b8 isn't a totally inactive piece. But I had also calculated that after the game move where he temporarily goes up a pawn, if I continue with my theme of attacking the focal point on e5, there's really no way that black's going to be able to hold this because I have more attackers than defenders, simply put. So that after queen to c3, I threaten even rook takes f4 when you can't take the rook because of checkmate. So he had to give back the pawn no matter what. He decided to go bishop to f7. Okay, I traded on e5. And now he played knight f6, which is a mistake. He could have put up the most resistance by playing knight takes e5 and just hoping to trade off and somehow hold the endgame. But even here, white's still going to be on top after all these trades. Even though we have even material, I still have no weaknesses, and the c5 pawn is going to drop shortly. It's almost impossible to defend, and then he also has to worry about his f4 pawn. So anyway, in the game after knight f6, I missed an opportunity here to play the most effective continuation with knight takes f7, king takes f7, queen to c4, knight d5, and then bishop to c1. Both of us were in a bit of time pressure here. Not that that's an excuse, but just to give you some color as to why certain decisions and mistakes might have been made. Instead, I had calculated that after knight to f6, I could play the move rook takes f4, because I saw that if he went for this fork with knight to d5, then after queen to d2, I'm only going to be material down temporarily, because now after the recapture with the queen, I have this double attack. And so he has to give back the material with rook takes e5. And then I saw that after rook takes e5, I'm a pawn up. I'm going to be 2 pawns up shortly thanks to c5 dropping. And I still have this extremely strong kingside attack where the g7 pawn is going to be a focal point. So after rook takes f4, bishop to d5 is played, so rook takes g2 is the threat. I simply retreated my rook to stop that. Queen to c8, okay, another threat here. Queen takes h3, brought up the other rook to stop that. Incidentally, I could have retreated my queen here as well, just to hit the rook and give him something to think about, and then go c4 on the next move. That would have also been very, very good, probably better than what I did. But rook to e3 is solid enough. Bishop to e6, so just threatening my h3 pawn again, but now I have some tactics. Queen to d2, so that if he decides to come in and take it, this fails, thanks to queen takes g5. Okay, so after queen to d2, he played h6. Knight to f3, just hitting the rook and opening my bishop up on the long diagonal, so I'm hinting that I'll take the knight and ruin his kingside pawn structure. So he played rook to f5. Now I decided that it was best to get these rooks off the board because my attack and initiative still persist after queen takes f2, threatening to take on f6 twice. So you move the knight, and now I had a couple ways to win. Rook to g3 looks like the most natural win. I decided in the game to play queen to g3, just hitting g7 in the same way and threatening mate. And I wanted to keep the rook on e3 to pressurize the bishop and to hopefully overload black's queen, which is kind of what happened in the game. He played queen to c7. Okay, of course I'm not going to exchange off, but I saw that I could play c4, and now the knight's overloaded. He has to defend the queen, and if he traded queens, he's not going to get out of the attack, because after rook takes g3, rook takes g7 check is coming no matter what. For example, knight e7 takes king f8, rook h7, and he's down 2 pawns here, soon to be 3 pawns with a hopeless position. In the game after c4, he played knight to f4. So there's one more trick I need to see here. Knight e2 check, with the idea that after rook takes e2, my queen drops off the board with queen takes g3, but I'm first to strike with bishop to e5, and thanks to the fork of the queen and the knight, he's going to lose material no matter what, so he resigned here. Welcome to Chapter 8 on mating nets. We'll start off the chapter with a game played between Veselin Topalov and Ruslan Ponomaryov from the Sofia MTEL Masters in 2005. Topalov was playing white, and he opened with the move d4. Ponomaryov played knight f6, c4 e6, knight f3 b6, so the queen's Indian defense. Topalov played the main line with g3, g3, bishop to a6, b3, bishop to b4 check, so these moves have all been played many times before, so I'm not going to comment on them. Knight c3, c1, c6. So this is a bit of an unusual line now. e4, so white strikes out in the center immediately and just wants to push through with the move e5. Black counters with d5, white goes through with e5 anyway. Knight e4, bishop to d3, challenging the knight and threatening to win a pawn. And here black has several options. The attempt to support the knight in the center with f5 would be a mistake, because white can take en passant, and after knight takes f6 castles, there's this backward pawn on the open file that white can attack with rook e1 and say knight to g5 as well. Instead, after bishop to d3, the best move is probably for black to take the bishop on d2 and claim that he's gained something for the time spent moving the knight from f6 to e4, and then to trade that bishop, because okay, he gets the bishop pair. Although it must be said that this is a fairly closed position and white has more space, so black will probably find it difficult to use the bishop pair. In any case, he could play bishop to b7 now, just to prepare an eventual c5 and open his bishop up on the long diagonal. And white could castle, and I think white has a slight advantage here for the reasons I just stated. In the game, Ponomaryov played knight takes c3, and Topalov played rook takes c3. This is an important recapture. It might not look very natural at first. The key thing is that the rook is going to support the c4 pawn and also the bishop on d3 in certain lines, and this is going to be key. Had white recaptured with the bishop instead, then black could strike out immediately with the move c5. White could go h4, so the idea here is just a version of the Greek gift sacrifice. Bishop takes h7, king takes h7, and knight to g5, idea we saw earlier. So black goes h6 for that reason. White goes bishop to b1, so he's setting up a battery with queen to d3 or queen to c2 to take advantage of the b1 to h7 diagonal. Black takes, so now the d3 square is temporarily off limits, so white goes to c2 instead. g6, queen to d2, so kind of strange, but wants to target the newly formed h6 weakness, and black does best as usual to counterattack. So queen to d5, hitting the knight on f3. White goes through with the capture of the pawn anyway. Black takes the knight. White goes all in and takes on g6, but actually this is just going to lead to a perpetual check after these moves. Queen h6 check, king to g8, etc., etc. So after rook takes c3, there's some key important differences with this line and the bishop takes c3 line we just looked at, because even though black tries to get his counterplay in the same way with c5, now white has some additional options that he no longer didn't have in the previous line. So in the game he played d takes c5. It was also interesting to look at the move h4, which is a reversal of our usual principle to meet an attack on the flank with a counter blow in the center. So that's somewhat amusing. And let's see how this might have turned out. So just as in the previous line, we are threatening bishop takes h7 check and knight to g5. So black plays his usual h6 move. And now white could try a couple of things. He could try the same idea that we just saw, bishop to b1. He could also play, as in the game, with d takes c5. When black does well to throw in the intermezzo d4, white retreats the rook. And now black could try to obtain the initiative with quite aggressive play here, bishop to b7, offering the sacrifice of a pawn on b6. And after white takes on b6, a takes b6, black has quite good compensation for the pawn. The rook on a8 is putting some pressure on a2 there. The bishop on the weak and long diagonal is quite strong. The pawn on d4 hampers white's development. And the pawn on e5, if I can get rid of these arrows, the pawn on e5 can be a target for black as well. So I think black has full compensation for a pawn here. Also, he can maneuver his knight around to c5 at some point. So instead, after h6, bishop to b1, c takes d4, knight takes d4. So black opens up the center when white's king is still there, and you could argue that he's slightly behind in development. Of course, white is going all in for this attack anyway. After d takes c4, black hits the knight on d4 with his queen. So white not only defends that knight with his queen, but threatens bishop takes h6 now. Queen to d5, so hitting just as before, counterattacking, this time hitting the rook and the pawn, so that white does not have time to execute his idea. Bishop to e4, queen takes e5, knight f3. So both sides really doing their best to fight for the initiative. Queen to c7, white takes this rook, but it's not as simple as it may look after knight to d7, because the attempt to keep the material for white fails. If he were to go bishop to e4, then after knight to f6, black is in the driver's seat. The queen only has one possible square, and black's doing quite well in this line. And he could even throw in the move bishop to b4 first if he wanted to. Don't have to take back on e4 immediately. Alternatively, after knight to f6, knight to e7, knight to d7. Therefore, white does best to play bishop takes h6, threatening mate on g7. But after bishop to f6, rook c1, black wins the material back, so he has a bishop and pawn for the rook. Castles, and then the move queen to c6. I think black has quite a bit of compensation for the exchange of the pawn here. The white light squares are extremely weak, and black just wants to retreat the bishop back to b7 and put additional pressure on those light squares. And so I don't think this is a position that white really wanted to go for, as evidenced by Topolov's choice in this critical position to play d takes c5. So in the game, Ponomarev took back here with the b pawn. We'll get to that in a second. He could have also tried the same idea that we looked at a second ago, which would have been to go after d takes c5, pawn to d4, rook to c1, and then offer this pawn again with bishop to b7. Here white does well to decline the pawn sacrifice either with h4, with similar ideas to what we saw before, Or he could also castle on the king side here, so that after b takes c5, he has the move rook to e1. So he's guarding the pawn on e5, and he can also offset the black bishop on b7 at some point by offering the trade on e4. So after d takes c5, b takes c5 was played. Now Topalov played h4, so just playing consistently with these ideas that we saw before. And now h6 was played. And at first it might not look like this is such a big deal. It kind of looks similar to a lot of the positions we've seen already. So we'll get to that, but this was a mistake. So let's see what Black's other options were. Actually, is quite a few, but most of them fail to this Greek gift sacrifice. So, for example, had he gone rook to e8, then White crashes through with the usual idea, h5, and trying to escape over here with the king fails because of the move g6. When Black's in deep trouble now that the bishop can come to g5 and win the queen or cut off the escape route. And it's the same situation with other moves like knight to c6. White just crashes through in the same way. And here Black doesn't even have the attempt with the escape squares that he had in the last line. So after d4, White can actually continue to implement the usual idea with the Greek gift sacrifice. So this doesn't really change anything. And then probably the best move was to go queen to c7 here. And the point is that now the Greek gift sacrifice no longer works, because if White were to go in with bishop takes h7 and knight to g5 check, then Black can retreat the king, queen to h5, and then thanks to the fact that queen takes e5 is check, after rook e3, queen to f5, Black has successfully defended against the threat to h7, and he's just a piece up for nothing. So after queen to c7, an interesting recommendation here from GM Shipov was to go king f1. So the idea here is that queen takes e5, if this knight ever moves, queen takes e5 won't be check anymore, and White is able to keep this rook on h1, so he can still kind of use the aggressive ideas that are associated with that Greek gift sacrifice, and he won't have to castle as in the other lines when the rook on f1 won't be able to contribute like in a position like this. So Black goes h6 here, bishop to b1, and already there's some interesting sacrifices. So if Black goes knight to d7, trying to put pressure on e5, then White can come through with bishop takes h6, and if g takes h6, queen to c2, threatening queen h7 mate, f5, trying to block this off, take en passant, rook takes, queen h7, king f8, and we're seeing one of these mating nets in action again. And h6 g5, and Black has a hopeless position because the White attack is simply too strong. He'll be able to play pawn to g6 against a lot of moves, and also queen to h8, and then rook to h7 are big threats as well. So after bishop to b1, knight to c6 instead. Queen to c2, so similar to the idea before. Take, and now Black's idea is to try to get some counterplay with knight to d4. White should not spend time moving the rook here. Instead, he needs to try to crash through the attack. So h5, d takes c3, c6, f5, takes f6. So White does whatever he can to open up the black king position. Takes f6, G7, so he's really close to getting the mate. He just needs to go queen to H7 check, king F7, and then promote to a queen with mate. But black blocks against this, and now white has the amazing move queen to D1. And despite all the defects in the white position, the fact that he is down a rook for just 2 pawns, he still has a better position thanks to the weakness of the black king position and also some of the tactics here. So for example, white's threatening to take on F5, and after e takes F5, the queen comes in and takes on D5, both hitting the king on G8 and the rook on A8, and also the king is very close to being mated there. So that's why black goes queen to C6 here. He doesn't have time to retreat the rook, because if he does try to retreat the rook, white has resources like, let me remove these arrows, white has resources like bishop H7, king takes H7, and bishop to F4 check, which wins the queen thanks to the discovered attack from the rook on H1. So that's why queen to C6 is played to guard the D5 point. So black gives back some of the material. Now white goes bishop to E3. So the idea here is he's opening the rook on the H file. Black plays king takes G7, rook H6. So not only attacking the queen, but bringing the rook that much closer to the black king to cut off potential escape squares. Black, amazingly here, has nothing better than to give up his queen. He does have quite a few pieces for the queen, and that pawn on C3 could be extremely annoying also. And he plays king to G7, clever move, because taking the rook on A8 would be a big mistake after pawn to C2. So queen to D7 instead. King F6, queen to D4 check. So white did all these maneuvers just with the idea of taking the pawn on C3. It was that strong. After king takes G6, queen takes C3. White is better thanks to the fact that his king is slightly more protected than black's, and also these 3 against 1 on the queen side should be telling in the long run. Although this is by no means an easy win at all for white. Okay, so let's return to the game and see why after H4, Ponomariov's H6 was a mistake. Curious, as I said, because this move featured in a lot of the variations that we've already looked at. But the point here is that now after bishop to B1, there's precious little that black can do about queen to C2, and if he goes G6, then white powers through with bishop takes H6, like we saw before. And also sometimes white has the bishop takes H6 sacrifice first before going queen to C2. So Ponomariov compounded his first mistake with a second mistake with F5. There's a couple of moves that we should look at instead. According to Topalov, the only move was knight to D7, queen to C2. The point here is that if white tries to tee up this sacrifice as bishop takes H6 immediately, black doesn't have to take it. He can go F5. And we have an extremely unclear position, but if white continues to try to break through, black actually gets some decent counterplay. D4, rook to C1, and queen to C7. So very unclear, but even though white's a pawn ahead, his king is still in the middle. He's weakened his pawn structure greatly. His kingside pawn structure greatly. The pawn on E5 is targeted by black. So instead, after knight to D7, a more conservative option would be to play the move queen to C2, forcing F5. B takes F6, knight takes F6 to guard the H7 square. And now bishop takes H6, so of course hoping that black takes when queen to G6 check, queen takes H6, and knight to G5 would be extremely powerful. Okay, instead black counters by going knight to E4, so the main point of this is not really to attack the rook on C3, but to block off this battery. And now white has a fantastic move, bishop to C1. It's important that he goes to C1 instead of D2 because the D2 square needs to be open in certain lines so that the knight can come back and challenge the black knight on E4, which is really blocking white's attack up. And also, if, for example, he did go bishop to d2, let's just play through this, then black has the option of d4 in certain lines as well. So I'll show you what I mean by that. Bishop to d2, bishop to b7, and if white castles now, which would be a terrible mistake, then after d4, he no longer would have the option of knight to d2 that we'll see in another line here with bishop to c1. And for example, bishop to b7, so the same moves as before, castles, d4. Recall last time that the bishop was on d2. Well, here white can go knight to d2, which is a key difference because now after pawn takes c3, knight takes e4, white has a tremendous amount of compensation for the rook. He has a knight and pawn currently. He can win the pawn back on c3 whenever he wants, and he has this open diagonal with which to attack with. So he's doing very well indeed. So after bishop to c1, it was more prudent for black to go queen to a5 just to attack the rook again. Bishop to d2, so it's worthwhile for white to lose the tempo and come back. Bishop to b7 or p3, just attacking the queen. Knight still needs to stay on e4 for the reasons we mentioned about blocking the diagonal. So the queen retreats. White finally castles. Rook f7. Bishop c3, just trying to protect or support a potential knight e5 move. d4 takes e4. Black doesn't have time to take on e4 because after queen takes e4, he would be faced with terrible threats. So instead, after rook takes e4, he takes the knight on f3, rook to g4, just setting up for mating net with queen to h7 check, rook to f5, stopping queen h7 check, and finally white moves his bishop out of the attack, and white has a slight advantage here thanks to black's airy king position and weaknesses. Okay, so going back, there's one more important line to look at after bishop to b1. We just looked at knight to d7, which, as I stated, Topalov thought was the only move. Black could have tried the move d4 as well, although I don't think that's a good move either. Queen to c2, g6, h5. So this same idea of not wasting time moving the rook out of the attack, just continuing single-mindedly with the opening of the black king position. D takes c3, bishop takes h6, f5, so same idea we saw before, trying to blockade. Of course, white's not going to allow that. g6, so the threat is g7 now, and coming in with the queen. Bishop b7, okay, white doesn't care that the knight's attacked, same thing as before. Black needs to block against queen h7, so he does this with rook f5. And now bishop to f4 is a good move, just as before, white's setting up the idea of rook to h8 check, and on the next move, he also has the possibility to go g4. So for example, after king takes g7, stopping rook h8 check, white goes g4, takes the knight. So we're down an awful lot of material, but after we take the rook on f5 now, there's so many threats involving potential mating nets and the winning of material that black simply has to try to trade off into the endgame and get back the material. He does this with queen to d1 check, bishop to e4, knight to c6, and now white calmly takes the pawn on e6 since black has two minor pieces hanging and white can take whichever one black allows him to on the next move. Okay, so after bishop to b1, f5 was played in the game, just trying to block things up. Of course, Topalov was not going to allow the king side to get blocked up, so he took en passant. Ponomarev played bishop takes f6. Had he played rook takes f6 here, it's the same idea as before. We go queen to c2 with the same mating net. Instead, bishop takes f6 was played, hitting the rook on c3, but of course, Topalov simply ignored this. Queen to c2. Had Pono taken the rook on c3, white recaptures this time since he doesn't want to lose. d2 would check. d4, trying to block off the bishop on the diagonal, but then the queen swoops in. Another check. So coming through with another mating net idea. if the king goes back to g8, we have knight to e5, so sealing the mating net. Now that the f7 square is taken away via the knight, I can free up my queen to go queen h7. So after queen to g6, king e7, trying to run away to the queen side. White has the very strong move, knight to d4, knight takes d4, which will lead to mate or material loss. So instead, in the game, Ponomaryov played d4, and now another nice motif was played, knight to g5. So the immediate threat is queen to h7 mate, of course, since the knight is guarding f7. And this is kind of an enticement sacrifice too, in the sense that if you take the knight, as in the game, the rook on h1 comes into play. Ponomaryov took with the pawn in the game. Had he taken with the bishop, it wouldn't have really made that much of a difference. King f7, and then bishop takes g5. This is really must be taken in view of rook to f3. After h takes g5, we go rook to f3 anyway, and black's going to get mated or lose a lot of material shortly. Okay, in the game he played h takes g5, h takes g5, so incredibly calm play by Topalov, despite the fact that now after d takes c3, he's a rook and a knight down for just a pawn. And here, once again, he just calmly played bishop to f4 and retained all of his attacking trumps. And this was better than the line with rook to h8, most likely. This is a long line that's not really worth going into, I would say, because bishop to f4 just gets the job done as much cleaner. So in the game, Ponomaryov decided to try to run away with the king immediately with king to f7. Had he tried bishop to d4 to try to block things up and also maybe give himself the option to trade or to sacrifice on f4 at some point, or try to come through to f2 at some point, then after queen to g6, it's a very nice example of a mating net, because white takes away the f7 escape square from the black king and threatens to come in with a rook to h8, so that the king must take back, and then queen to h7 is mate. So after bishop to f4, king to f7, Topalov went in for the kill here with this sequence of checks and captures. g7, f7, and bishop to g5 check. So things get a little hairy now, because white has some pieces of his own which are hanging after king to d6. So taking the queen on d8 doesn't make sense, because then you just lose your queen on g7, and we are material down here. He's a rook for a pawn down still, so he decided to take that rook back. Okay, black needs to take this bishop, and now amazingly enough, white doesn't have to worry about the checks on c1 or d2, and so he came through here with the move rook to h7, so just trying to seal the mating net yet again with the threat of queen to c7 mate. In the game, Ponomaryov played queen to e5 check. Had he played queen to c1 check, then king to e2, doesn't have time to take the bishop in view of the mate, queen to d2, king f3, queen d1, and finally the checks run out. The same thing would have happened if he had started with queen to d2 check, king f1 instead. The checks are going to run out even faster in this case. So after rook h7, he played queen e5 check, king f1, king c6. So the idea of queen to e5 was just to uncover, just to protect the c7 square. So black uncovers that with his king move, queen to e8 check, king b6, and here we see the culmination of the mating net, the finale, king c6, and now the beautiful move, bishop to e4 check. So nice enticement of the black queen, forcing the queen to take when the c7 square is uncovered. And I think it must be mentioned that the knight on b8 and rook on a8 never left the starting squares, as with a lot of the other games we've looked at. Okay, so moving on to the next game in our mating nets chapter, we have the game between Samuel Reshevsky playing white and Rafael Vaganyan playing black. This was from Skopje in 1976. I'm sure I mispronounced quite a few things there, so apologies. Anyway, focusing on the position now, we see that white's king is clearly very exposed on the g3 square, but if white's able to play moves like h3 and then the king back to h2, it will be quite difficult for black to attack that king. And also white has the idea to bring his knight into f4 to try to block things up and consolidate. So the situation here is quite serious for black already, quite critical. If he responds to the attack on his bishop with something passive, like bishop to e7, well, he's down a pawn here to begin with. And in spending this time on a retreating move, he's giving white the chance to play the types of things that we just looked at. So as usual, with these examples, black needs to act in a very decisive and fast way and a very aggressive way in order to take advantage of the trumps in his position. So knight d takes e5 was played. So this does a few things. The first thing is that this helps to open up the a7 to g1 diagonal where black's queen is posted, so that the f2 square here is denied as a potential retreat square for the white king. And then also now black allows himself to get his bishop on c8 into the game. And most obviously, if we just go back a second, the center was blocked up, so black seeks to open lines and open up that center completely. So knight d takes e5. And white actually has a number of tries here. In the game, he played d takes e5. But we should see what happens if he tries to decline the sacrifice, first of all. So with the move knight f4, so this blocking move that I alluded to earlier, knight takes bishop on d3, queen takes d3, knight to b4, so black is keeping the pressure up and not losing any time. If we go back a second, knight takes d5 might have been a possibility at some point. So with the knight on b4, d5 is defended, and the queen is attacked on d3, so white has to spend time moving it. Queen goes over to b3 to target d5, and also maybe dissuade black from moving the knight on b4, because then the queens could be exchanged and white could try to lessen the pressure. But the problem is that after the move g5, black is not afraid of any of those knight captures, because if white were to take on d5 here, this looks quite dangerous at first glance, because the potential discovered attack on the black king, and black just opened himself up with g5. But the problem is that the tactics are still in black's favor, because after queen to d6 check, okay, he's threatening on the next move to just take the knight on d5 for nothing. So white can try to block here with his own knight and give a check with the queen on b3. But after the calm king to h8, it turns out that this knight on f4 is going to be lost no matter what, thanks to the pin on the king on g3. So that fails. Alternatively, after queen to d6 check, blocking with the rook isn't really going to help either, because this rook can simply be taken, and white can try some tricks here, but in the end, it's just going to fail as before. Okay, so going back to a different line, after knight d takes e5, white could have also tried to take on e5 with his knight. Okay, but in this case, black takes with the bishop now. And the point of this is that after d takes e5, queen f2 mate is the first problem. And then secondly, after bishop takes e5, if white blocks with the bishop just trying to trade some pieces off, then black has the very nice move bishop to c7. The point here is that black is
setting up to take on f4 with the rook and then play g5 and utilize the bishop on this diagonal to win material and continue to attack the king. Incidentally, after bishop to f4, bishop takes f4 check also wins, because after knight takes f4, then black comes in and takes the pawn on d4, so this would also be quite hopeless for white. Okay, but in the game, after knight d takes e5, white responded with d takes e5, and now black played a very nice move to keep white's king permanently caught in a mating net. That move was bishop to h4 check. But let's see why the natural alternatives to take on e5 are no good. So after knight takes e5, white has the strong move knight to f4. So talked about this move already. In this case, it's very strong because the rook on e1 is also coming in, and the knight on f4 fulfills a number of useful defensive roles. And similarly, if after d takes e5, black had taken on e5 with the bishop, then after knight to f4, it's the same story as before, and white can take the bishop on e5 sooner rather than later, hopefully. And also here, it's important to note that white can try to drum up an attack himself with like a Greek gift type of sacrifice. Bishop takes h7 and then knight to g5 and queen to h5, the usual stuff. So black has to stay on his toes here. It's by no means a one-sided attacking type of position. So anyway, after d takes e5, bishop to h4 was the really nice move. And there's a couple points here. So the first thing is that if he takes with the knight, opening up the f-file is fatal because it allows the queen to come into f2 with mate with the same idea as before. And instead, he has to take with the king. And now one final sacrifice to open up the white king and strip any of the remaining defenses away. And that move was rook takes f3. Just briefly, let's see what happens if black had come in for a more obvious looking move, queen to f2 check. The issue there is that after knight to g3, the white king is actually pretty safe now that the queen on d1 can defend the knight on f3, and also bishop can come to e3 to gain some time back and hit the queen and set up some more defenses. So the fact that black is down a bishop and a knight here is very significant. So he needs to hammer home with the attack as quickly as possible. And so the way he did this was with the move rook takes f3. Okay, well, so what's the idea here? The idea is that if white took with the pawn, he didn't do this in the game, then now after the queen comes into f2, since that knight was removed from f3, the white king lacks more further defenses, like I said, but also the queen now can laterally attack on h2, since the pawn which was formerly on g2 is now on f3. So this was an important idea to take away the remaining defenders around the king, like I stated, and change the pawn structure to black's benefit. So now white could try a couple of moves, both fail. If he goes king to g5, then we do the usual stuff, which is to draw the king further into our own position. So h6 check, king to g6. Of course, he can't go king to f4 because of g5 mate. Don't know why I thought queen h4 was mate, because the king just goes back to e3. Anyway, g5 mate, and instead king to g6. But now knight takes e5 check, king h5 is the only move, and then queen takes h2 is mate. And just going back here, knight to g3 fails in a similar way. And it's even faster here. Sure, I missed other mates, but that one gets the job done. Okay, so going back now,
after rook takes f3, that explains why white played the move rook to f1 in the game. And this is also logical from the standpoint of white's bishop up. So getting too greedy would compound the difficulties he already faces, as we saw. So sometimes, as the defending side, what you'll say is, okay, well, I've already won X amount of material, this much material, and my top priority is going to be to defend and to prevent any remaining initiative from creating threats or putting me in danger or whatever. So I'll just stop with winning any more material. I don't care about that anymore, and I'll just try to defend and consolidate with the material I've already won. So I think this was White's idea here, and rook f1, of course, not only offers the trade of rooks, but stops the move queen to f2, which we saw was very deadly. Nonetheless, the queen can get in via a different route, so queen to b4 check. Okay, and white has very few moves to stay on the board. The issue is that after he blocks on f4, as in the game, the queen drops back and gives another check. So with each check, the queen is getting closer and closer to the white king. Bishop to g5. All the king moves just lose pretty quickly in the same way we saw. Though there's only one king move in that position, king to h5, but that would lose very quickly. Bishop to g5, queen to e6, so just threatening queen to g4 mate. And it can't really be stopped by any normal means. So in the game, Reshevsky desperately tried with bishop to f5. And the point there was that if black took with the queen, he would be able to come in and take this pawn, and then after, say, king to h8, well, actually, let's do bishop to e6. It doesn't really matter. Bishop to e6, then after queen takes f3, amazingly, white has parried this attack, and he's a rook and a pawn up for nothing. Okay. But of course, black saw this and also saw that he can just simply take this bishop with the rook. After all, he's only a bishop down, so why not establish material equality and continue with the extremely strong attack? So you essentially just have an attack for free here. Okay. And taking the rook on f5 doesn't help. White didn't do this in the game. We'll see what he did in a second. But if white goes in for this, this doesn't help. Bishop to e6. Now he has to try to stop queen to g4 mate. But no matter what here, black still has an extremely strong attack, and he's only down a pawn. So this is hopeless. Therefore, in the game, after rook takes f5, Reshevsky played knight f4. So attacking the queen and attacking the pawn on d5, and then also trying to defend some vulnerable squares around the king, also blocking off the f-file so that maybe white can dream about someday bringing the king back this way, although that's very unrealistic. Okay, but there's no reason not to take this pawn here on e5, which he did. So now the bishop's hanging on g5, and any attempts to play aggressively just fail. So for example, rook to e1 is just refuted immediately by rook takes f4 and taking here, and we have the strong attack, and we're not even material down here. King will get mated shortly. And so going back here, after queen takes e5 in the game, white played queen to g4, so just trying to offer some more protection to the bishop on g5 and the knight on f4. But of course the issue here is that now you walk into discovered attacks from the bishop on c8. So Vaganyan used this immediately to gain some time with rook to f7. Okay, so the queen's hit, the queen goes to h5. Knight e7 now. Excellent move, showcasing more problems with the white position, because if white tries to exchange off and try to get some attackers off the board like this, then black is able to get a mate against the king very quickly, like so.
and win material at the very least. I'm sure there's a mate here, but at the very least, I can go here and then just bring the king back. Notice how each move comes with check, because what I really needed to avoid is just going back a second. What I really needed to avoid was just allowing this mate, but every move comes with check, so it doesn't matter. And so at the very least, black could get this position and just win very easily. So after knight to e7, black's idea is just to come in to f5 with a knight, or sometimes to come into g6. So Reshevsky tried to stop this in the most direct way possible, which was pawn to g4. Okay, but this creates more weak squares around the king, and now also these pieces here are kind of uncomfortably bunched together. So there's some tactics associated with that, which black exploited immediately with the move knight to g6. And so the point is that white cannot take the knight on g6 because the queen swoops in and takes on h2 with mate. So the fact that white was all cramped up over there on the king side with all his pieces makes a big difference. So just going back, after knight to g6 check, white dropped back with king to g3. But we can also see what happens if instead, after knight to g6 check, white goes king to h3. Black just uses forcing moves now with checks and captures to win material. So knight takes f4 check. Can't take with the bishop because queen takes h5 and the pawn is pinned from the bishop on c8. So instead, after knight f4 check, white can try rook takes f4, but now black just recaptures, and it's the same thing as before. The bishop can't take the rook because the queen gets taken for free. So black's just material up with an extremely strong attack, and it's a hopeless position. So after knight to g6 check, that explains why Reshevsky dropped back to g3 instead. And now this is an interesting moment because it might look like there's some sort of knockout blow with some checks and captures, but it doesn't really appear like anything like that can be played quite yet, or at least that's what black thought. So he played bishop to d7, just a calm move, preparing to bring his final rook into play. And so this is a really important concept, that just because it looks like you have your opponent in a mating net like this and everything's kind of been set up to get the quick mate, you don't want to try to force things, because that could backfire, and then your opponent can actually get back into the game because of some inaccuracy you made as a result of trying to force things, instead of just kind of taking a deep breath, looking around at the position, and seeing, is there anything else that you can improve upon, or most importantly in this case, can you bring more attackers into play? And here, clearly, the answer to that is yes. The rook on a8 is totally inactive. I would say the bishop on c8 is not inactive, as we've seen in some prior lines. It plays a role, but it could certainly play more of a role. But the key here is really to bring the rook to f8, because then we can exert the maximum amount of pressure on this knight on f4. We know that you always want to put as much pressure on a pinned piece as possible, all else being equal. And so what I mean by the more kind of impulsive moves here that black avoided would be something like queen to e3 check, when after rook to f3, there's no promising way to continue compared to the bishop to d7 line, which was played in the game. And now, white can also think about bringing his rook over here to offer some more support and get some threats himself maybe at some point. So therefore, bishop to g7 was just a really strong and controlled move. Okay, rook a to e1. So looks like maybe at the moment that white is somehow getting back into this. He develops his most inactive piece with gain of time, but this is just all an illusion, because after either the move played in the game, queen to d6, or also queen to c7, black is still just winning. The issue here is that there's no way for white to unravel his pieces from this pin, and he's powerless to stop black from bringing his
last rook into play, and then the pressure on the knight is just going to be overwhelming, and black will win material no matter what. And so here, Reshevsky, I suspect in some serious time trouble, played the move bishop to h6, which is a move I don't really understand, because black can just take the bishop, and there's no trap or tactic that he has to worry about. I suspect that this was just, like I said, the product of time trouble, and he might have, hallucinated that there was something for white that made it bad for black to take on h6. But anyway, in the game, that wasn't even needed. Black just went rook a to f8, emphasizing the point mentioned a second ago, as far as the vulnerability of the knight on f4 is concerned. And so here, Reshevsky resigned, seeing that there's no way to continue without losing material. So, for example, if you try to bail out with queen takes d5, then black has a very simple option to just take on d5 and then take here, and almost everything is hanging in the white position, so he's just a rook down for nothing. Okay, so the final game of this mating nets chapter is between Steinitz playing against Golmayo Zupita. Sorry for the mispronunciations there again. This was played way back in 1889 in Havana. And we're picking up the action midway here. This is an interesting example of how you have to be careful of what you read as far as commentary and analysis concerning games, because this game was almost like universally praised by annotators for Steinitz's play, that he kind of dodged a bullet here or played very well defensively. But it turns out that there's more to the story than that. His last move was knight d3 to e1, just trying to get reorganized and play like d3 and knight f3 at some point. And this was, as I say, a maneuver which received a lot of praise. But it turns out that had black played the most natural continuation, he would have just had a winning position basically. And so what we're going to look at here is what black should have done, and it's a good example of just, as I say, playing the natural moves and kind of hammering home an attack. And I think what his opponent might have succumbed to here was just kind of overcomplicating things, because in the game he played knight to b4, which is not a mistake in and of itself. It's an interesting idea. And then after a3, he played rook h to e8. And the issue here was that after taking the knight on b4, knight takes e4, and still looks pretty good for black, but now queen f5 check, so getting out of some nasty tactics. King to b8, knight takes e4, rook takes e4, and now the king slid back to d1. White actually has a winning position because black doesn't have sufficient compensation for being a knight down. Interestingly enough, after a3, black could have still gotten an advantage with the move knight to e4, knight takes e4. The point being that, of course, you can't take with the queen because of rook h to e8. And if you take with the knight instead, then knight to d5, queen to f5 check, so as to try to not lose time. King b8, c3, queen a4. So a lot of these light spurs are very weak, so black's going to try to hit on those. d3 and then rook h to e8. Black does have sufficient compensation for the piece here. And the big difference between this and the previous line is that the white king is much more open, thanks to the fact that these pawns have moved, and black's position is better coordinated than it was before. Okay, so anyway, that's kind of how things turned out, and sets us up well for the main point of this, which is to show what black should have done. Incidentally, before we get to the move I'm going to recommend, which is the natural rook h to e8, there was also another possibility here, which was to go g6, just to prevent the queen to f5 stuff that we saw in a previous example. So what black can even play this slowly, and it works. King to d1, rook h8, knight f3, queen f2, and then queen to g3. And the point of offering this queen trade instead of taking the knight is that if white were to take this knight on f6 instead, then black has the surprising reply of bishop to e3. And at first it might not look too dangerous, and you might have thought, well, why not take this pawn on g2 first? But the point is that black is going to utilize this pin of the knight to the queen on f6 so as to take on d2 multiple times and either threaten mate, the win of material, or both, so as to make it so that when the knight takes on d2, black's queen comes down and takes the queen on f6. So let's see how this would play out. Rook to e1, bishop takes d2, bishop takes d2, rook takes d2, knight takes d2, and then queen takes f6. So there's really no way for white to avoid catastrophes like that if he took the knight on f6. So therefore, after queen f2, just threatening to take the pawn on g2 here, white decides to drop back with the queen. And now actually, even though black's a pawn down, since he has so much of a lead in development and initiative, he can actually go in for this endgame, and it's perfectly good. So queen takes queen, h takes g3, and then knight g4. So with dual threats of knight f2 check with the fork, and then also knight to e3 check, which is going to result in the loss of material for white as well. So black is just clearly better here. Anyway, in the game, or rather going back to the initial position, and the improvement I mentioned is just to play the most obvious and natural move, which we know by now is rook h to e8. So we activate our only inactive piece over there in the corner, and we already threaten now knight takes e4. Okay, so d3 makes sense for white to try to support the pawn on e4, and then also try to get his bishop out and hopefully guard some important squares or get some exchanges. And now another extremely important move for black here, knight to d5. So the issue here is really, how do we break through in the center? We need to try to open up the center as much as possible. And so if we just go back a second, well, black would like to try to get in the move f5 at some point. So in playing knight to d5, he frees up his f-pawn, and also now doesn't lose any time since he's attacking the queen. And so white can try a number of things here. The main line is going to be knight takes d5, but let's see what happens if he retreats the queen instead to d2. This would not work thanks to the combination here. We check, and then now that the king is virtually trapped, we come in with the knight, so we're just going to win the queen. So just a huge material advantage there. The other line would be to try to check on f5, idea we saw before. Okay, king to b8, and then take with the knight on d5, but black is tactically still far superior here. So we just take with the rook on d5. And now white's best shot is probably to continue to try to create confusion and attack the black pieces with the move c3. And at least here, white will argue that if black takes on f5, which he should, that he was able to get the queens off in this case. And now material equality has been reestablished, but after king to d1, rook to f2, white is basically paralyzed, and all the black pieces are active, all the white pieces are inactive. So it's just a matter of time before black maneuvers his way to attack some weaknesses in the white position, like the pawn on d3, the pawn on g2, and the pawn on b2. So, for example, if white played the move rook to b1 just to prepare the move bishop to e3 so that there's no rook takes b2, then black anticipates this and just goes knight to c6. And he opens the bishop up on b6 to prevent bishop to e3, and also now just wants to maneuver his knight to e5 and hit the vulnerable pawn on d3. So this is really just a hopeless position for white. anyway, as I said, the main line of the analysis will be knight takes d5, queen takes d5, and queen takes d5 has a nice feature too, that we're going to be able to attack on some light squares now and always have some ideas like queen h5 at some point. White also has to watch out for potential pressure on the a2 pawn, which doesn't really sound like much right now, but to have to keep this rook on a1 can be very, very annoying when you need to defend. And of course, also with queen to d5, we're setting up for that f5 move, our main idea anyway. And also now we've freed up the d4 square for, say, a knight. So there's a lot of good reasons why queen takes d5 is a strong move. And let's look at several lines for white here. So the main line will be bishop to e3, but let's say white tries rook to f1 first. So this makes sense, just trying to anticipate the f5 move, and if white would of course like to take the pawn on f7 and remove this threat entirely, but black's not going to be that accommodating. We go f5 anyway, and this is justified completely by the following tactic. So if queen takes f5, queen takes f5, rook takes f5, we have the simple knight to d4 check, and after king to f1, we just take on f5 and play rook to f8. And even though it is one knight and two pawns for the rook, the fact is that black's activity and white's inactivity, as before, fully compensates him. So, for example, if white tried to play the move g4, then black would just hit back at this immediately with h5, h3, and then take on g4 and go rook to d4. So this situation over here with the pawns is going to be unstable no matter how you look at it, and black's going to crash through very quickly. Okay, so after queen takes d5, the other idea for white would be to go g4. So no prizes for guessing what this one has to do with. We're just trying to stop f5 again. Of course, black's not going to give up on that idea. So g6, rook f1, and as before, the tactics favor black, so f5 is totally fine here and the best move. G takes f5, G takes f5, and so it's the same tactic as before. Queen takes f5, queen takes f5, rook takes f5, and knight to d4 check. So black is just winning there again. So anyway, after queen takes d5, main move we're going to focus on is bishop to e3. So just trying to exchange and hopefully guard this vulnerable d4 square as well if black doesn't exchange immediately. And now we see one of the other ideas that we haven't really hit upon so much, except when I kind of talked about this with the queen pressurizing the pawn on a2, which is that white has spent pretty much all of his moves up to this point just trying to guard the king and protect against a mating net or direct attack against the king. So oftentimes when you're attacking and your opponent has to kind of go all in on the defense like that, you can go for some vulnerable targets that would not have come under consideration for your opponent as far as needing to defend them or even coming into his thinking process at all, because he's so focused on defending his king. And what I mean by that will be clear after the move queen to b5. So now this b2 pawn unexpectedly becomes a target, and let's not forget that black is only one pawn down here. So if he can establish material equality, then he's just going to have an attack for free, and it should be quite an easy win from that point, since he'll have everything in his favor. So let's see a couple of ways that white can try to defend against the threat to the pawn on b2. Or in our main line, white actually is just going to go knight f3 and play for coordination and defending the king. But anyway, he could also try the move b3 instead here, which looks like the most natural way to defend the pawn. But after bishop takes e3, queen takes e3, he gets hit with this very strong move f5 again, king f2. So just trying to get the king out of the way there on the e file because of the potential of this rook. Queen to b4, so just putting more pressure on the pawn on e4, and also highlighting that the queen can try to come in on these vulnerable dark squares, for example c3. knight f3, and black can just cash in here. F takes e4. Okay, taking back is not going to help at all because we'll just have an extremely strong attack here for nothing now that we've gotten the pawn back. So white can try to mix things up with a3, queen to c3, d takes e4, and of course black's not going to exchange off queens. Just queen takes c2, check, queen e2, and once again we're not going to exchange off queens, and black can just keep taking pawns. And here black is up a pawn, has the strong attack, and white has these two isolated pawns, so it's just a hopeless position. And then another way that white could try to defend is just with the natural move, rook to b1, but this gets refuted in a similar way to b3, so we take on e3 first, and then play f5, king f2, just trying to get away as before, and now knight e5, so just centralizing the knight and threatening to play knight to g4 check, so white prevents this, but now black plays f takes e4, of course. You can't take back with the queen because then knight takes d3 check is going to win the queen. So instead, d takes e4 is played. And now black just gets an extremely strong initiative, or rather I should say he continues with his extremely strong initiative and invades the white position. So knight to c4, gaining time on the queen. The queen comes in and takes the pawn on a7, but there's no danger to the black king. And even though black is 2 pawns down here, he's going to continue with his tremendously strong attack. So rook to f8, king to g1, knight to d2, so hitting the rook on b1 and also providing support for a piece to come to f1 with check. The rook has to get out of the attack. Rook f1 check, king to h2, queen to e5 check. So looks like there's a mating net closing in very quickly. g3 is the only move, and then the move rook to d6. So one idea of rook to d6 is that if the queen goes to a8 check, then after king to d7, white doesn't have the intermezzo, rook takes d2, so this rook remains retains the ability to protect the knight on d2 in that case. And also here black has a ton of threats as far as attacking the white king is concerned, so he's just preparing to play a move like queen takes e4 and then either mate the king or win a lot of material very shortly. So this is totally winning for black as well. Anyway, after queen to b5, knight to f3, just trying to unravel. And now black shouldn't be tempted to take the pawn on b2 just yet. I mean, that would certainly be possible, but he set himself up to attack in the center, so there's no need to cash in, so to speak, until he needs to. So what I mean by that is that we can play here and then f5, and now white's going to have to deal with both the threats in the center and the threats over to on the queen side. So given that f takes e4 cannot be answered by d takes e4 thanks to the pin on the king on e2, white decides to move the king off of the e file. And now we see a new idea here, this very strong move g5. So introducing a new piece into the attack and threatening both g4 or f4, which will be extremely difficult for white to deal with. And also we can play these moves in combination too. So like you could play f4 and then after the queen moves, play g4, just pushing the white pieces back, and the pawns will take away a lot of important escape squares and aid in black's attack of the white king. So it's really up to white whether he wants to, allow that to happen, or as in the lines we're going to look at, to take on g5. And in both cases, black's just going to have a really strong attack in any case. So don't think that like just because we're not able to open up the center that we've lost any steam in the attack. Like, far from it. So for example, like if white goes knight takes g5 here, then black goes f4, which is a nice tactical move, just showing that the queen has laterally attacked the knight, and of course this is not going to work because I have rook to f8. So instead, after f4, white has to go queen to h3 checks so as to gain the time back, as for him to be able to move his knight on the next move. But then after rook to d7, black retains all the threats, and he still has the chance to swoop down to b2 and then start taking c2, and then d3 falls. So this is just a hopeless position for white. There's too much hanging because, first of all, he has to do something about the knight. So he's not going to be able to protect the queen side and the knight at the same time. g5. So the alternative is to take here with the queen. But now after queen to c5 check, queen e3, queen takes c2 is played. So just going back a second, this is played instead of chomping down on b2 immediately. And the reason why is because in taking c2 instead, I'm able to take d3 as well. So this actually does more destruction to the white center and makes his position collapse that much faster than taking on b2, since c2 was the base of this pawn chain here, which I'll highlight in green. Okay, so of course white, as usual, wants to try to exchange off queens and miraculously get rid of the pressure. Of course, we're not going to allow that to happen. So queen to c5 check. And queen to c5 check is also denying white the chance to try to run away with his king and get it safe. Queen to e3, and then queen to b5. So now kind of showing the idea of this whole queen sortie earlier, which is d3 is now hanging, as is the pawn on b2. Okay, rook h to d1 to protect d3. One of the situations where you can only choose to protect one or the other. And now we start out by taking on e4, so we'll isolate that pawn first, and then take the pawn on b2. And this also has another added tactical benefit, that after king to g1, even though white's king has finally reached a safe haven, the position is lost, because in opening up the d-file, what I allowed myself to do was to trade this pair of rooks, which is important here because I draw away the rook that was defending the pawn on a1 on a2 over to d1, and so now I'm able to take this pawn on a2. And even though black is just a pawn up, it's a clearly winning position. I have 3 connected pass pawns. White's e pawn is isolated. My king is totally safe, and so it's going to require a little bit of technique, but it shouldn't be that difficult of a win. I wanted to include this in the mating nest chapter to kind of hit upon a larger point, which is that, and I alluded to this earlier, I talked about this a little bit earlier, which is that you don't want to get too hung up on a narrative as far as, oh, the king is exposed in the center of the board, and therefore I need to win the game, with a direct attack against the king. So like we saw here, if we just go back, is that if we look at the starting position, I think very few people would guess that the ending position that we saw a second ago, involves black being a pawn up and needing to utilize endgame technique in order to win. Most people would think that, okay, if we're starting from this starting position, that it's got to involve a direct attack against the king, and that's going to be the way that black wins. But sometimes your opponent will be able to successfully defend against what looks like the most obvious way to win, or kind of what the position is screaming out for you to do. And so you need to, just as in the previous game, not force things and take what your opponent gives you, and then make threats accordingly. So we saw here that white's vulnerable queen's side was a big reason why black was able to get the winning position he did in the end. And of course, it's not readily apparent here in the starting position that the queen side will be vulnerable, but it just is important to not have tunnel vision and not get too hung up on needing to win a game with a direct attack or this or that. You can utilize the technique of trying to get a mating net, and then your opponent will undoubtedly give you concessions, like in this game. And so by using those concessions, you might win the game in a totally different way, but it's a win nonetheless. Welcome to Chapter 9 on queen attacks. Before beginning with the game, I just wanted to give a brief intro here because it might not be immediately clear why queen attacks have anything to do with king attacks, or what's the connection there, why is this on the DVD at all. And indeed, in going through the literature, I have never seen this concept discussed before. Maybe it has been, but
In any case, I noticed that in a lot of some of my own games, my friends' games, and just in Grandmaster games, I'd seen that attacks on the queen and attacks on the king have a definite connection. And without getting too abstract, and I think we'll be clear, of course, once we go through the games, what I mean by that is oftentimes you are able to attack the queen, and in gaining the time through your attacks, you are able to strengthen the attack against the king and kind of keep the fire going, so to speak. And of course, we can kind of trace this back to the rule that we all learned as beginners, which is don't bring your queen out too early, because we know that when you do that, you allow your opponent to do what he would like to do anyway, which is to develop his pieces, but this time he's able to develop them with gain of time, so he's effectively developing for free. And we can extend that basic rule into this more advanced concept having to do with attacking the queen and then using the time that you gain on the queen to attack the king. So if that hasn't made things more clear, don't worry. We'll go through these games and these examples, and then I think the connection will be readily apparent. So without further ado, our first game between two former world junior champions, Yasser Seirawan playing white, Pablo Zarnicki from Argentina playing black. And this was played in 1993. So d4 was played, knight of 6, c4 e6, knight of 3 b6. So we got a Queen's Indian, but then it kind of went back to the Nimzo Indian here after a bishop to b4, and Queen of b3 was played. Queen of b3, not the most common move, but very sensible move because white would just like to be able to take back on c3 with the queen and not have to endure the doubling of the pawns that he usually has to in these Nimzo Indian types of positions. So that's the idea. Zarnicki played c5 to hit back at the white center immediately. Seirawan challenged the bishop with a3, bishop to a5, bishop to g5, knight to c6, then a very interesting and aggressive choice here, castling on the queen side. Bishop takes c3, and a very surprising move here, pawn to d5. But before getting into this move d5, let's go through why the most natural move, which I just talked about as far as one of white's main ideas here, queen takes c3 would be a mistake here. And it's because black has the concrete and strong response knight to e4. So black attacks the white queen and the bishop on g5, and if the queen, if the bishop takes the queen here on d8, then after knight takes c3, thanks to the attack on the rook on d1, white goes b takes c3, and now after king takes d8, the problem is that the black pawn structure is very solid, and white has taken on these doubled pawns for no compensation, so he would just have a pretty prospectless endgame here. So that explains why after bishop takes c3, white went d5, which is a very strong move. And now there were a couple of options. In the game, bishop to e5 was played, which we'll get to. Let's see what would happen if black just took the pawn on d5. So white recaptures, h6, bishop h4, knight e7. So finally getting one of those pieces out of the attack. Okay, of course, white takes the bishop with the queen. And now after knight to g6, trying to challenge the bishop on h4 and break the pin of the knight on f6. I think white does best not to go in for this endgame, although maybe this endgame will be slightly better for white. But I think even better is just the strong move d6. So just blocking everything up in the black position, gaining more space, and really restricting black's development, and white's better here. So anyway, going back to the game, after d5, bishop to e5 was played. And so the point here is not only to remove the bishop from the attack, but then to draw it back into the black position and hopefully continue to keep it active as the game goes on. So, okay, of course, white takes the knight on c6. So now material equality has been reestablished and the bishop on e5 is hanging. And here is where black went wrong already with the natural-looking move queen to c7. So I say natural because the queen was on the d file here, and there was already some pressure on the d file vis-a-vis the pawn on
on c6 and the rook on d1, so the queen steps out of the way of that, and then also the queen supports the bishop on e5. But actually, the better move, the improvement that featured in several high-level games, was bishop to c7. And the point here is that even though black has lost time, he avoids the dangerous continuation that Saruman was able to play in this game, where basically the black queen gets drawn out into the center of the board, and white just wins a bunch of time anyway. So it was better for black to just retreat here and kind of lose the time immediately. And now here, white would have a couple of interesting options. One interesting option is knight to d2, and so far as I could see, this move was a novelty. I never saw any games in my database with it, and the point here is I just want to go knight to e4 and then put pressure on the knight on f6 and also threaten to jump into d6. Alternatively, another novelty, although granted this position has not been reached that many times, would be g4. So the point here is I'm going to move my bishop away at some point and then continue with the move g5. So just another aggressive attacking continuation. Anyway, after d takes c6, queen to c7, black's already in deep trouble after white's next move, which is extremely strong. Very good dual purpose move, g3, or maybe even multi-purpose move, because first of all, there's no bishop to f4 anymore to try to exchange off bishops and lessen some of the pressure. Secondly, white's bishop comes to g2, where the diagonal is already vulnerable. And then lastly, when white takes the knight on e5, let me remove these arrows, when white takes the bishop on e5 rather, then after the queen takes back, I support my bishop coming back to f4 to attack the queen, since the queen on e5 would attack my bishop on g5. So a really excellent move here for white to continue development. There's a couple of lines here to look at. So black could play queen takes c6, which tries to play for tactics, but white actually emerges ahead in this tactical sequence that follows. So knight takes e5, and black's idea was to come down and take the rook in the corner here, but now he has to worry about his queen being trapped after knight to f3. So my idea is just to move my bishop to h3, and the queen on h1 will be trapped, which indeed is what I do. After bishop to b7, bishop to h3. Okay, black throws in bishop takes f3, but it doesn't really make any difference. Of course, he's hoping that if I play e takes f3, that he can try to escape with the queen after queen takes h2. But of course, I'm not going to do that. After bishop takes f3, I'll just take the queen in the corner and then go f3. And on the next move, I'm going to drop my queen back to d1 and finally mop up the bishop in the corner. Okay, so instead of this line after g3, there's also the move h6. So just putting the question to the bishop on g5, but now white shows one of his main ideas, which is just to ignore this and take the bishop on e5. Now black can try a couple of things. If he recaptures on e5, then I take on f6. Queen takes f6, bishop to g2, and thanks to all the tactical threats, the most serious of which is c takes d7 check, and then bishop takes a8. Black is just dead lost here. Instead, after knight takes e5, if he took my bishop on g5, then I can just calmly develop with bishop to g2 for the same reason I just stated with the c takes d7 threat. He gets the rook out of the way of that bishop on the long diagonal, and I take on d7 anyway. And if you take with the knight, then I go knight to c6, which is an extremely annoying move for black to deal with, and white still has a huge initiative here. Instead, if you play bishop takes d7, then after queen to c3, white has quite a pleasant advantage here. The threat immediately is to take on d7 and then take on g7. Okay, so instead of either of these continuations in the game, we got bishop to d6. So just trying to get the bishop out of the potential attack from the knight on f3. We saw how dangerous that was to allow that, but of course this loses time. So now bishop to g2 was played. And in the game, Zarnicki took with the pawn on c6, which looks natural enough. He's up a pawn here, but white had a very strong sacrificial continuation, which we'll look at in a second. Instead, it was actually better to drop the bishop back here and lose even more time. but nonetheless, white retains a clearly superior position after bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight e5. So opening up this bishop on g2 to devastating effect. d6, just trying to keep things blocked up and make it so that the pawn on c6 is stuck. But now I can cash in with knight to d7 when black has nothing better than to take on d7. He can't allow my knight to stay there. And now I'll win material after c takes d7, king takes d7, the point of which was to be able to recapture on a8 with his rook. Otherwise, he's just a rook for nothing. And here, white's just clearly better since his rook is stronger than the bishop and the pawn, and one simple plan would just be to double on the d file and put a ton of pressure on this pawn on d6. Okay, so anyway, in the game, d takes c6 was played, but now white hit upon the opportunity to generate an extremely strong attack by making all these sacrifices and continuing to attack the queen. One thing to keep in mind from now till the rest of the game is the king position for black. White does everything he can to not give black the time to castle, which is a really important concept when you're attacking, especially when your opponent's king is in a situation like this. If you can just continue to keep the attack going and generate threats on each move, it might be the case that your opponent will never get a chance to castle. So rook takes d6 was an excellent way to start this out. So this does a couple of things. White removes a valuable defender of the dark squares, and as I stated, he'll accelerate his initiative and development over the next few moves by attacking the queen with gain of time. So we have another rook ready to go to d1 as soon as the queen takes on d6, which is indeed exactly what happened. And now black retreated with the queen to c7, which looks natural enough. Actually, believe it or not, the best move in a bad position here was knight to d5, the point of which is to give back some material just to try to block the center up and get castled, because it's so dangerous for white. It's so dangerous for black to keep the center open that he will try to just goad white into taking on d5. But of course, white is not obligated to take this piece straight away, and he should play the move e4 when he's still clearly better thanks to his initiative and development advantage. And also, once he takes the knight back on d5, he'll be doing very well from a material standpoint as well. So just going back here. After rook to d1, queen to c7 was played. And now white played bishop to f4, excellent move. So utilizing the earlier g3 move that was played to support the idea of bishop to d6, which really strikes into the heart of the black position and prevents black from castling, and also ties into the concept we've been looking at throughout the DVD, which is utilizing the unopposed bishop. Queen to b7 was played, and Star 1 decided to play knight to e5 first. So introducing the threat of bishop takes c6. Incidentally, maybe after queen to b7, the reason why he didn't want to go bishop to d6 here was the move knight to e4. I'm not sure about that. Probably still pretty annoying for black, but might have been why. Anyway, after queen to b7, the move knight to e5 was tremendously strong as well. So now we introduce the threat to take on c6 with the bishop or the knight. So black tried to stop this with bishop to d7. And now rook takes d7 was played, just removing the defender. And this is really just a pseudo-sacrifice, because I'm going to take on c6 and then take on d7, which is exactly what happened. Knight takes d7. Bishop takes c6. Queen to a6. And now white had a choice. In the game, he took on d7 with the knight, but bishop takes d7 was also perfectly good. And the point is that after king to e7, queen f3, white has a ton of threats here. He can play. He can retreat the bishop to b5 and then go knight to c6. He's also threatening to play bishop to g5 in certain positions, or even play knight takes f7 in certain positions. So there's just a ton of threats here. Anyway, the game, after queen a6, knight takes d7 was played. So just setting up the threat of the discovered attack already. Knight takes c5 to win the queen. Queen drop back to c8 to attack the bishop on c6. And now it's important, another important concept here, that white was not tempted to go in and take the rook on a8 with bishop takes a8, because that would really defeat what he's been trying to do up to this point to attack, because now black has a choice with how he wants to recapture. But for example, he could even just play queen takes d7 and then on the next move castle. And so even though white has two bishops for a rook, he's given up his the really strong initiative he had, which was his major trump in the position. So after queen to c8, Sarwan rightfully kept all the pieces on the board and played for the attack with the move bishop to a4. Also very strong would have been queen f3 as before. And so there's no rush to take any of the black material. It's this concept of relative value where it's not about what the piece is worth from the points system that we all learn as beginners. It's only important what the piece is worth in the concrete position that you're analyzing. So here, the rook on a8 is far weaker than the bishop on c6, for example. So bishop to a4, king e7, just getting out of the discovered attacks, queen to d3, so the queen has done its job over on b3, and now it comes back to d3 where he's threatening to come into d6, f6, so trying to give the king a square on f7 to escape to. Indeed, this is what happened, but he's not going to get to escape. King f7, and now white just needs a final push to really finish things off here, and so he found that with the excellent move knight to e5 check. So this is a really nice clearance sacrifice, clears the d7 square so that he can come in with the bishop, and then the e6 pawn is going to fall with check, either to the bishop or the queen. And so after black takes the knight on e5, the queen and the two bishops are enough to get the job done here, as we'll see. Bishop to d7, queen to d8, so there's no way to defend against the threat to e6. Queen takes e6 check, black has an only move, king to f8, bishop takes e5, so just threatening bishop takes, just threatening bishop to d6 mate, and played g6, and now Sarwan didn't even go in and take the rook in the corner, he just played bishop to f6, and here black had seen enough, as he's going to lose his queen or get mated very shortly to something like queen e7 and then queen to g7 mate as soon as the queen moves from d8, so he called it a day here. Next game in this section took place in the 1971 USSR Championship between Efim Geller playing white and Albert Kapengut playing black. So it started out with d4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, d5. So the Grunfeld defense. White played the exchange variation, and then we got a familiar position here after bishop to g7. So this bishop to c4 line, knight e2, knight c6, bishop e3, castle, castle, and now the main moves would be queen to c7 or bishop to g4. In this game, black played c takes d4, white took back, and then knight to a5 was the idea. Bishop to d3, just getting the bishop out of the attack and bolstering the pawn on e4. b6, so as to develop the bishop on c8. Rook c1, and now black had a choice between the game move bishop to b7,
and the alternative e5, e6, excuse me, which we'll look at for a second. So against this, white has a couple of options. Queen to d2 is one of them, and the idea there is that after bishop to b7, white can push straight away with the move h4 and just seek the usual idea of h5, and then eventually either pushing this pawn to h6 or taking on g6 with familiar ideas to open up the black king position. Of course, taking the h pawn here is a big mistake for black, because after bishop to g5, queen g4, f3, the queen's very close to being trapped, and after queen h5, knight g3, bishop takes d4, rook f2, the black queen is indeed trapped. So just going back here, after h4, queen to d7 makes some sense, just to prepare rook to d8 at some point. Now white could play either h5 or bishop to h6. Here's a sample line for bishop to h6. Black could either take that bishop straight away or try something like rook to d8 or rook to c8. If he plays rook to c8, then white exchanges off bishops and plays h5. So now we see the issue with this e6 move, and also, the usual problem with a fianchetto position once that bishop is exchanged, is that we have these holes here on f6 and h6, so white can seek to exploit these vulnerable dark squares and try to create an attack. Okay, instead, after bishop to h6, if he had played bishop takes h6, with the idea that after queen takes h6, brings the knight back to c6 to threaten to take the pawn on d4, now white can play the move bishop to b5 and just prevent that. And it looks like the white queen's in quite a dangerous position as far as its proximity to the black king. White's ready to go h5 here in a second, bring the rook to d1, and then there's ideas like d5. So I think that this is an unclear position, but I would rather play white here. Okay, so just going back here, after e6, white also had the idea to go queen to a4. It's a typical idea here. And the point is that white is anticipating the move bishop to b7, which was prepared with b6, in order to play the move bishop to d2, when black has a tough choice here, since white threatens to take on a5 at any moment and weaken the pawn structure, and then also the queen has to stay over here to defend, since white could take twice and win the pawn in certain lines. Okay, so just going back here, the other option for white, a more committal move, would be e5. So this seeks to take away the scope of the bishop on g7 as in preparation for the usual queen d2 and bishop to h6 in some lines, or white could also play it in a different way, as in this game, after e5, bishop to b7, knight f4 was played. So the idea of e5 now becomes clear that were the pawn not on e5, black could have gone bishop takes d4 here, queen to d7, and now white plays queen to g4. So just intending to go h4, h5, and now we see that the bishop on d3 and the knight on f4 are focusing on that focal point on g6. So e5 made sense to open up the bishop on d3 as well. Black goes rook a to c8 to exchange the pieces off to h4, rook takes c1, rook takes c1, and then rook to c8, thinking that by exchanging off the rooks, it will diminish white's initiative. This was Bagirov versus Tukmakov, played in Lvov in 1978, and I think this position, once again, is one that I would rather play for white, given his attacking chances. Okay, so going back to the game, after rook to c1, bishop to b7, it becomes clear now why the main alternative that we just looked at, e6, was favored in a lot of games. And the reason why is because after bishop to b7, white has this annoying idea of d5 to block off the bishop, and now e6 becomes much less desirable, which is still the move that black played in the game, and we'll see the effects of playing it after d5 shortly. Just as an aside, instead of d5, white could have also considered the idea of queen to a4, which we saw earlier, and this has the similar ideas to what I already mentioned. But anyway, after d5,
it looks like e6 was just a mistake here now, because black just creates weaknesses unnecessarily after d takes e6, f takes e6. So there's the isolated pawn on e6, and also the king position has been weakened thanks to the weakening of the a2 to g8 diagonal. So probably better than e6 was to just go rook to c8 here and kind of play in a similar style to other lines we've looked at, where black can try to exchange off both rooks on the c file and try to get some play. Okay, but after e6, f takes d takes e6, f takes e6, white was able to play the move knight to f4 now. So just attacking e6 immediately. And now black has a choice with how to defend. If he plays queen to e7, then white will play queen to g4. So hitting the pawn again. Goes rook a d8 now, so he's reminding white that the knight needs to stay on f4 temporarily to defend the bishop on d3. So therefore, white needs to overprotect this bishop, and he brings his inactive rook into the game with rook f to d1. Black needs to defend the pawn on e6 now, so rook f to e8. And then white strikes through with the move we previously looked at, h4. And it's even more powerful here because black has fewer pawns around his king thanks to the fact that he had to play f7 takes e6. So h5 will come with even more of an impact. Okay, going back to the game. In the game, queen to d6 was played. And white continued in the same way to the variation we just looked at, queen to g4. And now black has a choice of several moves. If he plays, so I'll just start out and say that in the game he played rook a to e8, which looks natural. The rook was inactive on a8, and he just brings it to the defense of that pawn. He could have tried some other moves, though, like I said. Let's look at one of the most passive moves, or the most passive move, bishop to c8. And this gets hit with a very strong move, e5. So just opening up the bishop here for potential sacrifices on h6, on g6, so that indeed after queen takes e5, bishop takes g6, h takes g6, knight takes g6, white is forking the queen and the rook on f8, queen f6, knight takes f8, queen takes f8, and then white can go bishop to h6. And even though, from a points perspective, the material is even, white has a rook and a pawn, and black has a bishop and a knight, the fact that the black king is totally exposed and white has a strong initiative and more ideas to attack here in a second with moves like rook to c7 means that black is just lost here. He can't get his pieces into the defense quickly enough, and so white will overrun the black position very shortly. Going back, after queen to g4, another option would be to try to play for tactics with rook takes f4. And the point here is that black is removing the defender of the bishop on d3, so that after white's move bishop takes f4, black goes queen takes d3. And this might look pretty appealing at first glance because once again black gets two minor pieces for the rook and also removes some potential attackers for white. But now the problem is that actually the white initiative has not really been diminished that much, because now white has the fantastic move bishop to e5 with a couple of lines here, with several lines here. So if black takes the bishop, then queen takes e6, check, king f8, queen takes e5, queen takes e4. So hoping that the mating threat on g2 will compel white to exchange off queens, but of course he doesn't need to do that. Comes in with the check on h8, king moves, take the pawn with check, and after king f6, f3, just stopping the mate threat and attacking the queen. White is objectively winning, the black king is totally exposed, and once again it comes down to coordination and activity. So going back, after bishop to e5, black could have also tried this idea in a slightly different way, just by taking the pawn here immediately, but now white can just ignore this and take the pawn on e6, and now there's some discovered attack ideas, or that definitely
could be an important element of the resulting positions. But after king to h8, of course, king to f8 would be a terrible mistake after bishop to d6 mate. But after king to h8, then white takes on g7, king takes g7, and rook to c7 check. And this is a mate in 8, if you would like to go through it and see. After king h6, of course. Okay, but anyway, after bishop to e5, there's one last move, rook to e8, so just preventing the queen takes e6 stuff that we just saw. White takes on g7, and now if black automatically recaptures on g7, then after rook to c7 check, king to g8, queen h4, it's going to be a mate in 5 no matter what. So the rook and the queen converge down on the pawn on h7. So instead, after bishop takes g7, black can try to throw in this move, queen takes e4, but this is the one time where white is okay to take here because he already won some material by taking the bishop on g7, so after queen takes e4, bishop takes e4, he can just play a nice dual-purpose move, rook to c7, both guarding his bishop and activating his rook on the 7th rank. So black gets a really rotten position after rook takes f4 here in all lines. Okay, so there's one more option before we get to the game move, pawn to e5, just getting the pawn out of the attack and attacking the knight. But of course the downside here is that now black has opened up the e6 square and also the d5 square, and so white can actually utilize the d5 square immediately with a strong move, knight to d5. And of course black would be ill-advised to take twice on d5 because he'll lose material after bishop to e4. So the knight is just an extremely powerful piece on d5, and from a positional standpoint, black is in really, really bad shape. So after queen g4, rook a8 was played in the game, so just defending the pawn on e6, and now white had a choice. In the game, Geller played bishop to b5, very logical, just attacking the rook, and also now opening up the d file for his own rook. Also powerful was just to play rook f to d1 immediately. So both moves were quite strong. Anyway, after bishop to b5, the game move, rook to e7, we start to see the theme come into play now with these queen attacks. Rook f to d1, the most natural move on the board, just activating the most inactive piece and attacking the queen. And now black had a choice. If he played queen to b4, then white comes in with bishop to d7, so just putting more pressure on the pawn on e6. Queen takes e4, bishop takes e6 check, king h8. And now a really beautiful tactic that featured in a lot of lines in this game, a lot of variations, the move rook to d4. So really utilizing the trapped nature of the queen to capitalize on the initiative and to keep the attack going. So what do I mean by that? Well, if black takes, it's compelled to take, then after bishop takes d4, turns out that thanks to all these mate threats and all these potential pins, like after rook to g7, he'll take on d4, but now he loses the queen for insufficient compensation. Check, and black is going to lose more material here in a matter of moves. So this is a hopeless position. So after rook f to d1 in the game, black went queen to e5 instead, and we got something very similar to that variation I just showed. So white came in with the move bishop to d7, and now black played queen takes e4 in the game. Had he played bishop takes e4 instead, then white goes bishop takes e6 check, king h8, bishop to d4, once again utilizing the precarious position of the queen to white's benefit to continue the initiative. Okay, a couple of lines here. Of course, taking the knight is out of the question after queen takes queen, rook takes queen, and then rook to c8 check. Black's getting mated, rook f8, and then that's mate. So instead, after bishop to d4, he has to move the queen away somewhere, and queen to b5 is a possibility, but then he gets hit with the move a4, and he'll be facing further material loss and further attacks from white. So this is just a winning position. For example, if black takes the bait here and takes the pawn on a4, now white uses this nice geometry of the opposed queens on the fourth rank to win material or mate black. So knight takes g6, so white uncovers one of the pieces on the fourth rank and gives black a terrible choice to have to make. If he takes the pawn, well then queen h4 ends things already. And if he takes with the bishop, that's another piece gone from the fourth rank. And so finally, white can execute this discovered attack with check and win the black queen. Okay, so just going back here, after bishop to d7, queen takes e4 was played in the game, this didn't really change things that much, because now after bishop takes e6 check, king h8, white had the thematic move rook to d4, beautiful move, and amazingly enough, the queen is almost trapped here, even though it's in the center of the board, totally surrounded by the white pieces. And so we have a few lines here. In the game, rook takes f4 was played, so just kind of trying to fight fire with fire here and go into a tactical sequence. We can look at a couple other options. So the first option is just to take the rook, but this loses in the same way we saw before. Bishop takes d4 check. Queen takes d4. I should also note just quickly that rook to g7 gets refuted immediately by the beautiful move knight to h5. So if black plays queen takes queen, white doesn't even think about taking that queen back. He just gets the maiden one with bishop takes g7. And of course, you can't take the knight because white has a choice of mates here. You can either take with the queen or the bishop on g7. So instead, black would have to take the bishop on d4 back here. But then white does the same thing that we saw before. Knight takes g6, and on the next move takes the queen and has the winning attack nonetheless. Okay, so going back, there's one more line to look at, which is after rook to d4, what happens if black tries to move the queen to the only free square or free-looking square, e5. But now with forcing play, white will just win material here as well, or mate black. So knight takes g6, h6, g6, queen h4 check. So forcing black to go queen to h5 to avoid the mate. But now after queen takes e7, white's won material, and what's more, he's threatening to win the queen with rook h4, and he has this extremely powerful attack still. And of course, the rook on d4 is safe, because now this is going to lead to mate very, very shortly. Okay, so all of these terrible looking lines for black, I think, led Capengu to choose the move rook takes f4 and just sort of try his luck in the tactical complications that followed. But Geller finished him off here very nicely. So the first nice move was rook to d8 check. So this really forces black's hand. He only has two reasonable ways to block, either with the rook on f8 or the bishop on f8. And he chose to block with the rook on f8. Also, just a quick side note, when you're in a very complicated position like this with a lot of pieces hanging, it's always useful to look at moves like rook to d8 check first. So not only is it a forcing move, but it's a move that you don't have that many branches to calculate off of, right? Because your opponent only has two possible responses. So it makes your calculation job much easier and limits any miscalculations or errors you might make, because there's so many few things that you'll have to calculate instead of a line with way more branches. And so the upshot of all that is that you maximize your practical chances without taking any unnecessary risks. So in other words, there might be another line that wins, but maybe you have to calculate 5 branches, and you could miscalculate anywhere there. Whereas here, with only calculating 2 branches from here, if you can definitively say that both of them win, then you save yourself a lot of time, and also you save yourself the risk that I just mentioned about miscalculating or getting something wrong. So this is always a nice move the type of move to be able to play. In the game, black blocked with the rook, but we should see what happens if he blocks with the bishop instead. This gets refuted very quickly. And now bishop to d4 check. So very similar theme to what we've been looking at in some other lines. And so if black plays on here with rook to g7, white finishes them off pretty quickly by exchanging the queens. He doesn't even need to keep them on the board because after rook to c7, black is facing further material loss here, and so the game will be over very, very shortly. Just going back here, after the game move, rook to f8, then Geller took on f8, bishop takes f8, queen takes e4, and here Capengut resigned, but let's see what might have happened, or what, excuse me, what would have happened. Queen takes e4, bishop takes e4, bishop d4 check. Okay, can't block with the bishop because then the rook comes in and it's mate as before. So instead you block with the rook. But after rook to c8, even though black's a piece up, he's totally paralyzed and he's losing the bishop on f8 back, and he's going to get mated here. So really nice game from Geller to showcase the power of the queen attack in conjunction with the king attack, and really showing the nice connection between both of those concepts. Welcome to the final example in the queen attacks chapter. So we're going to jump in midway here. This actually wasn't a game. This was positioned from some opening analysis stemming from the 5a6 line of the Taimano Sicilian. So one way you could reach that position is e4, c5, knight f3, e6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to c6, knight c3, and then the move 5a6, and white takes the knight on c6, and black plays b takes c6. So I just wanted to mention that because it gives some more color as to how we reached this pawn structure for black. Anyway, let's focus in on this initial position. So in evaluating the position, we see that white has one center pawn and black has this really nice mass of center pawns, so the center is nicely blocked up. On the other hand, white is ahead in development, and the black king is still 2 moves away from castling. So our I think our initial impulse would be to try to open up the center as quickly as possible. That would certainly make the most sense from a general principle standpoint, but it's one thing to say that and it's another thing to be able to do it. So just taking a look at some candidate moves here, let's say that we came to all those conclusions, and then maybe as we glance around here a little bit more, looks like the move bishop takes h6, bishop takes a6 is also possible. Then that might just look like a free pawn initially. Maybe you want to stop the DVD here and just figure out why that move's actually a mistake for white. Black has a strong response. Okay, well, if you said queen takes e5, you are correct. Indeed, the problem is that black wins the pawn back, and it's a center pawn no less. And now if white takes the queen on e5, then after knight takes e5, we see that the bishop on a6 is hanging, so it doesn't matter that the knight on e5 is hanging, and so white worsened his position considerably as a result of those exchanges. Okay, so just going back here, I think another natural idea to look at is just to try to play the move f4 immediately. I mean, after all, white played the move king to h1, so his king is off of this a7 to g1 diagonal where the queen is, so makes sense to just want to try to press through with f4 and f5. But in this position, black has a strong counter yet again, and the move is h6. So in playing f4, white blocked his bishop from being able to retreat on the c1 to h6 diagonal, and so now he's forced to try a different move. If he plays single-mindedly here with f5, that would be a mistake because black plays h takes g5, and now his rook has been activated here on h8. white plays f takes g6. Now black is going to be the one attacking, actually. Comes through with this tremendous sacrifice. Rook takes h2, king takes h2, queen h4 check, forcing king to g1, bishop to c5 check, so all this is totally forced. Rook to f2, and now after the very strong move g4, just intending g3, black is clearly better despite being down a knight and a rook for a bishop and a pawn. So another option for white after h6 would be to take the knight on g6, but of course hoping that after f takes g6 he could play bishop to h4. And even though the f5 square is overprotected now by the pawns, the pawn on g6 is quite vulnerable to, say, a sortie like queen to g4. But black's not going to be that accommodating. After bishop takes g6, he has the nice move h takes g5, and after white's bishop retreats, then after bishop to e7, black is extremely solid. He has the bishop pair, and he's ready to castle whenever it's most comfortable for him. But I should also mention that the king is quite well placed, or quite secure in the center rather, because this whole pawn mass is still intact, and he has the two bishops protecting it. Whereas white's king, could come under some fire here thanks to the rook and the queen. So this is by no means a good position for white. So just going back to the original position, that means that we have to find a means of opening the center that's not as direct as it might appear at first sight. So one thing that we haven't really talked about is the position of the queen on d4, black's queen on d4. And white is able to use the queen on d4 to either force open the center or to gain a bunch of time and strengthen his position by making moves that attack the queen and gain time. So this solution, I think, could have been worked out through process of elimination based on the process that we kind of already went through, where we went through the candidate moves, and eventually I think you have to arrive at this move, which is bishop to e3. So at first glance, it might not seem obvious, how bishop to e3 is going to help us open the center, and that's really going to take some help from black because he has to take the pawn in e5 in order for us to do that. But when we look at the alternative, which is queen to b4, we'll see that queen takes e5, even though it's a mistake, still could be something that black could talk himself into, because the positions after queen to b4 are by no means comfortable for him to play either. So let's go through queen takes e5 first. So now we see the point of the example, which is that white is going to use the queen to gain time as before, but in this case we're using the queen not only to gain time but to advance our pawn to open up the center. So we'll go f4, queen to c7, and now you might think that the immediate f5 is necessary, but actually white does best to just play a calm preparatory move, bishop to d4, and so white opens up the queen and the rook on the e file, and so f5 is going to come with even more of an impact, and on top of that the bishop is targeting g7, so it dissuades black from moving his bishop on f8. So let's look at a few lines here and see some of the problems that black faces in this position. So the first line just gets blown away very quickly, and this is another point of having the queen and the rook open on the e file, is that after c5 I can play the move knight takes d5, and white's attack is overwhelming despite a couple of pieces hanging, although the knight isn't really hanging. So there's not really much more to look at here. White's just clearly winning. Okay, if black decided to play f5 himself, pretty desperate attempt to stop f5, and of course he greatly weakens e6 in doing so. Then white plays bishop takes f5. Okay, so just threatening bishop takes e6. Okay, but black shows his idea with knight takes f4, so both attacking the queen and trying to protect e6, queen f2. And so now one of white's ideas is to go bishop to e5, and black has to play the desperate move, castles on the queen side, bishop to g4, just getting the bishop out of the attack.
bishop to d6, and then after knight to a4, black is not going to be able to fend off all the white threats. I mean, bishop to b6 is a threat. You could play knight to b6 at some point, and also target, target the pawn on a6 as well. So this is not really going to work for black. Okay, so going back after bishop to d4, there's also the move king to d8, which also looks quite desperate, but the point is now f5, after the inevitable f5, the pawn could take on f5, the e pawn's no longer pinned to the king. But of course, in doing so, we'll just take back and open up more lines. So, like for example, you go here, then I take with the bishop, and of course you can't take on f5 because I have queen e8 mate. Okay, but in any case, black's idea once again was this move knight to f4, and then queen e3, and so this is just over because I have the twin threats to play bishop to b6, and also the knight on f4 is hanging to my queen and rook. Okay, so a couple more lines to get through. Instead, if black gets really greedy with the move knight takes f4, then queen f3. Okay, so white's 2 pawns down, but the black knight is stuck because any knight move is answered by queen takes f7 check with an extremely strong attack. So bishop to d6 trying to support the knight. White takes the pawn on g7, so he gets one of the pawns back. And after rook to g8, he plays bishop to h6, so just evicting the knight for good. And then queen takes g7 comes in. Queen takes f7 comes in, excuse me. Okay. So that brings us to the move bishop to d6. So black decides that it's more important to get developed and not worry about this g7 pawn in this line. White goes bishop takes g7, and bishop d6 is the best move, by the way. Bishop takes g7, rook to g8, bishop to e5. So the idea of bishop to e5 is that after the pawn takes back on e5, white will have some open lines, and he'll also be clamping down on some vulnerable dark squares there in the center. And he's, by open lines, I mean that he's opening the f file. So bishop takes e5, f takes e5, and now white intends to follow up with a move like queen to h5 with a tremendous amount of pressure here. Okay, so I think we can see pretty clearly that after bishop to e3, taking the pawn on e5 involves a considerable amount of risk, and in none of those lines did black come close to equalizing. So it's natural to want to retreat the queen instead. And so there's two ways that black can do this. We'll save the best way for the main line, which is queen to b4, but he can also try the move queen to h4. The issue with queen to h4, I think it's twofold. One is that when the queen is no longer on the queen side, as with the move queen to b4, white can sometimes throw in the move bishop takes a6. But probably more importantly is that after the move f4, the queen is actually quite short of squares here on h4. So you're going to have to spend more time to retreat it, and if you go all the way back to d8, then kind of begs the question, why did you make all these moves with the queen in the first place? Because you're just losing time for no reason. And speaking more concretely, black just doesn't have a lot of other sensible moves to play because of some various tactics and queen trapping ideas that white has in this position. So let's look at 3 moves from here. If black goes bishop to e7, which might look like the most natural move, just preparing to get castled, well, now we see one of the problems with what I was just mentioning, that black wanted to have this d8 to h4 diagonal open so as to have an escape route for the queen, and now he's denied himself that, so white goes g3. Okay, the only reasonable move is queen to h3. But then after knight to d1, white is just going knight to f2 on the next move, and the queen is going to have to go back to h6, and then it will get hit with f5, and black's losing material. Alternatively, after f4, black can try to play things differently and go for the move c5, just intending
d4. Interestingly enough, white doesn't even have to worry about this. He's so far ahead in development, and his attacking chances are so good that he can just come through with bishop takes a6, which is not really a materialistic move so much as it is an attacking move, because the pawn on a6 fulfilled the useful role of protecting the b5 square, so that now after d4, bishop to b5, white's pieces are just going to stream into this attack now. He's going to be able to take on d7 and bring the king out, and continue to have an initiative with the king in the center. So black's not even going to get a chance to win material here. Like, for example, if he played bishop takes b5 check immediately, well, that's very accommodating. King to d8 and then rook to d1, and of course white's happy to sacrifice here on d4 and open up all the lines and checkmate black's king very quickly. So that puts up basically no resistance. Instead, if he tries queen to e7 just to bring the queen back into the defense, now white can blast through with the move f5, e takes f5, and very powerful move now, bishop to g5, so distracting the queen from the defense. After the queen takes on g5, then e6 is a really nice way to cap things off. For example, something like this. And black's losing material and is going to get mated soon anyway. So this is hopeless. If you put this on a computer, it will say that the best move is bishop to b4 and doesn't like the black position at all, which it shouldn't. The problem here is that after a3, black is going to have to either trade bishop for knight when his dark squares, which are already weak thanks to the pawn moves he's made, are going to be that much weaker, and white's dark square bishop will be an enormously powerful piece. Or if he drops back instead, now after bishop to c5, he's going to have a real issue with getting castled and coordinated. So this is just a really bad position. Also, let's take the capture on a little bit. Bishop takes c3, b takes c3, castle. So at least black gets castled here. But now the issue is after g3, just adding some support to the pawn and gaining time on the queen. Black's queen doesn't really have a good place to go again. So let's say it goes to e7, and now white plays the very strong move queen to f2. So just playing bishop to c5 against pretty much anything, and white has a really, really strong grip on the dark squares on this position, and black is going to have a really tough time maneuvering and getting any play whatsoever. So that brings us back to our main move, which is queen to b4. And now white goes through the same idea, f4, simply securing e5 and intending f5 in certain positions as before. And black has a couple of options here. The materialistic try with d4 fails because white goes a3. And now black has to play either queen to c5 or queen to b6 to guard the d4 pawn. Okay, queen to c5 is clearly inferior because now I get to centralize the knight with gain of time and also get it out of the attack. So that's not even worth looking at for black. And if he tries queen to b6 instead, now white can just cleverly drop the bishop back to g1, and thanks to the fact that he has the pin on the pawn here, there's going to be no chance of losing material. And so the upshot of this is that black has actually just given himself a very shaky and loose position, because one major consequence of playing d4 is that white can now use the e4 square as an outpost. For example, the knight on e4 would stand really well there. So this is just a dubious line. So going back to f4, makes more sense for black to just play bishop to e7 and try to get castled. Now white goes a3. So going back to what I was saying before about kind of the way that these scenarios play out, white is gaining more time on the queen, but more than just that, we're giving ourselves the chance to strengthen our position even further after the queen moves. So for example, we'll see that after the queen moves back to b8, I go knight to a4. And so what I'm trying to do here is play b4 at some point, and a3 obviously helped me to do that and support that. But let's look at what would happen after a3 if black went through with taking the b2 pawn. This is an extremely risky pawn to take, and now white would play knight a4, so the knight's attacked, and white counterattacks by attacking the queen. And now greed gets punished severely. Queen takes a3, rook a1, queen b4, rook fb1, and not surprisingly here, the queen is very close to being trapped. So for example, after queen a5, then knight to b6 wins material.
So instead, if black doubles down on the greed and plays knight takes f4 to attack white's queen moves. And now black's either going to lose the queen or the knight, so he decides to get some material for it. But after rook takes b4, knight takes b4, queen takes g7, white just has a winning attack, even though if you go by the points, it's not that much of a disaster for black, but white's coordination and initiative are more than enough to win this. So just going back, after knight to a4, black can retreat with queen to b8. White's only a pawn down here, and he jumps in with knight b6, rook to a7, and now he goes back to plan A with the move f5. So just breaking through before black can get castled. Couple of lines here. If black plays knight takes e5, then after knight takes d7, rook's attacked by the bishop on e3, so the rook takes back. F takes e6, F takes e6, so now black's prevented from castling, thanks to the fact that the F file is opened. White goes bishop to d4, so just uncovering the attack on the knight and bringing the queen and the rook into the game on the e file. Black goes knight takes d3, and then white can just calmly play c takes d3, and there's so many threats here that black has to worry about. Bishop takes g7 and queen takes e6 are two of the most serious, and there's no way to get out of everything. His king is stuck in the middle, and white is simply winning despite being 2 pawns down. After f5, black also had the option to go e takes f5. And now white takes on d7, so the bishop was protecting the pawn on f5, so white removes it. The rook has to take back since it was attacked by the bishop on e3 again, and now bishop takes f5. So this is a simple way to keep the pressure up by attacking on each move and threatening to win material. The rook goes back to b7, and now if you've been studying the concepts on the DVD carefully up to now, the next move will make perfect sense to you, e6. We just got the unopposed light squared bishop, so clearly it makes sense to play on the light squares, and the black king is still in the middle, so we need to do whatever we can to try to keep it there. And black could castle here, but that's not really going to help him, of course, because after e takes f7, rook takes f7, bishop to e6, he's going to lose material. And if he goes king to h8, then queen to h5 is extremely uncomfortable, and bishop takes g6 is threatened, and of course if the knight moves, then queen h7 is made. So going back, that explains why after a3, queen to b8 is the best option. And now knight to a4. So white's plan, as indicated with the arrows here, is to play b4, and then he'll also have these outposts carved out on c5 and a5. And as long as he can restrict these pawns, it means that black's bishop on d7 is not going to get into the game. So that bishop will be a truly terrible piece. Black can castle here. Knight to b6, forcing rook to a7. Now the move b4. And black can try to break out here immediately with a5, but this doesn't really help him because white can just take on a5, and thanks to the fact that the rook needs to defend the bishop, white just won a pawn here for nothing. And more than just that, he opens up the b file so he can bring the rook back. He can also play a6 whenever he needs to protect that pawn. So this is a losing position for black. So after b4, also possible to just play the move rook to e8 and kind of try to keep things stable. Maybe go for f6 at some moment or bring the bishop back. But now white plays c4, very strong move. So he can come through with c5 on the next move. And of course, if black takes, he's totally ruined his pawn structure. And after something like knight takes c4, he's positionally lost. So I think this example just shows a nice way of blending together both attacking and positional ideas, and once again, how you can use attacks against the queen to further your strategic goals and your attacking plans in a variety of different positions.